The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is brought to you by BPG Sports, High Five Hospitality and Buffalo Wild Wings, iHeartRadio, Kevin and Marion Healy, and Mark and Pat Siegel.
Days, 9 games, 18 teams, all for one cause. SL24, unlock the light. Welcome everyone to the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. I'm Scott Klatskin alongside Sean Locke's former teammate and CAA champion Barnett Harris, and Sean's former coach and SL24 board member Bill Harmon. Welcome in for an amazing 2 days of basketball, and we get started today with St. Elizabeth and Archmere. Let's take a look at this schedule. It is a who's who of high school hoops.
It absolutely is. We've got a great weekend of basketball, but more importantly, we're all here for a great cause. I had the distinct pleasure and honor to coach Sean and then call his games when he was playing for the University of Delaware, along with his teammate Barnett Harris. It was a great experience, and I'm just so honored to be a small part of this wonderful weekend. It's
an amazing weekend. We're just getting started. There's great basketball, but it is all for Sean Locke and his memory and what Sean's house in SL24 is doing for the community.
I'm excited to be here with the best in the business. No one is better than you two.
Well, thank you for the compliment.
Oh, you're way too kind, Barnett.
I think you set the standard too high for what we're about to embark on. But we tell you what, the standard is so high, and it's all because you've been able to donate over the last 7 years of this basketball classic. Over $2.2 million has benefited Sean's house and the SL24 Foundation, and we will ask that you donate this year again. GiveButter.com, SL24 Classic 7. It's on your screen, or you can scan this code. We will be reminding you throughout the broadcast of how you can give to such an amazing cause. We are underway as Archmere and St. Elizabeth, two top 20 teams in the state of Delaware, will start things off. And Ryan Hagenberg is the point guard. The starters for Archmere: Blessington, Hagenberg, Charlie Malloy, who's coming off of a big game last night against Indian River, in which he made 4 3-pointers, and then Johnny Orsini with the basketball. He's their leading scorer. And rounding out the starters, number 34, Riley Schultz, 2 times in double figures on the season. Easier for St. Elizabeth to establish their starting 5. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Harris, Alexander, Holden, Nixon, and Dale will get things started for the Vikings. And both these teams off to fantastic starts. The Vikings 11-2 on the year. Archmere 9-2 after a win last night down south.
St. Elizabeth has terrific athletes. They played a very difficult schedule. They can shoot it from long range, as you see Alexander from one of his favorite spots in the deep corner. Archmere, we've had a great start to our season. We need to be sure we are really sharp defensively. This St. Elizabeth team really taxes you in a lot of different ways.
Now, you might hear Bill say "we" a few times during this broadcast, and that is okay. That is allowed. He is not just a fan of Archmere. He is one of their assistant coaches, so he's got him ready for this one, and that's why the "we" established for Bill Harmon for good reason. Coach, you've been preparing him for this basketball classic.
Well, I wish we had a little bit more time. As you already mentioned, we were down at Indian River last night having played, so we didn't have a lot of opportunity to really do our normal work through for this. But the St. Elizabeth team is really challenging. It'll be a great night for Archmere to kind of figure out what we've got to do.
And already a timeout taken by Archmere. Nick Santa wants to talk to his group. An early timeout, 6:25 left to go in the first quarter. Just getting started. It does allow us an opportunity to reestablish how to donate, because that's what this night and these 2 days are all about. The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. You can go to unlockthelight.com. Now, an interesting spelling for Locke. It's UNLOCKE. That's on purpose. That's Sean's last name. That's how we remember Sean and Unlock the Light. So throw an E in there if you're heading online. Unlockthelight.com/donate. Of course, GiveButter.com/SL24 Classic 7, or you can scan that QR code on your screen. It all goes to helping those facing adversity and depression and suicidal thoughts. We'll talk more about how they have established that throughout the broadcast and what they were doing in the community, but over $2.2 million raised over 6 and now into the 7th season of this event. It's just fantastic. They're making a difference in people's lives in the community.
Absolutely, Scott, and it's absolutely amazing, and I'm so honored and privileged to be a part of this wonderful classic each year and to play the small role I play on the board. It warms my heart, and I'm so glad to be able to give back in just a small ways. But going back to the timeout, Scott, what I think happened there was Archmere got a good bucket off of the out of bounds, and then they allowed Holden to score a layup uncontested. And I think Coach Santa wanted to settle his guys down and just let them know that that's unacceptable off of an out of bounds score.
Now a turnover for Archmere. Nick Santa, his second season at Archmere, a 1998 graduate of Archmere, a Hall of Famer at the school he's now the coach with, and he's had a fantastic coaching career prior to coming to Archmere as well. What a pass inside, dropped off to Noah Blessington, a big fella inside, the 11th grader, averaging about 7 points per game, got that one through.
Well, Noah's done a really good job for Coach Santa. He's improved dramatically this year. He's been forced to play inside. He's more of a perimeter player, but because of the lack of size of Archmere, he's been forced to guard a big man almost every time. He's done a really good job.
What a wraparound pass. Deshaun Holden, just a 9th grader, cannot finish there. Another good pass, but it could not be controlled by Riley Schultz as Archmere was pushing the break there for St. Elizabeth. A young squad with Deshaun Holden in there. Kyan Alexander, only a 10th grader as well. But St. Elizabeth's playing down today in terms of their roster, and their star player, Kenneth Hunter, who averages 16 points per game, is out today with the flu. That is a big hit for the Vikings, who come into this one 11-2 under head coach Mike Castee. So they're going to have to play without their leading man as a missed 3 for Deshaun Holden. Also, Robert Price, who's usually a starter, he's out as well. The flu is going around. He averages about 5 points, 5 rebounds per contest. So big missing pieces for the Vikings tonight.
Guys, there's been a lot of sickness around in all the high schools this season, so I'm not the least bit surprised. Very unfortunate, obviously, for St. Elizabeth. Hunter is a terrific player, and I think is their most valuable player. They're young, but they're actually not as young as they look. Both Holden and Alexander played a lot of minutes last year for Coach Cassidy, who does a terrific job with his squad.
Holden played as an 8th grader last season, something you could do at St. Elizabeth. And now playing as a 9th grader. Good steal there. Archmere almost got it back with some pressure from Charlie Malloy, one of the captains. Coach Santa calling Charlie a great leader out there for this Archmere team, and you can see his defensive pressure there.
Well, he certainly is. He's the best individual defender. He usually draws the toughest assignment. He also is a 3-sport athlete, soccer, basketball, and baseball, and a really fine performer in all 3, as are almost all the starters for Archmere, multiple sport athletes.
This team is 9-2 on the season. Coach Santa telling us about his team. All of these guys are multiple sport stars, and he said that basketball, he doesn't think it's the #1 sport for any of them, so that's pretty darn good to have a secondary sport and be 9-2 to start the year.
Well, Orsini's the quarterback for John Belaise. Ryan Hagenberg, one of the excellent runners and safeties, but I'll tell you where Hagenberg really earns his keep is in the return game. He is as good as anybody in Delaware high school football.
Hagenberg, 437 yards receiving, 3 touchdowns this season, rushed for 3 more. Great football program at Archmere, and a great drive taken to the cup. Steven Nixon gets through. He averages 13 points per game, and he gets through there.
Nixon's a terrific player. He is their best defender. He's play Orsini throughout this game. He's already doing a really good job on John, but he is a very capable driver of the ball, but also their second best long-range shooter.
Inside, a great pass. The assist working well for Archmere as Riley Schultz gets in and gets 2.
Scott and Coach, I love the selflessness of both of these teams. They share the ball in an amazing way, and it's an open shot for both teams.
Here's Orsini firing away from three, and he connects. Johnny Orsini averaging 18 points per game, his 19th make from distance on the year.
Johnny has the rare capability of not only being a great long-range shooter, but a driver. And when he drives, he's a driver not only to score, but also to distribute. He's got some really clever passing angles.
Steal there, Hagenberg ahead of the pack. It's Orsini. Orsini scoops one up and in. Archmere in transition, and a timeout taken by Mike Cassidy as Archmere goes up 11-7. The Hawks running the floor well.
They're playing their game. They're being selflessness. They're getting the turnovers. They're getting tips on the ball, and they're pushing. One of the players is going to break, and there's, as you see, he gets a steal, and one is already breaking, and he scores.
One of the keys, guys, to this game, in my opinion, since I scouted St. Elizabeth a number of times, is the tempo of play. If this game gets played in the 50s, big favor is St. Elizabeth. So control of the tempo's got to be important, and our defense, when I say ours, the Archmere defense, has really got to be tough. We've got to have tight rotations. And this St. Elizabeth's team, even without Hunter, is an excellent offensive rebounding team. And we've got to block out and be super physical, as you and I, when we call Delaware games, know how important that is, especially when you're not the taller team.
How about the energy that Archmere is coming out with? They played last night all the way down south against Indian River. They're playing back-to-back games. If Joel Embiid or Zion Williamson was on Archmere, they would be sitting out this game. And it's not even an evening game, a 4:30 tip. The turnaround to be able to come out with that energy, a great job by Coach Santa to get his team prepared and ready for this competition. Not an easy task. This is game number 8 in the last 15 days for the Hawks.
It's an incredible feat. I'm not sure I could do that in my old state, but
guys, these are 14, 18-year-olds. Come on now. These guys are in good shape. They play with a passion. I'd like to tell you that Coach Santa keeps them in great shape, and he does. So I think you're being a little too nice. But it has been a very difficult schedule. And then next week it's another 3 games in 6 days, and going to be very difficult because the schedule only is going to get tougher from here on out with St. Elizabeth and going forward.
Archmere will play 7 games in 15 days over a course of the calendar in February. This is their 8th game in 15 days as we close out January. And so, Bill, I don't know. I know you're an assistant coach for Archmere. I hope you're not in charge of that calendar for Archmere.
I was not the scheduler. And I will tell you that Nick Santa is also the assistant athletic director. So if there's any complaints, we can register to him.
I know there were some makeup dates probably in there, as there were only 2 games in December because of snow. A long 3, beautiful stroke from Caden Harris makes his 10th triple of the year as St. Elizabeth gets back within 2. It is interesting watching these games here at the beautiful Chase Fieldhouse for the SL24 Basketball Classic, where these high school players set up, because there are 2 3-point lines, one for the G League and one for the high school level. It is interesting seeing some of these high school players. They will set up further back than they typically do because they're used to lining up at the 3-point arc.
Well, you're absolutely right, and that was one of the things I told the team. We weren't looking ahead, but one of the last things I said in the scouting report for Indian River is when you get down to the Chase Fieldhouse, you've got to be really smart about where you get to be on the court because of the different lines and the spacing of the court as well. A much longer court. That's why we don't really want to play a fast-paced game.
And I don't know, Barnett. It sounds like they were looking ahead.
I think they were. I think they were.
They won last night, though, did Archmere against Indian River. Again, 9-2. Archmere 11-2, St. Elizabeth, and a 3-ball corner pocket connected by Noah Blessington, who now has 7 points. He averages 7 per game, and a 3 back-to-back. You could hear the swish on the net as Deshaun Holden answers with a triple of his own.
Now, one thing that's going to be interesting, both of these teams don't seem to go to their bench much, and as St. Elizabeth starts to put the pressure, I wonder how that they're going to be able to keep up this pace, especially with 2 players out with the flu.
No look inside in a wrestling match between Ryan Hagenberg. He left his helmet at home on
You're
that
never
play.
going to outfight Ryan Hagenberg. He's as tough as anybody on the court, so that was a pretty good battle underneath.
Well, Billy had 4 sacks on the season playing defense, and give him another one there to start this one in the first quarter of a very competitive basketball game. 11.1 seconds left in quarter number 1 as Archmere leads by 2, and St. E's can take the last shot to try to tie or take a lead into quarter number 2. 6 seconds for Holden. Three is up and off the mark. 1 second from beyond half court on the way. No good. What a start to the SL24 Basketball Classic. It's the 7th annual. We'll go to timeout. While we do, you go to givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. Make your donation, and we'll come back with second quarter action in just a moment.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is presented by BTL Foundation, CBM Insurance, Delaware Heating and Air, DSM Commercial, and HFM Advisors.
And welcome back into the Chase Fieldhouse for the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. What a great first quarter of basketball. Archmere leads 16-14. I'm Scott Klatskin alongside SL24 board member and former assistant coach at St. Mark's, where Sean Locke played his high school basketball. And now we are honored to be joined by the executive director of SL24, Zach Ryan. Zach, thank you so much for being here. What a night we're getting started with.
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, just the basketball, the mental health message, you know, the volunteers, you know, it's a Herculean undertaking, but it's all worth it when you're supporting all these kids.
It is an amazing night. I'm so honored to be a part of it. And night one just getting started. 3 games today, 6 games tomorrow. It's all for a great cause, and that cause is the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. Starting things off, which is most important as we watch this game, and we have fantastic basketball in front of us, a close basketball game to start the second quarter off. We have to remember, we're watching the game, but we want to donate. We want to help the cause. How can one donate to the great cause that we're all here for?
Yeah, so if you want to support our mission to educate, assist, and support youth on their mental health journey, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to text Classic 7 to 53555 or go to unlockthelight.com. And I really want to direct people to that website because it's so important. All of that information, all of those programs, our educational programs, Youth Mental Health Summit, our support, it's all explained there. And it's also a great resource if somebody needs help.
And there is a QR code on the screen. If you want to lift your camera up and get there, it'll link. We've said over the last couple of seasons, you know, you're watching now. It's rainy out. Maybe you wanted to stay home tonight and watch it. And if you're hearing us right now, you are watching the basketball game. If you were to come out at ticket price to the event, you know, $15, $10, around there, think of it that way. If you're watching right now, if you could donate $15, $10, every little bit helps.
Yeah, definitely. And nothing we do at Sean's house, Sean's room, SL24, costs anybody a cent. And it's because of the generosity of the people at this event and throughout the year that have known that struggle themselves, or they've seen it with somebody they know and care about, and they want to give.
And we talked about how to donate. Go into a little bit more detail of how these donations help SL24 and the young people struggling with mental health, because you mentioned it a little bit, but so many have gotten help. Over 33,000 visitors have come through the door of Sean's house since it opened in late 2020. And that's when not many people were going through any doors because of COVID. So to open in that time and to still have 33,000 people visit, 138 active crisis served when people were having suicidal thoughts and been prevented because of Sean's house. Tell us a little bit more about the cause.
So when you break that mission down into those three pieces, education. So we have our Youth Mental Health Summit. Chris, Kat, Ange, and myself and our peer leads go to schools, businesses, churches, wherever we can to talk about mental health. So we're doing those educational pieces and that Youth Mental Health Summit. Our support. We have to train our Peer 24 support program because they are 24/7, 365 at Sean's house when somebody comes in. And as you mentioned, they've helped, it's actually 140 people who are going through an active suicidal crisis, and another young person talked to them. And then finally, we assist through our mental health scholarship. So once our peer support training, they know that they've reached like a critical incident and somebody needs ongoing support from a professional, we will pay for that. We will get them the help they need from a licensed clinician and make sure that that goes on in perpetuity till they're in a better place.
And it's amazing work that is being done, all in honor and memory of Sean Locke. As it started off with the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation, expanded into Sean's house, and now the Peer 24 program, Sean's room at St. Mark's High School and Salesianum, and the warehouse in Wilmington and at St. George's High School.
Yeah, stay tuned. St. George's,
the work that you are doing is so fantastic, and it's helping so many people. If you are in a tough place, if you have depression, or if you're battling with some suicidal thoughts, SL24 Foundation is here, and you're not alone. I think that it is so important to understand that 33,000 people have come through the doors of SL. That's such a large number to help the community, and what it means is there is no stigma anymore, and SL24 is helping to fight that stigma.
And one of the ways we fight it is with our Gather and Grow dinners. So, part of those visitor numbers are people that we invite in, and we talk about, okay, locks and lights. What's locking you up this week? Who's been a light for you this week? And it really starts that conversation about resources. It starts that conversation where people realize they're not alone. And then I think the thing I want to add is you're also not a burden. So many people don't get the help they need, and they don't seek out that help because they're worried about burdening a parent or guardian. They're worried about burdening a friend that they think is stressed themselves. So we want to change that narrative.
Well, and thank you so much. Talking with Zach Ryan here as we, luckily and thankfully, I guess, to St. Elizabeth and Archmere, they've slowed down the scoring as we've had our conversation. So we haven't missed much in terms of the scoring column after a higher scoring first quarter of action. We appreciate your time so much, the executive director of SL24. Before we let you go, let's talk a little bit from a personal standpoint. What does this event and this cause mean to you?
So I was an educator for 14 years. I've worked in administration at Salesianum School, and so I managed student sections. So when we were here in this building, I had a very different role for my first time. I'm making sure that they stay in the stands, they're doing the right things, but then also they carry that message on back in the school hallways. And so I saw that. And then when we had students that were struggling, and Chris came in to speak to our students, it was a game changer. And so it's an honor for me to be here in this capacity, because that message benefited so many people that I really cared about in that brotherhood.
Well, we thank you so much for joining and being a part of the cause and spreading the message as well. A slam dunk from Stephen Nixon will take this game into a timeout. We'll stay right here, but Zach, I appreciate it, and then we'll have you back on tomorrow as well, right?
Yes, definitely.
Right,
thank you.
Fantastic. 6 more games tomorrow. We're just getting started tonight. A big thanks to Zach Ryan, the executive director of SL24. And as we get back into talking a bit about this basketball game, it was Archmere who led after one, 16-14. Bill, it's been all St. Elizabeth so far in quarter number 2.
St. Elizabeth's turned up the pressure, and unfortunately Archmere has not been able to respond. Just too many turnovers, careless ones, also some legitimate pressure by St. Elizabeth. They're forcing Archmere to start their offense out much too far, and that's really shortened up the ability for Archmere to get to the basket. What they've got to do is slow down. They've got to run some set plays here. Coach Santa's already used 3 timeouts to try to contain this, and he's probably going to have to use them all here if they continue this run.
How about Steve Nixon and Deshaun Holden really stepping up in Kenneth Hunter's absence? They've been playing well.
Game of numbers. You got to play through the center of the court. So Archmere has to have someone in the center and stop going to the trap zones, because that's where you can get into trouble.
We welcome Barnett Harris back into the broadcast. Barnett, you played with Sean a lot, and he was such a spark to sort of the locker room and the big smile. He won Best Smile in high school, rightfully so. He was always smiling. He was always a great teammate, a great person. What are some of the memories on the basketball court? And we'll get into you guys hanging out off the court as well, but I'm sure there's some great on-court memories as well you have with Sean.
Absolutely. On the court, it had to be his confidence. I mean, no matter the injuries or how many misses, that man, you couldn't tell him a shot he didn't think was going in or a shot he didn't see that he liked. And it rubbed off on everyone. It made me confident. I know you both probably saw me take some shots. You probably think I wish I would have taken. Blame Sean Locke. I was overly confident hanging out with such a great teammate and friend like him. It just builds you up. He would never tear anyone down, never said a negative word in his life. Just build you up, and it rubbed off on everyone, and it made that, especially that 2013-2014 team, it made us so special because we were so tight-knit and close.
Went on to win the CAA championship and played in the NCAA tournament. I love sharing these Sean Locke stories. That's why we're here, as his legacy will never be forgotten and continues because of the SL24 Classic basketball games. You talk about confidence. I know Bill has a story, and I won't tell it. I'll lead you into it because you know the details better than I, of course, but there was a summer league game where you needed one, and an 8th grader walked onto the court.
We were at Wilmington Friends School in a hot July Sunday evening, and a lot of our players were coming back from the beach and were a little late. We only had 4 players. We didn't want to take anybody from another team because we wanted to play the game, and there was Sean and his father, Chris, there sitting, and we had heard he was going to be coming to St. Mark's, so we said, hey, would you like to play? And he said, sure. Well, let me tell you something. He showed me so much that evening. First time down the court, he got a wide open 3 and took it. I'm not going to tell you if it went in or not, but the point was that he was fearless, and we just loved his toughness. He was such a great teammate. We all know the story. He had gotten injured in his senior year, tore his ACL, but battled back. And I'll tell you what, this young man was such a great performer. He had one of the best looking strokes I've ever seen. We did not have to coach him up on it. We certainly didn't have to tell him to shoot either, guys, but he had it in the slot. He had a high release. He had beautiful rotation. And when he was healthy, there weren't many shooters in the state better than Sean Locke.
Well, we talk about that confidence. We talk about that ability on the court. This guy has it all. Well, what you don't know is that he was battling. He was battling depression, and so you never know what anyone else is going through. And I think that's the message. That's why we love to celebrate all these stories of Sean and how he was the homecoming king, how he did have Best Smile, how he was a great shooter on the basketball court. But you just never know what someone else is going through. And there wasn't a place like Sean's house for him to go to let a peer know that he's having some suicidal thoughts, that he is battling depression. And no one would have known that Sean was battling, and people like Sean are battling in the darkness. And that's where Unlock the Light comes from. It is a time when people are battling those thoughts, to have a place to go to talk with a peer support specialist, to talk with someone in a safe, welcome, and supported environment. And that's why this event that honors Sean is so important to help the cause. And you can help the cause, of course, by going to unlockthelight.com/donate. But I love this event because of all the good that it does. But, man, it feels good to sit and share stories of Sean, who we all love.
Absolutely. It's just great fun. And I remember so vividly when you and I were calling the Delaware games, before every game, home or away, Sean would always be one of the last guys to come back and give us a fist on the way in and on the way out. He just was such a great teammate. As you've mentioned, Barnett, so were you. And we had a lot of fun talking about you over the years as well. But Sean just put it out there. And I just love the fact that in his senior year, he got himself a full scholarship and he was a captain. I mean, that to me tells you everything you need to know about Sean Locke.
A captain and a true leader. And I don't know if you guys know this, but that is what Sean dapping you guys up before the game is what inspired me to. Ours was pregame, but to come have a conversation with you two. And you hear so much about you two. And I got to see you all so often that I decided, instead of just a simple dap, let me go spark up a conversation.
Well, now I wish he didn't come dap us up. If I knew that was the inspiration of you coming to bother us every game, now I wish
we
Sean
thought you actually liked us.
I wish Sean wasn't so friendly. It would have saved me 15 minutes of prep every game.
But I'll tell you what,
no, I'm kidding.
Scott, remember our trip up to Hofstra with Barnett?
That's right.
Barnett was unfortunately forced to stay behind. We were able to give Barnett a ride up to the game, and that's really where we got a chance to get to know you when you were, I believe, a sophomore at that point.
Absolutely.
And all I remember is I said, this is a really neat young man. You were so sharp, and we had some great conversations. And it was just an absolute pleasure, not only to get to know you in that way, but then to get to be able to call your games out on the court, because I don't think anybody outside of Sean played any harder than you.
Thank you.
We have some great memories we're all sharing. And this will be a wonderful memory for these teams playing in this event. This is a big-time event. 7th year, it is established.
Isn't that amazing,
You want to be
Scott?
playing here.
It seems like it just started to me. 7 years. When I read that, I kind of thought, oh boy, I'm really getting old fast. I had lost calculation on that.
And what a close contest we've got to start us off. They added the 4:30 game. These two teams are ready to be here. This was previously just St. Mark's night, if you will, on a Friday, as there's a collision on the court. They added this basketball game, and we are very thankful they did, because a tight contest against two-loss teams, it doesn't get much better to start things off on a Friday night.
Well, Archmere's been fortunate. They brought their pressure back a little bit. They went into a zone, extended to try to change things up a little bit because of their shortness of their bench. Archmere's got to be able to kind of hang in here and try not to give up a score here before the end of the half.
Under a minute.
St. Elizabeth's probably going to hold for the last shot here.
No shot clock in high school basketball, so 40 seconds left, no problem if you want to just tuck it.
If I'm St. E's, I'm going to my best player and my best play. If I'm Archmere, I'm throwing a surprise trap, a surprise switch up, force them to get ahead of themselves.
An open look from Alexander, front rim, no, a rebound by St. E's, it's up, and a foul after the miss by Steve Nixon, who Coach Mike Cassidy calls the glue guy, the team leader. You're looking at him, number 4.
Well, there's no doubt that he is. He is a really good three-point shooter, but what he's terrific at is driving the ball off of a shot fake. He's an excellent defender, usually draws the best offensive player on the other team. He started out guarding Orsini in this game.
16 seconds for Holden, the freshman. 10 seconds as they go to the wing. Missed opportunity for a steal. It goes inside. Perhaps a foul. No whistle. Bucket good by Caden Harris. And a block shot will give St. Elizabeth a 2-point advantage as both teams head into the locker room. What a start to this one in the SL24 Basketball Classic.
Well, a really competitive start. Archmere was able to control the tempo a little bit there. They overcame the great pressure that St. Elizabeth's added, and then, of course, not having Hunter and Price really restricts a little bit of St. Elizabeth. So give St. Elizabeth an awful lot of credit for playing so well, missing 2 good players.
We'll take it to the half. You're watching the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic, game 1 of 9 over a 2-day span, and we're at the break here in Wilmington.
Thank you for adding the light. Once again, our halftime score, St. Elizabeth.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
to rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
We've all met people who are outstanding individuals, people that just vibrate with goodness. And they walk into a room and you feel better just because they're there. And yet even those incredible people have days when they're not shining, when life isn't vibrating, when they're hurting. We're all hurt by life. We're all broken in ways. And the reality is that there are times when we feel pain in such a way. In this culture, we're not encouraged to then reach out and ask somebody for help. We're afraid of that word, that phrase, mental illness, because it has such a stigma attached to it. There are times when each of us needs to know, I need help. I need to ask someone to talk to me, to let me talk to them, to be heard. One of the great beauties of this place, this Sean's house, is the fact that anybody can come and knock on the door and they'll be welcomed by someone who is so present, so attentive to that individual, that person. They're so with them that they feel accepted. They feel, I'm being heard, and maybe I'm being cared for in a way that there is hope, that there is light that will continue to shine in my life.
In many ways, Sean's Room is about creating a space in which students are able to discover both community, but also that safety of knowing I'm not okay, I'm not who I believe I'm supposed to be, and seek that healing, that strength, that compassion in and through others to get where they believe God's calling them to be.
I would really say it's about the brotherhood here. We have a sense of belonging here. I just find Sean's Room to really be homey for me.
I've seen a lot of guys come in here during their study halls as another space outside of library to go. It's a little more casual and less study heavy, but something that I've noticed is guys who kind of just come in here and they're here and these little activities that we have, they're slowly starting to open up and almost realize in their own way without too much pressure kind of what's going on in their own lives, and they start to ask themselves their own questions.
We can't address the whole person if we don't have spaces dedicated to the pieces of ourselves that don't feel like they're working the way we want them to. And I think that's why Sean's Room, but really any dedicated space for mental health is so important in schools today.
Very frequently I will see people come in here kind of very obviously stressed about a class or coursework, and they'll come in here expecting to be doing it the entire time. And of course they can do their work if they want to, but they'll often get sucked into a puzzle we're doing, or just one of the games that the guys will have out and playing. They like to play Catan a lot.
It's really just a mental health safe haven is the best way to describe it. It's a hangout spot where teens can be themselves and have open conversations about their mental health and what they're going through. But it also is a place where you can hang out, you can be around other people.
People can come in for different reasons. They want to grab a snack, they want to take a break, they want to talk to a friend, they want to study down here because their friends are goofing off in the library. It allows people to come together, and then that's when the conversations start to happen. Eventually, over time, the relationships that are formed here and the time spent gets to the deeper conversations that I think this room is important for.
Like, everybody wants to not be full of stress. And to come down here, it's definitely great. And I know that my Sally's guys definitely love being in here.
Creating a room like this goes like, we see it and we want to be part of the solution, not kind of simply wring our hands and be like, what's going on? We want to be part of a solution. We've managed to create a space that is pushing back on a societal framework that keeps guys pretty boxed in. And I think we've broken a lot of those boxes open.
I think the students being the peer support is a really special but unique model that really works here for a specific reason. I think we came in here and we just gave a space for what was already here, and that's the brotherhood that they have.
Sean's room is the greatest addition here in a while. Like, I don't think I can name a better room because of the fact that you can just come in any time and unwind and relax.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So, he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
Teachers ignite my curiosity.
I chose St. Mark's
because I get to dive into the newest tech that will help me rock the jobs of tomorrow. Because we have over 100 state championships, and this team is working on the next one.
I chose St. Mark's because of the teamwork.
Because here, I'm inspired to lead.
Someone who's been a light for me is my mom, because she was able to shine a light on me in a dark time and is able to separate my basketball life from my at-home life because she's my coach at school.
My mom has been a light in my life because she sacrificed a lot for me when I was younger, just chasing my dreams to play basketball. That's all she did, and she do everything for me. She's like my best friend. I could talk to her about anything.
Probably my parents. They always tell me the truth. It's not always what I want to hear, but it's always looking out for my best interest and looking out for what is best for me and my teammates.
It's probably my friends. I know they're always there so that I can talk to them and they listen to what I have to say. And they're always reminding me whatever happens, it's not that big of a deal and that I'm strong enough to face it.
Me and my friends have been with each other through highs and lows. I can't count the many times that I've cried on their shoulder, they've cried on my shoulder.
Someone has been a light for me is my little brother. Whenever I look at him, I just get a motivation to go harder every time. So a lot of the stuff I do is for him.
Someone that was a light to me is my pop. He my motivation, and he helped me get through everything I do as a black young man.
Someone that's been a light for me has been my therapist. Just throughout my life, she gave me coping skills for whenever I'm feeling anxious or depressed.
Someone who's been a light in my life has been my sister. She's a couple years older than me, and she's just always been there to brighten my day or make me feel better about if I had a bad day or a mistake, and she's just been a light to me.
I say my sister, my little sister, because
Just knowing I have somebody younger that looks up to me, and when my parents and them get older, I'm gonna have to be that person to step up and provide. And knowing that I can't make a lot of mistakes in her face because she's gonna be following my footsteps.
Light for me in my life is definitely my sister Maggie. You know, I'm always due for a call for her when I need something or when she needs something. So our relationship has been so impactful for me. And when I struggle, I know I can always call her or shoot her a quick text, and I know she'll respond.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
We've all met people who are outstanding individuals, people that just vibrate with goodness. And they walk into a room and you feel better just because they're there. And yet even those incredible people have days when they're not shining, when life isn't vibrating, when they're hurting. We're all hurt by life. We're all broken in ways. And the reality is that there are times when we feel pain in such a way. In this culture, we're not encouraged to then reach out and ask somebody for help. We're afraid of that word, that phrase, mental illness, because it has such a stigma attached to it. There are times when each of us needs to know, I need help. I need to ask someone to talk to me, to let me talk to them, to be heard. One of the great beauties of this place, this Sean's house, is the fact that anybody can come and knock on the door and they'll be welcomed by someone who is so present, so attentive to that individual, that person. They're so with them that they feel accepted. They feel, I'm being heard, and maybe I'm being cared for in a way that there is hope, that there is light that will continue to shine in my life.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is brought to you by Marticelli Restaurant Group, Matt Haley Trust, Nemours, TKO Hospitality, and by Warren & Taylor.
We're at halftime of game number 1 of the SL24 Basketball Classic, the 7th annual event here at the Chase Field House. And what a first half it was. 24-22, St. E's on top, but only by a bucket.
Transition offense for St. Elizabeth was one of their keys to the first half. This is a team of runs, so Archimere's got to do a really good job of getting back on defense, confronting them with 4 or 5 players, not allowing them any easy baskets. They've actually struggled a little bit in their half court, but what they want to do is they're going to try to apply a lot of pressure here in the second half to turn Archimere over.
First touch of the second half went to the court of Noah Blessington. He was the leading scorer for Archimere in the first 16 minutes. He and Johnny Orsini both with 9 points, and Charlie Malloy starts it off with a bucket along the baseline. Charlie had a big game last night against Indian River. 4 3-pointers were made by the captain last evening, and there he is on the defensive end, turning up a notch as well.
Well, Charlie, as I mentioned in the first half, is the best individual defender. He's really good at getting position. He understands the scouting report, and he'll always draw the tough assignment. He's also a tough player. He'll be first to the floor. He loves to draw charges as well, something Coach Santa really coaches up extremely well.
And Coach Santa saying and singing Charlie Malloy's praises, saying he's an all-around amazing kid. He did say he didn't have enough adjectives to describe just how impactful Charlie has been on campus as a student, leader, and athlete. That's what you love to hear about a kid for Archmere.
And as I mentioned, a three-sport athlete, soccer and baseball, the shortstop, a key member of a really good Archmere baseball team.
Hey, Coach, I want to tell you, I'm really impressed as Malloy scores again for Archmere with Archmere's patience. They don't seem to be sped up in the half court. They run their shit.
You missed a couple plays in the first half when you were talking to Scott. But, yeah, for Archmere to have a chance in this game, they've got to keep this game down. It's got to be a lower-scoring game. We've got to run a lot of clock at different times and make it really difficult for St. Elizabeth to get into rhythm because this is a team of runs.
And we're talking about Archmere coming out as they scored first. A great take that time, scoring by Deshaun Holden, who had 7 in the first half. But how about St. Elizabeth tonight, playing without who Mike Cassidy called the team's best rebounder in Robert Price, who's out with the flu, and then the team's best player, Kenneth Hunter, who's averaging 16 points per game. He had 27 versus Conrad School back on January 9th. For them to be out 2 starters and still have a halftime lead and a tie score right now, very impressive stuff for this group to have players step up.
Well, they've got a lot of other good players on the court, but Hunter does it all for them. He's an excellent defender. He's their best rebounder. He leads them in assists. He's a good three-point shooter, but what he's really good at is driving the ball and being a terrific offensive rebounder on his own misses.
And if I'm Coach Cassidy at halftime, here's what I'm telling St. Eve. I'm telling them, guys, I'm going to use all my timeouts this half, but we're going to push the pace as Holden gets it through. We're going to push the pace, and we're going to play our tempo because we got to speed this game up because that's what works in their favor. And if you need a timeout, I'll call them. We won't take any to the bank.
Good strategy if that was indeed the case for Mike Cassidy, who's a 2005 graduate of St. Elizabeth. 2 coaches tonight coaching at their alma maters. Of course, Coach Cassidy led this team to a 21-2 record last season. They lost to Salesianum in the championship game, but they are back and ready to compete after losing their 2 leading scorers, Aiden Tobiasen and Julius Wright, from last year's roster.
And Tobiasen is playing a lot for a pretty good Temple team. He averages about 15 minutes a game, has been scoring for them. So obviously he was a terrific high school player and has done a great job in his true freshman year at Temple for Coach Fisher.
Came up really big in their upset win against Memphis a few weeks ago.
Temple, formerly coached by Sean Locke's head coach as an assistant. Monte Ross was there. He's now, of course, down at North Carolina A&T with another one of Sean's assistants, Coach Jeff Rafferty. And we mentioned Sean Locke throughout the broadcast, as this is all in memory of Sean, who lost his battle with depression when he was at the young age of 23 years old. As the ball goes inside, and Charlie Malloy now has 6 third-quarter points for Archmere. A dangerous pass, but it was connected, and the captain got 2 more through. Of course, we are raising money for the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation, which helps those in need and helps services like Sean's House, Pier 24, and Sean's Room at St. Mark's and Salesianum. Of course, the Warehouse coming as well to St. George. It's already established in Wilmington. And not only can you donate, but these auction items that we've got tonight are absolutely incredible, just about as incredible as that baseline jump shot going through for Archmere, even more so, some will say. An autographed Jalen Carter Eagles jersey a week before the Super Bowl. If you're able to grab that and walk into your Super Bowl party with a Jalen Carter autographed jersey, you will be the top fan for sure as the Eagles take on the Chiefs.
You better be a big man to put on a Jalen Carter. I thought you were going to say Jalen Hurts. That might be a little bit better for people, but Carter, you better be 6'5" and 335. I'll tell you what a season Carter's had. He is just so destructive in the middle.
Now, also up for grabs at the online auction. Of course, you can see the auction's items at Give Butter. That's butter, butter.com/SL24 Classic 7. You saw it on the screen moments ago. There's over 80 auction items up there to bid on. One of them is a Capers and Lemons gift basket, and I know there's a gentleman to my right that you're going to have to be bidding against, because Bill is, you're probably going to be up for that one as well. That's a great establishment that you like to frequent.
Well, it is a terrific restaurant, and that Platinum Group does such a great job. Carl Georgie, one of the, actually the owner of it, the founder of it, they run a great organization at all their restaurants. But Capers and Lemons, Scott, really special. We'll have to get there once the basketball season's over.
That's right. As long as you're buying, I am there, Coach Harmon. That is.
I'm treating you both. I'm a
Scotty,
professional now.
Anytime I can get you away from that wonderful family of yours and get out with your lovely wife, Laura, I'll be very happy to buy. I don't care where we are.
As we continue action, ball out of bounds. You can see last touch by St. Elizabeth. A close basketball game, what you would expect between two teams that have combined for 4 losses. Archmere 9-2, St. Elizabeth 11-2. Mike Cassidy doing a great job with the Vikings. Nick Santa in his second season at Archmere doing a fine job with the Auks. They enter it in. A fadeaway jump shot is smooth from Ryan Hagenberg. His first bucket of the night.
Ryan Hagenberg, as we mentioned earlier, a terrific three-sport athlete, has really improved his game. He doesn't have a chance to work on his skills a lot, but he is a tough defender. He's first to the floor, he's gritty, and he's really worked on his ability to finish around the basket.
At a season-high 10 points versus First State Military Academy on January 18th. Corner 3, an open look, misfire, but a great job on the glass by Connor Hall. It leads, though, to an Archmere run-out, and a foul is going to go against St. E's, and that will put Noah Blessington at the strike with a chance to get into double figures.
Two things I've seen in this third quarter. If I'm Archmere, I have to do a better job of boxing out and limiting St. E's to a first shot. And on the flip side, if I'm St. E's, we have to come together as a team and tell someone, get back. You can't have all 5 crash in the glass. Because then Archmere's team is selfless. They're going to look up and see if someone's open, and they're going to throw the ball down there. And St. E's can't keep getting caught up having a man trailing and getting these breakaway layups.
Second free throw good for Noah Blessington, who's in double figures. Archmere in a back-and-forth game with a 33-31 advantage. Number 2, St. Elizabeth playing without their top scorer, Kenneth Hunter, out with the flu. Top rebounder, Robert Price, the same. And now they trail by a bucket. What a move, but could not finish from Steve Nixon. And another rebound for Archmere. They are playing tough on the interior.
Barnett, you made a great point about the blocking out. That's something we emphasize in every practice. Coach Santa does a really good job of coaching that up. Our players, we're not the biggest team, but we try to get in there and get our bodies on people and be as competitive as we can.
At the three-point line, a miss, holding a rebound. A lot of contact inside and a whistle. Sure, Nixon would have loved the call on the shot. I think they got on the rebounding attempt after the shot was missed. So is he shooting 2 shots? He is. So Nixon will go to the free throw line. Steve Nixon, Mike Cassidy, saying this is a guy that holds the team accountable. He is a leader out there on the floor as a 12th grader.
And I think it's taken too long in this third quarter for them to get him back in the game. I think they needed to run a play earlier. I know he had the last drive on the last play, but nearly 6 minutes into the quarter.
And he misses the front end, the first free throw. Nixon 6 points, including a big dunk on a run out in that first half of basketball. He had 24 against Conrad School. He had 20 points, 5 assists, 5 steals versus First State Military Academy back on January 2nd. And he goes 0 for on that trip when St. E's certainly could have used the 2 at the line.
If I'm Archmere here, I might run something from Malloy. Has 6 points this quarter, and that's a good drive. But if I'm Archmere, I might try to run something from Malloy. He has a hot hand in this quarter, and he's a selfless player. If he doesn't see something open, he's not going to force a shot. But try to see if you can get it to the hot hand.
Hagenberg said, with all due respect, Coach Harris, check out this spin move as he gets himself fouled on the dribble drive. Not a bad idea, though. Barnett, as we're under 2 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Game 1 of 9 over a 2-game span, 2-day span for the SL24 Basketball Classic. Donate at givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. You can text Classic 7 to 53555. We are all here to remember Sean Lauer, our dear friend. And Aaron Blessington to shoot for St. E's, a misfire. And now on the run out is Mayan Dale. Flips it to the corner, and stepping into a three-point shot was Connor Hall. He misfires. Another rebound for Archmere, and that's going to be a trip as Mayan Dale got that right leg out there, drawing the foul again. Was Archmere, it was Hagenberg.
I'm not sure I love that shot, Scott. He might be a shooter, and he might be very capable of that. But St. E's kind of had momentum and the numbers. Drive and attack, try to draw a foul, give another kick. It wasn't a bad shot, but I just don't know if I loved it right there when they could have had a better shot.
It comes from a guy coming off the bench, trying to get into rhythm of the game. Only 9 points on the season for Connor Hall, only 3 3-pointers made, and no one off the bench has scored in this one for St. Elizabeth as the free throw rattles out for Ryan Hagenberg, averaging just over 5 points per game on the year. A couple substitutions as Mark Mervine will come into the game for Archmere, and out for St. Elizabeth goes Connor Hall, who we were just talking about. Caden Harris back into the contest. Second free throw off the mark as well. So a couple misfires for both teams at the stripe. And now Holden will send it back to Alexander. He figures out which three-point line is his. Steps past the G League line into the high school mark. Misses. And an offensive rebound by St. Elizabeth. A scrum, and the ball is loose. Diving for it is Riley Schultz. And Archmere will control.
What I like there about Riley, because that's something that we actually work on, is this loose ball. He did not try to dribble it. He tried to secure it and did so. Possession a huge factor. Great play by Riley Schultz.
Spin, double clutching, but missing. Off the hand of Charlie Malloy, and now it's St. E going the other way. 39 seconds left in the third quarter. Exciting basketball game to start what is an exciting 2 days here at the Chase Fieldhouse. The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. And along the baseline, kick out, open look at a three for Nixon. Left it short, 22 seconds for Archmere to increase their lead, but the pocket picked. Mayan Dale with a steal down the other end. St. E's some contact, and a charge was called against St. Elizabeth. It was Ryan Hagenberg who stood strong.
And Coach, what I loved about that is Malloy was screaming to his teammate who was back, I got the guy behind you, step up and try and draw the charge, and he's flying down. His teammate steps up, draws the charge. That is such a fundamentally sound play, and it worked to perfection.
Good communication there is what you were talking about. What I loved was Hagenberg made a mistake, but then he made up for it with a really tough guy play to draw the charge.
At the horn, a long three was on the line, but too strong, and that'll bring us to the fourth. You don't want to miss the final 8 minutes of this one. Archmere up by 2 as we take a timeout. It's the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
It's brutal, so slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is presented by BTL Foundation, CBM Insurance, Delaware Heating and Air, DSM Commercial, and HFM Advisors.
A great game and even better cause. We are here for the Unlock the Light Foundation SL24's 7th annual basketball classic. So happy to be with you. Scott Klaskin, Barnett Harris, Bill Harmon on the call. A 2-point game heading into the fourth quarter. Game number 1 of 9 over a 2-day span here at the Chase Fieldhouse. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Absolutely, and I'm excited for this jam-packed fourth quarter that we can anticipate.
St. Elizabeth, number 2 ranked team in the state of Delaware, playing without 2 of their best players. No doubt their top player in Kenneth Hunter. Down by 2 with the basketball. Mike Cassidy's team will go to Steve Nixon as he attacks the rim, and that's a nice design out of a quarter break.
They do a little bit of ISO action out of a 2-1-2, and they'll post up Nixon in there. All you can do there is try to deny him the ball and then have somebody slide into the gap to help on that spin move. Nixon really tough when he has a straight line drive to the basket.
Blessington with 10 points. There's number 33. Malloy with the basketball now. They're trying to get to Orsini, their leading scorer on the season. He's been quiet for his standards, about 9 under his average so far, but still 7 minutes left. No shot clock in high school basketball, so Archmere can take their time as they are getting into their first set offensively with the score tied at 33 all. It's Ryan Hagenberg, great football player. Out of 2 sport stars here for this Archmere's team. One of them with the basketball. Orsini, the quarterback of the football team. He gets inside, he travels, no whistle, or did we get one? A little late on the call, but it's the right one as he took a hop step and a jump before that layup.
Absolutely, and what I did like about Archmere, they weren't sped up. They were going to run their set. He just got a little happy with his feet.
Sometimes the Euro is called, and sometimes it isn't.
Went through part of Asia, I think, on that dribble drive.
It may have been a Czechoslovakian move.
Another attack, though. Speaking of driving, that's obviously a point of emphasis that Mike Cassidy had with his team coming into the fourth. Let's attack this rim, and so far Nixon with 2 and Harris the same.
And Archmere's response has got to be, we got to get in the gaps and make sure that the driver sees a helper there, force him to kick it out, and then help him switch on the jump shooter.
Okay, that was big because that's Nixon's 3rd. If I'm Archmere, I'm thinking of maybe attacking Nixon or Dell because they're not deep in their bench, and they have 2 guys with 3 fouls. And they're going to continue to reach. They seem to be a reaching type of defensive team.
Well, they're trying to create a lot of offense out of their defense. They are very aggressive with their hands.
As they are there, poking the ball away, getting a steal on the run out. It's the freshman Holden into traffic and scoring. The smallest player on the floor amongst the trees gets the layup to drop.
Holden is really clever around the basket, has great body control, and has played a lot of basketball, so he knows how to finish around the basket with either hand.
He's got 14. Incredible that you can say factually that Deshaun Holden has played a lot of basketball. There's a lob that, unfortunately for Archmere, hits the rim. He's a 9th grader playing varsity and has played a lot of basketball because he played last year as an 8th grader, which is just goes to show how fantastic of a player he is, and a fantastic effort for Archmere that time. Took out a light. Bill's got it covered, reestablishing, and a diving play by Ryan Hagenberg.
That's my kind of player.
Not
First
a
to
lot
the
of guys
floor.
are going to be out-hustled for Archmere.
No doubt.
Coach
Ryan
Harmon must have
Hagenberg gives his body up for his team and his teammates.
Coach Harmon must show him old tapes of me.
That's right, Barnett. You know, you were diving on the floor. You would dive on the floor if the ball wasn't near you. The amount of floor burns you must have had. I would have hated to be Paul Lowry that 2014, 2015 campaign. I mean, you were all over the place. But I will say this, your energy always sparked the building and sparked one of the greatest comebacks in Delaware history versus Charleston.
You weren't even tired at the end of that game, Barnett. You had played so hard, though.
We love to see it. We love to see the effort. And now a foul as Caden Harris gets on the dribble drive. St. Elizabeth up by 4. Both teams have led multiple times in this game. It's gone back and forth, and now 5-11 to determine the winner. We talk about Barnett Harris and his playing career. Won a championship in the CAA, played in the NCAA tournament, was a teammate of Sean Locke. Love talking about Sean as we remember him and honor him every day at Sean's house and helping people with depression like him as he lost his battle with depression back in 2018. But Sean, in that NCAA tournament game, made a free throw against Michigan State. How many people can say they scored in the NCAA tournament? Sean was one of those people.
Well, that was a fantastic game. It was a lot of fun to call. I loved our trip out there, and that was one of those years that you just will never forget.
Archmere down, I believe, by their largest margin of this basketball game. 5-point lead for St. Elizabeth. With just under 5 to go, Blessington's played so well. He's got the basketball, and Nick Santa wants to call a timeout. He will. Bill, you're a part of these practices. You know the players at Archmere as an assistant coach with the program. What is Nick establishing right now as they huddle up?
Well, he's got a variety of really good set plays. I have a feeling he's going to run something here for Charlie Malloy to get him a post-up, something that Archmere has added recently into their portfolio of plays. Malloy to post up down low. We have a couple plays where we might get a high-low, or see if we can't get Orsini going to the basket. We've got to find ways to free him up, maybe some ball screens for Johnny, because he is so clever when he drives down the lane. He had the walk on him there, but if he can get in the lane and pull up, he's as good a mid-range shooter as there is in the state.
You saw a moment ago in that huddle for Archmere, Locke 24 on the back of all of the jerseys. That's why we are here. Sean was 3 weeks away from his 24th birthday, and he wore number 24 on the back of his jersey when he played. And now it's on the back of all the jerseys and warm-up shirts here at Sean Locke. We know that in order to fight darkness, you need a team of light and a team of family and friends and mental health specialists with a common goal to support those who are currently fighting their own darkness. That's where SL24 Unlock the Light comes in. That's where Sean's house comes in. And through your donations, they can continue to have those services free of charge for over 30,000 that have walked through the door and needed those services. Scan that QR code on your screen or go to givebutter.com/SL24Classic7 to donate.
That number, 33,000, that Zach Ryan said, is just an amazing number. And just a credit to Chris Locke and all these people to get himself a great cause and a great foundation in honor of his son, helping so many people out. There was the play you asked about, a little set play there out of the timeout. Did Charlie Malloy the ball down on the low block. Nice call by Nick Santa.
What a call by Coach Santa out of the set to get a bucket with Charlie Malloy, who now has 8 second-half points. He's in double figures after a slow start in the first half. It's a one-possession game. Sainey's going to run some time off the clock and get a good look. It's the freshman. Hold it. Getting to the free throw line. Into the corner. Alexander. Tray ball off the mark. Mistiming his jump was Harris. And on the run out, it's Orsini. He has a man fall down behind him and is able to lay it up and through. That's 4 in a row for Archmere after the timeout.
Orsini did a really good job there of locating the defender. He crossed over to get him on his back. Then the defender fell. That was a really smart play by John to know where the defense was and how he wanted to attack the basket on the run out.
If I'm St. E's, I'm running that high elbow isolation to Nixon that they ran the first play of this quarter. That seemed to work for them.
Or a tray ball from the wing left side to advance the lead back out to 4.
And when you're playing a shooter like Alexander, you've got to be a step closer to him. That's something we talked about with the kids. You just got to remember that. Don't be overdrawn with the help. And that time Alexander was able to knock down a big shot for them, and he's done that many times in his career.
Alexander's made 22 threes on the season coming into this one. He is the team's 3rd leading scorer. And right there, Orsini gets bumped and goes into the backcourt for a turnover as we saw St. E's get advantage of the basketball. Barnett, we're going to lose Bill in a minute here. It's crunch time, and he's the assistant coach.
You're not
going
to lose me. I'm just going to hold my tongue.
We love the passion, of course, of Bill Harmon, Mike Williams, Sean Ludlow, Joe McDonald, Eric Meinmere, all part of the staff at Archmere. And Kyan Alexander coming up big for St. Elizabeth down the stretch.
Well, he's a tough guy, and we knew he was their best three-point shooter. You've got to locate him and make sure you close him out and make him a dribbler.
It's his 3rd make from distance, and now a turnover. Here comes Nixon with authority to put St. Elizabeth up by their largest margin. And a timeout on the floor. Nick Santa will once again talk with his squad. He cannot be happy with the turnovers late in this ball game.
That's why he took the timeout. It's his last one. He's just going to try to get the team under control. Obviously, turnovers have hurt us. Archmere has got to be very proud about how they played their half-court defense. That was not the problem. It's the turnovers in transition that lead to easy baskets that are indefensible. The officiating is allowing a little bit of biting here in the end game, and that's played into St. Elizabeth's benefit.
As you look at the score, it is been a much closer ball game than it is right now, 46-37. This is the largest lead for St. Elizabeth in this contest. As we take a break, Nick Santa using his final timeout to talk to his Auks team that's 9-2, playing back-to-back. They played Indian River last night. This is their 8th game in the last 15 days, and they are playing a St. Elizabeth squad that is ranked number 2 in the state. It does give us a moment to once again remind our viewers that you can head to givebutter.com/SL24Classic7 to check out these online auction items. We're talking a road trip explorer basket with tickets to 6 different museums, 8 elite island vacation packages from around the Caribbean, prom packages and swag bags, and also we've got tickets to Villanova men's basketball and a Jalen Carter Eagles jersey autographed just in time for the Super Bowl. Make sure you head online to check out those 80 auction items, all going to benefit Unlock the Light. Out of the timeout, Archmere's been so good, running a set play called by Nick Santa. We'll see what they have here. They've got to score, and they've got to do so a little bit of a hurry. It'll start here if that falls. Does not. Good follow by Hagenberg. Fadeaway jump shot isn't there, and Harris secures the rebound for St. Elizabeth. Again, no shot clock in high school basketball, so time on their side.
Well, St. Elizabeth did a good job here in their end game. They made more plays than Archmere did. Their defense was really tough, and they were able to defend their defensive glass. Unfortunately, in that kind of situation, instead of settling for the mid-range, what you want to do is drive it, see if you can't get to the free throw line, stop the clock, get scores when obviously the clock is not running.
And he's close to backcourt. He's called for the turnover. Deshaun Holden just lost his bearings as he backpedaled near half court, and Archmere gets the ball back.
And this is a bigger court, too. He was playing with another 3 feet at least. But really good job by both teams kind of maintaining their conditioning. This is a difficult court to play on if you're not used to it. The additional lines, the length of the court. This is an NBA-sized court. So I think both teams have handled that really well. It's been a fun game to call here. Obviously, St. Elizabeth showing their class and their character late in the game. Those big shots by Alexander, backbreakers after some pretty good defense by Archmere, shutting down the drives, and credit St. Elizabeth for kicking the ball through to their best shooter, who was wide open on the weak side.
It's been an impressive showing for both teams, but for St. Elizabeth to have players step up in the absence of Kevin Hunter. You're missing 16 points per game. You're missing 10 rebounds per game with Hunter and Price both out with the flu. We hope they get well very soon. But to have Alexander step up, to have Holden run the charge without those guys, and Nixon, of course, the glue guy, as Coach Cassidy calls it, holding things together for St. Elizabeth. This has been an impressive performance. Still time for Archmere to come back in this one with 1:45 remaining in the contest. We're all here for Sean Locke and the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. Sean's House, a mental health safe haven for young adults age 14 to 24. It's created by the local nonprofit SL24 Unlock the Light. They promote their guests' mental wellness by providing access to trained peer support specialists and assistance connecting with the community mental health resources. It is a fantastic cause. It's a fantastic place. They've helped so many, and that's why we're here, the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. A lot of great basketball games going on as well. We're here to call those, and Orsini can get a little closer if that one can fall. It does not. Great effort on the glass by Riley Schultz, however, and there's no quit in Archmere, down by 7. Just under 90 seconds left.
A nice set play there by Coach Santa out of that timeout.
And now a turnover. Here comes Archmere. Malloy, couple ball fakes. He misses, but Orsini is there with the follow.
And they're putting a little bit of pressure to try to get another steal, or maybe to start thinking about fouling.
Now back
The
down.
problem is Archmere has a lot of fouls to give here, so if we're going to do it, they should do it immediately.
Alexander again, and Kyan Alexander, have yourself a 4th quarter of basketball.
Amazing shooter. We knew he was very good, and he's proven that here this afternoon and into the early evening.
His 3rd make from downtown in this quarter to give St. Elizabeth an 8-point advantage. That's his spot. He found his mark, high arcing tray ball And he has put the Vikings on his back down the stretch.
Well, he certainly has. He is a dynamic shooter. He's a good driver of the ball. He played very good defense here this evening as well. But I'll tell you what, for a sophomore to be that fearless in big moments, 3 threes here in the fourth quarter, pretty special.
And that's a great point you make, Bill. We talk about Holden being a 9th grader. How about Alexander only in his 10th grade year at St. Elizabeth? They've got a lot of veteran players in Kenneth Hunter, who's a 12th grader out today. Nixon's a 12th grader, so is Harris. But it's been the youngsters leading the charge down the stretch.
Well, as I mentioned, even though it looks young and a freshman and a sophomore, they played big minutes last year. Alexander started. Holden played an awful lot in his backup role. And they played in big games as well. And that's another thing people forget. If you're playing a weak schedule and you're playing, you don't necessarily get better. But they played in a lot of very competitive games. Obviously, got deep into the state tournament. So those guys not only were good players, but they were mature and experienced in big moments. Clearly, Alexander showing that off here this afternoon.
And the Vikings finally in the bonus as Archmere puts them at the stripe. It's Nixon. And Coach Cassie talked about his ball club, and I mentioned players stepping up for the Vikings. And he said they've got multiple leading scorers because they share the ball so well. So in a night when Hunter does not play, Holden stepping up. We talked to Alexander and, of course, Nixon at the free throw line. Although he struggled at the stripe, he does make the second after missing 3.
I do ultimately think that as good as Hunter is, Nixon really is their guy. When I've scouted them, I thought he's a guy you've got to stop because he'll make a lot of plays throughout the game that helps his team win, but doesn't always show up in the box score.
Washington got his team started with 9 points in the first half. He gets it to his teammate Orsini, adds to his total. But Archmere just running out of time. Some turnovers late, some miscues allowing the Vikings to get to the basket and then leaving Alexander open for several threes. Ultimately, Archmere led to Archmere's demise tonight.
Well, it was definitely the turnovers, but credit St. Elizabeth's pressure. They are really quick with their hands. They want to play an up and down game. I think Archmere did a really good job strategically keeping this. I thought the team that scored 45 or more would win this game. And that was unfortunately, from Archmere's standpoint, they just couldn't stop the three-point shooting. But you've got to give a lot of credit to St. Elizabeth's playing very hard without 2 of their really fine players. But finding a way to get a win here, this team is legit, and they will go deep into the state tournament.
Absolutely. And if they really want to take the next step, they're just going to have to continue to get better at making the free throws and preventing those turnovers that are within your control.
Orsini will make the final bucket of game number 1 as the second-ranked St. Elizabeth Vikings will improve to 12-2 on the season. Archmere playing the second game of a back-to-back will drop to 9-3 on the season. 52-45, the final in this one. It was a competitive basketball game. St. Elizabeth pulling ahead late in the fourth quarter of action. But what a start to the games here on a Friday night.
Absolutely. 2 really good teams that are going to continue to have success and a great jam-packed congratulations to St. E. Archmere get back to the drawing board and figure out how to just improve from this tough loss.
I'll second that, Barnett. They'll have a day off tomorrow, then back in practice. A really tough week for Archmere. 3 big games against excellent opponents. Archmere will have to really sharpen up the ball handling, taking care of it, but I thought they gave a great effort here this afternoon as well. Credit St. Elizabeth for being really tough-minded without a couple of their really good players.
Well, we got bonus basketball tonight at the SL24 Basketball Classic. As usually, it's only St. Mark's girls and boys that play on a Friday. What a treat to watch St. Elizabeth and Archmere compete, with St. Elizabeth getting a 52-45 victory in game number 1. Now, it's all Spartans the rest of the way. St. Mark's and Padua, they're out next. It's the girls' game on a Friday night as 2 basketball teams will get ready to compete that have played one another in this event in years past. It's all as we remember our dear friend Sean Locke and the good that Chris Locke and the Locke family are doing in the community with the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation and Sean's House. Make sure you text Classic 7 to 53555 to donate while you wait for game number 2. Coming up next, St. Mark's, Padua, the girls head on the court, and it's the SL24 Basketball Classic.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
We're here with Zach Ryan, the executive director of the SL24 Foundation. Great to see you, man.
Good to see you.
How you been, all right?
Been doing all right, yeah. It's been a busy year, and we're looking forward to 2025.
A lot of amazing things happening here. I got a few questions for you. I want to start off, first off, with the Peer 24 program, okay? So we need to get people to understand what this is all about. How do they help, and then how do you get involved? So let's get an overview first and foremost. Peer 24.
Yeah, so it's really the heart of what we do. It's young people helping young people. So we have a 9-week training program that's complete with healthcare theater, mock sessions, all these things that allow a young person that has lived experience to kind of take that knowledge with some training, help another young person that's struggling. So we have 2 trainings a year, and we're training the next crop of young professionals in the mental health space. And it's just really exciting.
How old do you have to be? Who is part of this program? I know there's, what, over 270 that you've actually trained now.
Yeah, so it's 16 is the youngest.
Okay.
And then we'll go through college-age students. And it's just kind of like, how can we, at Sean's rooms, Sean's houses, have people always ready to staff, always ready to talk to people?
Now, are they here? Do they have certain times that they're here at Sean's house? And what about at the Sean's rooms?
So it kind of is unique to the community. As we continue to expand, we always want to make sure our foundation is 24/7, 365. And so it makes sense here in a college town to always be ready, because sometimes, you know, that Ring doorbell rings at 3 o'clock in the morning, and we always have somebody ready. At the high schools or the community centers, it's a little bit different. So it might be a lunchtime where a lot of students are coming in. They just, maybe they bombed a test, or maybe they've got something going on after school, and they need to talk to somebody. At the community center, at the Team Warehouse, it's Friday nights. That's when the most people are coming through, and that's when they're talking about what's going on with them.
A lot of new things going on here as well. Wanted to ask you about the Teen Summit. What was that all about?
Yeah, it was a first for us. We gathered over 100 young people and actually teachers, guidance counselors at the Teen Warehouse, one of our Sean's Room locations, and we said, let's have a conversation about mental health. And all of those folks gathered, and it was around that theme from last year, 2024, more than. I'm more than my struggles. I'm more than my diagnosis. I'm more than the worst thing I've ever done. I'm also more than my successes. I'm not defined by any of these things. It's all of these things. I'm a human. I'm a unique person. And so we had Benjamin Wagner, who's like kind of a thought leader in the space. He was our keynote, but I would say like kind of the real keynotes, and he would agree with me, were the kids. We had young people get up from different schools, different locations, and talk about their own struggle and how they're more than that.
Speaking of the outreach, like you just said, I mean, you have the basketball tournament, which is up in Wilmington. In the wintertime, you have the volleyball tournament in the summer at Dewey Beach, which is amazing. And then all these rooms starting to develop throughout the whole state as well. So tell us a little bit more about outreach and how this entire state's getting involved, right?
You know, what I love about this state, coming from Florida, it's a little state that's like a loving neighborhood. And I think we kind of find when we do a volleyball tournament, all these people gather and they hear about what's happening up in Newcastle County and say, why not here? And now we're saying in a more deliberate way, yeah, why not? So I'd say be on the lookout for how we might be expanding in Sussex and Kent County. I can't say anything yet, but like we're looking to make some inroads and some really deliberate outreach in Sussex.
There's been so many people that have come through here that also work here, including yourself and the people that we've been involved in for many years. It's always important when someone has probably had to go through this personally themselves to be able to help others. I know you're one of those individuals. Like, tell me a little bit more about your journey, what it means to you, and why it's so important for you here and in this role and what you're now doing for others.
Yeah, so over the course of the past year and a half, I've seen young people come through these doors, and I've seen them struggle. In a 15-year teaching career, I lost students. I saw students come in with struggles. But I think one of the things that like kind of has impacted me was seeing a parent bring their child in here. And it was a little abstract until March, when I had my wife had our daughter, Kira, and now I've got a little baby, and I'm worried that she's gonna have my anxiety. I'm worried that like she is going to walk into a room and despite everything that we say, she's gonna think she's not enough. Like I think I'm not enough. And she's gonna think that she is failing, even though things are going well and people are smiling and she's smiling. And so when I saw those parents have the courage to bring those kids in, it hit different in March now that I have Kira. And so I've made deliberate efforts to like work on my own anxiety, work on my own feelings of feeling trapped, feeling anxious, having imposter syndrome, because I want to be the best dad to her that I can be.
You're in the right place, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think we all are. It's been great to see you again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zach.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So, he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
People hurt. We're human. We're all wounded. The only ones who aren't wounded are babies. They're innocent. Innocent comes from the Latin innocens, which means without wound. But the rest of us, we've been hurt. We've had experiences along the way where you're with somebody and you have concern because the way they're talking seems to indicate that they're not well, that they're not happy with who they are or what's happening in their life, and they may possibly be indicating that they don't want to be around, that maybe it'd be better if they weren't here. If you find yourself in that situation, you don't let them go. You take their hand and say, listen to me, I hear you, I'm present, I'm listening. Don't take their suffering, their pain lightly. Let them know that you want to be there for them and see them to the next step, which means, yes, you need to connect them with somebody who knows how to take their hand from your hand and guide them beyond this moment. They are indicating to you something because they trust you. And you need to let them know that what you need to do for them is out of concern, is out of your goodness. If we make a mistake, if we are overreacting, so be it. They'll still be here. I'll make it clear, if somebody speaks to you and uses the S word, that is such a huge flag. That's the big one. Do not let them go. You must see them through to someone else that can make a difference for them.
Teachers ignite my curiosity.
I chose St. Mark's.
Because I get to dive into the newest tech that will help me rock the jobs of tomorrow. Because we have over 100 state championships, and this team is working on the next one.
I chose St. Mark's because of the teamwork.
Because here, I'm inspired to lead.
By Jersey Mike's, Platinum Dining Group, St. Mark's High School, and the Cicero family.
Welcome back into the SL24 Basketball Classic. It's the 7th annual event at the Chase Fieldhouse. And we've got game number 2 underway soon. It's Padua versus St. Mark's. The Pandas 10-4 on the season, coached by Denise Igo second. St. Mark's, the Spartans 5-8 on the season, coached by Val Karch, the mother of their star player Sophia, who we'll see very shortly. We're all here to raise funds for SL24 Unlock the Light, and you can donate by going to unlockthelight.com/donate. The funds raised will benefit the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation, which helps educate, assist, and support. And now we'll all rise for the playing of the national anthem.
This evening, the cadets from the Delaware Military Academy color guard. Ladies and gentlemen, here tonight to perform our national anthem, please welcome Padua alum and semi-finalist of The Voice, Olivia Rubini.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight that's gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
What an unbelievable rendition of the national anthem from Olivia Rubini. And you can see why she was a finalist on The Voice. What an honor to get to hear her sing and start off the St. Mark's portion of the night, if you will, as it starts with the girls basketball game. The Spartans taking on Padua, and then at 8 o'clock, the boys squad, St. Mark's taking on DMA. But what a contest this should be. I'm Scott Croskin, seated next to Barnett Harris and Bill Harmon. We called one game so far, St. Elizabeth with a victory over Archmere, and now a bit of a SL24 rivalry game as these two teams played one another a season ago. Padua getting the best of St. Mark's in 2024, 52-49, and if it is as close as it was a season ago, we'll be in for a real treat.
Well, these two teams play each other every season in the Catholic Conference, so to speak, 2 games a year, so they know each other quite well. These girls play AAU together, so there are going to be no surprises out here. But Padua off to a really good start. They've got 2 outstanding players, actually 3 outstanding players, Abby Hayes, Abby Grillo, and Sophia Buffon, who actually was a St. Mark's player last year.
As we go into a bit of a star watch, you mentioned the players for both of these teams, as we will get into that in just a moment, and we will continue. It looks like we are good to go, as there was a prayer I didn't want to interrupt going on the court. But as we look into the star watch for Padua, they are led by their floor general, Abby Grillo, while St. Mark's is led by Sophia Karch, the daughter of Val Karch in her second year as head coach of the Spartans. As they announce starters on the floor, let's talk a little bit more about why we are here, and that is the SL24 Foundation. It is their mission to educate, assist, and create a safe haven where high school and college students can seek professional help and speak to peers about their struggles. Not only is there Sean's house, but there's a Peer 24 program and Sean's room located at St. Mark's High School and at Sally's, the warehouse at Wilmington, and at St. George's High School. So much of a difference is being made for young people in the state of Delaware. 33,000 plus visitors have come through the door of Sean's house. 4,400 sessions with Peer 24 support specialists, and 270 plus specialists have been trained to support. It's all through the money raised through this basketball classic and through donations at unlockthelight.com/donate. Over $2.2 million have been raised for Sean's House, the SL24 Foundation, the first 6 years of this event, and we look forward to raising even more than last year's $600,000 in year 6, year 7, off to a great start, and we're happy to be here.
Absolutely. I'm so honored to be here every year. This is one of my favorite weekends and favorite events, and I'm so happy to be able to contribute even just a small piece of this to this wonderful group and this wonderful cause to celebrate, or we'll start it for a wonderful man.
Scott, when I walk around outside in the concourse, I am just stunned by how many volunteers there are, how many people it takes to put on this event. Chris Locke and the board, not including myself now. I don't get a chance to do as much as people like Barnett and others. But it's an amazing volunteer movement. I am so impressed with that, how after 7 years there's been absolutely no fatigue. It seems to grow every year. Fantastic job by the community, and I just love the outreach into the high schools. I'll tell you, I think that's going to have a monumental effect in years to come.
It is wonderful to sit next to you two and remember our dear friend Sean Locke. If you want to donate while you watch, there's the QR code, or head to givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. You can scan that code. It'll get you there. You can also text Classic 7 to 53555. Well, if this one's as good as the first contest of the day, we will be excited because the first matchup, St. Elizabeth and Archmere, really came down to the final quarter of that one where St. Elizabeth was able to pull ahead. Good crowd on hand on a Friday night. We know it'll be packed tomorrow as there's 6 games to play on a Saturday. St. Mark's wearing the green, Padua in the whites. Padua going right to left on your screen. St. Mark's left to right, and we are underway. Game number 2 of the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. Molly Mager is the point guard. Sophia Buffon, as you mentioned, Bill, was wearing the green jerseys last year in this contest. She transfers over from St. Mark's, and she is the team's leader in three-point field goals made for Padua this season. As we get underway, a whistle on the floor on the dribble drive. That's Kai Dunrantry, the sophomore, who's a heck of a scorer for Denise Sackett's ball club.
Well, you talk about Sophia Buffon. She comes from a long line of basketball heritage. A lot of great players in that family. She is a terrific spot-up shooter. She's got to be well attended to from the three-point line.
Well, we know her brother Brandon right now, a member of the University of Delaware basketball team. There's the three is on the way and off the mark, out of bounds. So Brandon, a member of the UD squad, just like Sean Locke was, a walk-on to the program after having a successful career at Salesiana. Her brother won a state championship in 2023. Her dad, Brandon, played at St. Mark's and Wilmington University. And don't forget Renee, her mom, who played volleyball at Wilmington University. The Buffon squad, a lot of talent in that bloodline. And now St. Mark's will get their first set. They go through Sophia Karch. She wears number 23. Basketball in her hands right now. Leading scorer about 14 points per game. She is carrying the load for St. Mark's in the scoring column on the year. Maybe gets away with steps there. Floats one up, and Buffon will control.
Scott, you talk about Karch, the coach's daughter. Sophia, remember her when she was just born. Val Karch has been involved in the St. Mark's women's program for years. She worked under John Fiorelli and then many others, and now getting an opportunity to show off her skill set as the head coach.
Coached the JV squad for over 20 years for St. Mark's. So now getting the head coach in the ranks First draw down 2-0, and now 4-0. Good ball movement by Paddle. It ends in the hands of Lily DeMarco, who gets 2. She scored double figures in 3 games this season and gets 2 there.
Paddle picking up the tempo a little bit and putting up a little bit of pressure to try and speed up this St. Mark's team.
Aya Husnader driving towards the rim along the baseline, kick out shot. Sophia Karch is good from the corner. Beautiful form on that shot.
Absolutely. She's got great range, but the play was made by the drive along the baseline and then the Princetonian pass through to the deep corner. Karch shot ready.
Another assist for Husnader. She leads the team in that category. And an assist for Padua, a bucket good for Lily DeMarco. She's got the last 2 for Padua.
DeMarco with a nice spot-up shot from the mid-range. Padua shares the ball extremely well. They have multiple scores.
Contact a moment ago, no whistle. Now firing up with 3. Maybe not the best shot selection for Val Karch's team. A rebound to Padua. Now on the run they go. To Durantry, baseline jumper's good, and that'll lead to a timeout taken by Coach Karch as we get things started here. Padua up 8-2 after Durantry's jumper.
Padua does a good job of when you're picking up the pace, shooters seeing where the drive is going, as you see, and spotting up and being ready for the quick shot. As Durantry went to the perfect position for a nice clean pass and a clean jumper.
A good pass from Mager to thread the needle a bit and find Durantry. She's got 4, averages 10.4 points per game on the season. You see Locke 24 on the back of the jerseys. That's the number that was worn by Sean Locke when he was a member of St. Mark's boys basketball team, then a member of the University of Delaware, where he was part of a championship squad and was a captain his senior year, a teammate of yours, Barnett, and we're here to share stories. Remember Sean as we raise funds for the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation.
Padua looked like they were going to show a little full-court pressure, but they're going to fall back. Now, they play a variety of defenses. They play man-to-man, and then they do play a matchup zone from time to time with some full-court pressure.
Cross over there by Karch after her mother called the timeout. Leans in, around 2, and misfires. Abby Hayes gets the rebound. She'll pull ahead. Sophia Buffon, the driver, and steps before the contact, the turnover for Padua.
She went to visit her brother in Newark on that drive.
That's how many steps she took, Barnett. Is that what we're getting at? For the record, her brother is in New Jersey right now as Delaware takes on Monmouth tomorrow against the big game against the Hawks. Sophia Karch, she's the leader on this team. Must be a neat experience for Coach Karch. I know that it is, to coach her daughter and see her play so well as she drives and is bumped a bit before the shot. Sophia Karch couldn't get off to a better start on the season in the opener on December 7th as we see nice ball fake and dribble drive there. She dribbled the length of the court, spinning out of a trap, and hit a game-winning layup at the buzzer against AI DuPont as this team got a victory and started 1-0 thanks to her heroics. So doesn't get much better than that to start the year, and she's continued to play well throughout. A jumper there.
I love her pace of play. She's always shot ready as it was on that corner 3, but what I like about her is she's very fundamentally sound. Of course, a coach's daughter, uses the shot fake well, knows how to get in triple position. She's a really fine player.
Absolutely, and this St. Mark's team is going to have to play through her and allow her to get shots to keep up with the pace Padua is setting.
Drive off the mark. Good defense that time by the Spartans. They're now pushing the basketball is Madiela Kiefer. Karch left open, don't want to do that. Beautiful rotation on the shot.
Nice job by identifying where Karch was in the trailer position in that top of the key slot position. Her teammates know where to find her and will look for her. Very unselfish play by St. Mark's early on.
17th three-pointer on the season. Buffon knows something about knocking down triples. Her 26th make of the year.
She's got excellent form on her shot. Shot ready as well. But what I like about her is her lower body usage.
It's a big game for her, playing against her former coach and former teammates, St. Mark's. Transfer over to Padua. As the jump shot off the mark and a rebound for the Pandas. They're 10-4 this season. St. Mark's has been struggling. They've lost 7 of their last 9 games after missing some pretty big pieces. They graduated Lauren McDonald last year did St. Mark's, and of course Sophia Buffon, one of the big pieces that transferred over to Padua. Foul on the floor. Foul called will send Kaya Durantry to the free throw line. Only a sophomore, but averaging double figures for Denise Ego-Sackett's team. Coach Sackett in her 3rd season on the coaching staff. She also a graduate of the team she is coaching, like we had in the first game, and do in this game as well. It seems to be a theme, as Coach Karch graduated St. Mark's in 1995 and Coach Igo-Sackett in 1997 at Padua.
She's got a veteran coach on her staff, Mike Sanford. He used to be on the men's side, was at William Penn for a number of years. He's been around some other stops, but seemed to have found his way here into a really good Padua program. I know he's doing a great job.
It's great to have Coach Sanford on the bench over at Padua as they dump it in once again to Ali DeMarco, who's got 6. Coach Sanford, he was the head coach of William Penn when they won a championship in 2009. A great player by the name of Brian Oliver that went on to play at Georgia Tech with Derek Favors and transferred to Seton Hall, but they had a loaded team that year. Some great coaching as well with Coach Sanford.
We had to play against them that year, and I remember Gart trying to come up with a game plan to stop Brian Oliver. We actually didn't do a bad job on him, but others were a little bit better. But that was a really fine team. Mike Sanford did a great job of kind of coordinating that group. They had some excellent players, but it was their role players in the big moments that played a dynamic part.
Shot blocked out of bounds. What a start by Lily DeMarco on both ends of this basketball court. 6 points and a block there. We shout out Mike Sanford, also Brianna Maloney, Link Wolski, and Michelle Cardy, the assistants for Padua, and great defense there.
Absolutely, Coach. I'm really impressed with this DeMarco. Hit a nice mid-range, then take us down to the post and show that she has good footwork to hit a low and place defense. She's a two-way player. She's off to a great start. I really like her game so far.
And Padua's done a really good job defending their defensive glass. A big team, but also a good rebounding team who moves their feet extremely well to get those balls in the mid-range.
St. Mark's running the floor just as Padua did, but the result is the same for both teams, missing in the painted area. They continue to try to go inside, and a turnover as the pass sails long off the hands of Abby Hayes. Some substitutions as Durantry will check back in. Get a breather for DeMarco, and we'll see Natalie Vanzura, the 9th grader, in for the first time for St. Mark's.
Both coaches going to their benches early, I think, not only to get their players out on the court and get a feel for this environment, but also because of the length of the court does present some fatigue features.
Vanzura has provided a spark off the bench. 32 points on the year, 31 rebounds. Rebounds the ball well, despite not being one of the taller players out there on the court. Karch with the basketball. Between the leg dribble. Looks for a teammate. And a steal by the Padua Pandas gives it back to Sophia Buffon, who has a three-pointer in this fast way. Multiple players we've seen run point for Padua so far.
They have a lot of versatility, and Abby Grillo not playing in the game as of yet. Certainly they missed their fine ball handler.
Into the corner. Buffon will try from the G League three-point line and misfires. Good save by Karch. And a rebound for St. Mark's. That's a great point you make, Bill, is that we haven't really gotten into the fact that Abby Grillo is out, at least so far in this one. We have not seen their leading scorer averages 15 points per game. She's made 21 threes on the season, and she scored 25 of the team's 50 points in a game, about half against St. Elizabeth back in December. So we talked about St. Elizabeth playing without their top player in the first game of the day, and now Abby Grillo seemingly not available for Padua as well.
And you hate to see one of your senior leaders, Coach Zagat said, defined her as their floor leader. So you miss her. Other people have to be able to handle the ball under some pressure moments. So a good job so far adapting has been Padua.
Now a three ball on the way. Nothing but the bottom of the net from Olivia Markey. A high arcing triple. And St. Mark's needed it as we close out the first quarter of action. Padua can get one more shot up. They'll have to get it off now. They don't recognize the clock, and a big-time three makes it a one-possession game after one. Padua leads at 13-10 as we take a timeout. It's the SL24 Basketball Classic from the Chase Fieldhouse. Padua on top by 3 after 8.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So, he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is brought to you by BPG Sports, High Five Hospitality and Buffalo Wild Wings, iHeartRadio, Kevin and Marion Healy, and Mark and Pat Siegel.
We're back at the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware, and after 8 minutes, Padua up by 3, 13-10. The Pandas playing without their leading scorer, Abby Grillo. But it's been Lily DeMarco and Sophia Buffon stepping up so far for the Pandas with the basketball. Abby Hayes, and a violation against the Pandas will give it to St. Mark's.
Really nice job there by Mia Husnader, providing really close defense. When you're a ball handler, you've got to have that clock in your head. If you're closely defended for 4 seconds, pick the ball up, pass it to someone, or you're going to get the 5-second call.
Quick 5 there as they give it up to St. Mark's, and St. Mark's perhaps giving it right back. Do they? Yes. Durantry with the steal, and then one more turnover. Why not? Oh, back to Padua. And now the Pandas have it. After all of that, a 3-ball on the way. You would have called it a pass if Buffon was able to corral it underneath, but it sails even over her head. And so a missed opportunity for Padua after the ball ricocheted through a few people. Re-entering the game is Daly O'Donohue, one of the captains, and good to have her back as Van Zura heads to the bench. O'Donohue broke her wrist in the 3rd game of the season. She's a great rebounder, obviously a captain on this team, so she's working her way back into rotation, but a big part of what makes this St. Mark's team go, and they are better with her on the floor.
Well, she reminds me of her brother, who was a football player at St. Mark's and now at the University of Delaware. A really good tight end linebacker. Not that that's what she is, but you can tell just by her physicality. A good around the block, good rebounder, blocks out well, and then is very physical with their defense.
One thing I noticed in the first quarter was St. Mark's was, as we had an inadvertent whistle.
There's some conversation going on at the table. There was a horn. I'll let you finish your thought, though, Mark.
Yeah. One thing I noticed in the first quarter was St. Mark's did a good job at getting Karch shots without her having to create it. And in the second quarter, she's been trying to create, but Durantry has been playing incredible on-ball defense. I would like to see St. Mark's run up one of their go-to sets that either has her coming off some screens or has a driving kick where she's off the ball and they can swing the ball and kick it, because that seemed to work for them.
The pause long enough for Coach Karch to say, hey, maybe I'll make a substitution here. As Falsnaw comes out of the ball game, and a substitution in. We see Mariella Kiefer re-enter. 6:50 left to play in the first half, and no points scored yet in the second quarter. And Starting the second quarter the same way that the first ended is Olivia Markey. Another high-arcing three. She's got the last 6 in the ball game, and we are tied at 13 all.
The scouting report on Olivia Markey is she likes to drive it, but she has really gotten very capable of spotting up in that deep corner. Wonderful arc on that shot.
Coach says she's the best ball handler on the team. She doesn't need to handle the ball if she's standing out there beyond the arc and knocking down threes like that. A really impressive spurt for the 10th grader. You could see the excitement on her face when that ball went down from the corner as well. And Coach Karch is really high on Markey and her ability to become a great player in this program. Only her second year. She's played with some veterans and doing so this season as well. But a little bit younger this year as they're rebuilding a bit at St. Mark's. And she's a big part of the plan for sure. Second foul on O'Donoghue. And Padua is up by 6. Markey has changed that. Another dribble drive from Durantry. She's only a sophomore herself. Has scored double figures in 5 games this season. 5 that are available. Not all the stats for every game are always available in high school basketball, but I think 11 were available, and 5 of those she's gotten to 10 or more.
Well, you did a great job with your research, Scott. Kai Durantry, I've been very impressed with her. She moves well with and without the ball. She's a good rebounder. Barnett, you talked about her defense at the other end on Karch, kind of giving her some difficulties. So this sophomore has really risen up, second leading scorer on the team. Very impressive player.
I'm really impressed with her game. Two-way player, plays both sides hard, and gives it her all. And then if she needs to come out for a great like me, she'll raise her hand.
And there's been a lot of
You never asked out of the game, Barnett. Come on now. And I guarantee you Sean never asked to come out because he was always looking for that next great long-range 3.
You mentioned Sean. Sean, like the reason that we are here to honor his memory is we raise funds for Sean's House and SL24 Unlock the Light. Their objectives to educate, assist, and support Sean's House and Sean's Rooms provide safe spaces for brave conversations. They're not always easy, and mental health support with trained Peer 24 support specialists. Everything is always free because of your donations. The money raised over these next 2 days will help make sure that everybody that needs help will be able to get help and without going out of their pocket. It's amazing what Sean's House has done in the community, and you can help donate. On your screen, you see the QR code, or go to givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. So happy to be here tonight as we raise money for an amazing charity.
Well, with Barnett here, and we talk so much because obviously this is the basketball classic, but a lot of people don't remember what a great baseball player Sean Locke was. He was an excellent pitcher. I remember when he was young in his career as a sophomore, I ventured out a couple times down to some of those backfields in Newark to watch him pitch, and he had a pretty darn good fastball, had great poise on the mound, great command. It was just really fun to watch him. So over the years, not only was his basketball terrific, but he became a very good pitcher for a terrific St. Mark's baseball program.
Well, if Chris Locke is listening right now, I think you just gave him an idea. We might be back in the spring, maybe over at Frawley Stadium for the SL24 First Annual Baseball Classic. Not a bad idea, as he was a multi-sport star. There's this pause on the floor, which will allow us to talk a little bit more about Sean and the cause. You know, Sean's House opened in September of 2020, and since then, 33,000 people have walked through the door in need of help. 140 active crises have been served, helping people in active need thinking about suicide. And we round some of the other numbers: 33,000 plus visitors, 4,400 plus sessions with Peer 24. That is a real number, because those are real active situations. Those are real scenarios where people were thinking about suicide and got to live another day because of Sean's House. And to think about that, it's just amazing. What started as an idea to honor Sean Locke has saved literal lives throughout the years.
The numbers that have been reached in such a short time, in a way, is a good thing and a bad thing, that there is so much need for this. Barnett, let me ask you, when you were at Delaware, before obviously the Sean Locke movement happened, if a player you recognized was having a difficulty, was there some outlet for that person to use?
No. Well, what
Maybe a coach or
yeah,
a mentor or someone like that, right?
And that's not saying much. Yes, you might like, hey, like I'm here for you, but I can't help you navigate a crisis. I can be there to support you. So there really wasn't. We say we were there and like we'll help you, but we don't know everything that you may need in that very moment. So to have that professional help to help, especially when you're in crisis mode, is like that wasn't there when I was at the University of Delaware.
And that's a great point, because we think about the money raised tonight. You can see how to donate on your screen about keeping the doors open, which it does. And a three-pointer falls from the corner for Molly Mager, and it does keep the doors open. But part of the funds also go to training those specialists. Almost 300 specialists have been trained to support. So you're not only talking to people and your peers, you're talking to the right people, the right peers that know how to help you in a dangerous situation. And so the money donated tonight and throughout this event, it all goes to the Sean's House and SL24 Foundation. We're so happy to be a part of this event for such a great cause. As Padua up 20-13, we're halfway through the second quarter of basketball, and Padua has won 4 of their last 5 games coming into this one. Playing, though, without Abby Grillo, who is their leading scorer on the season. Other players have stepped up, including Mager, who just had her pass knocked out of bounds. Buffon's got 5 points. DeMarco with 6, and 5 points for Kai Durantry.
Scott, the one thing that I really appreciate about the SL24 mission, and at Sean's House in particular, is we've stayed true to what we said when this first started. It was going to be open 24/7, and it was going to be free of charge. And we've made sure that no matter the time, whether it's midnight or noon, someone's going to be there to open that door, and you will never have to pay a single dollar.
And another great point, you don't always have these thoughts, these depressing thoughts during regular business hours, right? It's not, oh, it's after 5 o'clock, so you're on your own. And I think that's a great point that you made. It is open 24/7, and to keep the doors open, we raise funds here. Go to unlockthelight.com/donate. You can even text Classic 7 the numbers 53555 to help. As there's a foul on the floor. Padua up by their largest margin, 22-13. They are on a 9-0 run as this game was tied at 13 after an Olivia Markey corner 3.
And one thing St. Mark's needs to do on the defense upside, the refs are calling the reaches pretty tight. They need to just stay in front of their girl and try to play straight up defense, not try to go to create a fast break or create some easy points, because the refs are calling it pretty tight.
The toughest thing about Padua to guard is the fact they have multiple scorers on the floor, and you cannot focus just on 1 or 2. They have 5 capable scorers, even without Grillo.
Markey will bring the ball up the floor. 2 big three-pointers, but no baskets as a team since she made one on the far side of the court. And a blocking foul can be called. It's an offensive foul. Going to go against St. Mark's.
We see that one at the collegiate level all the time now on dribble handoffs.
That's Maddie Fasnaugh who got called. You can see here just coming over, maybe throwing that hip out a little bit.
Well, if you're going to be a screener, you've got to be set. And you have to have your feet set, your elbows can't extend, your hips can't move. It requires the ball handler to use the screening action. If there's separation and you try to close that separation as a screener, it should be and will be called a foul.
Graham with the basketball, coming off the bench into the basketball game. Tries to go inside to DeMarco, who's having a really good night. So is Durantry, and a whistle on the drive there. And if that's on Karch, and that's her 3rd. That's a big foul there for St. Mark's. Everything goes through Sophia Karch, the captain.
Sophia has got to be sure that she plays good defense without fouling. They just don't have enough scoring if she were to leave the game. Plus, she's their best on-ball defender.
And so a conversation between her and her mother, Val Karch. She's got to come out, though. It's too long of a basketball game. You got to play these next 2:22 and try to keep it close until she can come back in the 3rd. You see the dialogue, mother to daughter, but it is coach when they're on that floor, I'm sure.
I don't think Sophia takes to being out of the game too long. Sometimes you've got to trust a senior, a veteran, getting back in and just knowing how to play hard but not picking up that fourth foul.
Markey, no one stopped the ball. She pulled the trigger on a triple and missed. A rebound by Padua. They give it right back, though. St. Mark's has an opportunity to run. They will. It's Van Zura. Give and go. And a misfire at the rim. They just could not finish. The play was there, but Madiella Kiefer could not finish on the play. And Kiefer's a good scorer. You know, we talk about Karch and her ability, but Kiefer, a missed opportunity there to hit that float shot. She averages about 9 points per contest. Couldn't add to her total today.
It was pretty good action in the open court, though. Unselfish pass initially back, and you just got to be able to find a way to get to the backboard. If you try to finish over the front of the rim, your chance of making the shot is much less, unless you're going to do as Barnett used to do and dunk it.
Absolutely.
All the time we saw Harris.
A lot of those, especially in warm-ups.
Dunking that one through. Now, we mentioned Karch out of the basketball game with the third foul. Padua at the free throw line because 5 fouls for St. Mark's. Nothing called against Padua, and I don't think that's officiated. I think that's just the way that the game's been played. Padua's been the aggressor, and now a timeout taken by Coach Sackett in her third season. She wants to talk things over after a missed free throw at the line, which brings us an opportunity to talk a little bit about the online auction. I want to go back to that because there are 80 auction items in total. Go to givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. A Jalen Carter autographed Eagles jersey, 100 level sideline tickets to a Villanova men's basketball home game. There's a 7-night vacation in Antigua. I can barely pronounce it. That's how far away I am from ever going there. It's a beautiful destination, but 8 elite island vacation packages from around the Caribbean. Barnett, I know you told me you would bring me along if you were to win the online auction, so I appreciate that. Capers and Lemons gift basket with $500 Platinum Dining Group gift card. The list goes on and on. Make sure you head to the online auction. It's Give Butter. I'm not saying better, I'm saying butter. Give Butter, BUTTER.com/SL24 Classic 7. I did check to make sure that was not a misprint in my notes. It is givebutter.com.
Scott, I love the fact that you like those Caribbean islands. I'm surprised you're not going to slip down there at some point after all the work you do from August till March.
I would love, we'll see. See if we can get down there.
You deserve a trip, whether Barnett gets it for you or not.
Oh, look at this, a 3 from the right side. We saw St. Mark's get one from the left side. I want to go back to the trip that you guys are offering me, but maybe we'll talk more at halftime. We're a minute 36 away.
I've got a good travel agent, Scott.
I know you do. You're keeping the travel agency business in business.
I used to, for
all
sure.
your travel. 3-point shot out the mark. Oh, going right over the back of Markey was DeMarco. No whistle there. Now a jump ball with 1:21 remaining. And Padua up by 9, 25-16.
Well, somehow St. Mark's has got to keep this game close within 10 points with Karch out. If they can hold it to there and Karch gets going in the second half, they've got a chance.
Quick shot off the inbound for the lefty Abby Hayes, who had 15 points in the game against Friends earlier this season. Hasn't scored tonight. 80 are under 70 seconds as the shot falls out of bounds. We're approaching the 1-minute mark of the first half. Padua up 25-16. Padua 10-4 on the season. One of the top teams in the state of Delaware. St. Mark's, they've been on a slide, losing 7 of their last 9 coming into this one.
Great pass by DeMarco right there. Great unselfishness in both games we've seen.
The phone drives. She's known for a 3-point shooting. He gets to the rim there. Cannot finish. And now St. Mark's maybe hold for one. Your leading scorer's out of the game with foul trouble. Don't give the ball back to Padua. Try to get a good shot before heading into the locker room.
Perfect strategy, and they should do that. Unfortunately, a turnover trying to make a penetrating pass.
Claire Smith got her pass deflected by Gianna Graham. They will get it back, though, as turnover for both squads gives it to St. Mark's with 29.4.
Now, St. Mark's should definitely withdraw the ball, attack with about 10 seconds to go, give yourself a chance for an offensive rebound, shoot the ball at about 4 seconds, so you do not allow Padua any sort of offensive opportunity.
St. Mark's with 16 points and seconds remaining. And drawing contact and the foul after an aggressive take, Natalie Van Zura. Only a freshman. Several freshmen and 10th graders playing for Val Karch's team this season out of necessity. They lost and graduated some really solid players. We talked about Sophia Buffon transferring, so kind of remaking the roster this year, and some youngsters getting more minutes. Van Zura is one of them. This is on the free throw, though. And now just to make sure DeMarco doesn't pick up a foul, she'll come out of the ball game. And Riley Bransfield will check in. Final 12.4 of the first half. First girls game of the tournament. 2 misses for St. Mark's, a rebound, and Padua has a chance. 10 seconds to add on to their lead. 7 seconds as Hayes gets across half court. Buffon wants it, gets it, 4 seconds, fires, and almost beats the buzzer around and out, but a solid first half performance by Padua as they lead 25-16 over St. Mark's.
An entertaining game here. St. Mark's with some foul trouble with their leading scorer, Sophia Karch, but they battled hard. A couple long-range shots from Markey in the corner. Padua right now just a little bit more aggressive, driving the ball, getting to the free throw line, and doing a little bit better job on the glass.
Absolutely. St. Mark's, if I'm going into halftime, I'm coming back with some sets that I know will get at least open shots. If Padua, I'm picking up the pace, I'm pushing the tempo, because that's what's worked in the first half. I'm driving, I'm crashing the boards, I'm trying to get as many second chance shots and draw as many fouls, because that brought success for them in the first half.
Game number 2 of the night is at the half. St. Mark's versus Padua. Padua on top, 25-16. We'll take a break, but don't go anywhere. Or maybe on your way to the fridge or wherever you're going at the half. Before you do, head to unlockthelight.com/donate. We're here for the cause. It's SL24 and Sean's House SL24 Basketball Classic, the half for game number 2.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
I have a son who passed away July 2017, and for a long time I knew he had mental health issues. But for a mom, I always say 7 years later I was uneducated. We think depression, it's just about putting your big boy pants on and getting past it. Those things lead to death. With addiction, it is not a time of if you're going to die, it's when you're going to die. If you continue using, you are going to die. If you are not healing the trauma that happened, at some point when you're not talking to a therapist, when you're not coming to a place like Sean's House where you're learning coping mechanisms and all the other things they do here, you're going to need to numb all those things that are going on in your head. And you're going to start out small because you think it's not going to happen to me. And everybody who thinks it's not going to happen to them, guess again. It is going to happen. If you had cancer, you would be happy to talk about it. You would put it out there. I have heart disease, I have leukemia. But the minute someone says, I have an addiction or my kid has an addiction, suddenly people are thinking, where did you go wrong? What's wrong with your child? Why didn't you help them? We need to come to places like this where there are resources that are beyond just the average parent. Reach out and get help.
So this is a non-adult area where they feel like this is a safe place for them to maybe just decompress, maybe get peer support, maybe just do their schoolwork in a different environment.
A couple months ago, this space was a outdated teacher center with a lot of unused material, and there was some vision and some excitement around creating this space for students to support our students' needs.
I worked with Justin and Chris when the idea came about, and they had the idea to add a Sean's room in this school, and we had done 2 of the schools already, and 2 of those schools were private schools. And I'm a firm believer that it's not just needed in private schools, but it's needed in all the schools.
I feel like this room would just help everybody who's suffering through these mental challenges to just feel more comfortable and get some coping skills and just feel more relaxed.
When they come here, they're going to see peers, they're going to see other students engaging, they're going to see activities, they're going to see meetings, and it's going to be a first-person look on what this room really is and open the full meaning of Sean's room and Sean's house to them.
There are things that are in here that are nicer than I put in my own house. Things that are in here that are nicer than my own office. Significantly larger than the Sean's room that's at St. Mark's and or Sally's and even the teen warehouse. And we kind of laid this out so that there were 4 or 5 different areas. We started out with a family gathering room, which is what you see behind me. There's a game room. The game room has an air hockey table and a foosball table. We have an exercise room, exercise kind of relax, yoga type area. And the thing that is most important to me is the study room that we have.
There's games for people, there's a whole yoga studio, which I am so excited to utilize. And there's a space to study. It's just something for everyone. So those are the ways we kind of get students in the room. But once you're in the room, you're welcomed into this non-judgmental space where I'm not here to judge you and I'm here to listen to you. Like, we can play a game of Uno and you complain about your classes or you tell me what's going on at home, and like, we connect over that.
It took a lot in me to actually admit that I did not have it all together, and I really actually truly struggled because I had a lot of expectations put on me. So I believe that this room will really, really help. So to have this room, I feel like it's amazing. Like, honestly, it's amazing. Like, I really think a lot of people will benefit from it, and I'm very, very excited.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So, he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
Someone who's been a light for me is my mom, because she was able to shine a light on me in a dark time and is able to separate my basketball life from my at-home life, because she's my coach at school.
My mom has been a light in my life, because she sacrificed a lot for me when I was younger, just chasing my dreams to play basketball. That's all she did, and she do everything for me. She's like my best friend. I could talk to her about anything.
Probably my parents. They always tell me the truth. It's not always what I want to hear, but it's always looking out for my best interest and looking out for what is best for me and my teammates.
It's probably my friends. I know they're always there so that I can talk to them and they listen to what I have to say. And they're always reminding me whatever happens, it's not that big of a deal, and that I'm strong enough to face it.
Me and my friends have been with each other through highs and lows. I can't count the many times that I've cried on their shoulder, they've cried on my shoulder.
Someone has been a light for me is my little brother. Whenever I look at him, I just get a motivation to go harder every time. So a lot of the stuff I do is for him.
Someone that was a light to me is my pop. He my motivation, and he helped me get through everything I do as a black young man.
Someone that's been a light for me has been my therapist. Just throughout my life, she gave me coping skills for whenever I'm feeling anxious or depressed.
Someone who's been a light in my life has been my sister. She's a couple years older than me, and she's just always been there to brighten my day or make me feel better about if I had a bad day or a mistake, and she's just been a light to me.
I say my sister, my little sister, because just knowing I have somebody younger that looks up to me, and when my parents and them get older, I'm gonna have to be that person to step up and provide. And knowing that I can't make a lot of mistakes in her face because she's gonna be following my footsteps.
Light for me in my life is definitely my sister Maggie. I'm always due for a call for her when I need something or when she needs something. So our relationship has been so impactful for me, and when I struggle, I know I can always call her or shoot her a quick text, and I know she'll respond.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
because the teachers ignite my curiosity.
I'd chose St. Mark's.
Because I get to dive into the newest tech that will help me rock the jobs of tomorrow. Because we have over 100 state championships, and this team is working on the next one.
I chose St. Mark's because of the teamwork.
Because here, I'm inspired to lead. Teachers ignite my curiosity.
I chose St. Mark's.
Because I get to dive into the newest tech that will help me rock the jobs of tomorrow. Because we have over 100 state championships, and this team is working on the next one.
I chose St. Mark's because of the teamwork.
Because here, I'm inspired to lead.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is presented by Jersey Mike's, Platinum Dining Group, St. Mark's High School, and the Cicero family.
It's the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. You see the 76ers logo. It's the home of their G League team. But tonight and tomorrow, it's Delaware basketball taking over. The best of the best in high school basketball will be here in Wilmington, all to support that cause. Unlock the light. I'm Scott Klatskin alongside Barnett Harris and Bill Harmon at the half. Game number 2 on a Friday night. Padua, St. Mark's, and at the break, Padua on top, 25-16. A great first half of basketball.
Absolutely. I'm excited for the second half. I hope St. Mark's can stay out of foul trouble and run some sets that give them some open shots.
Padua, what have they done to establish this lead? 25-16 for our viewers that are just joining in for the second half. Padua playing without Abby Grillo, who's under the weather and was unable to play there. She's their leading scorer, but Padua unfazed so far.
They've had balanced scoring. They've played excellent defense. They've defended the three for the most part fairly well. And they've attacked St. Mark's' defense with a lot of straight line drives and pushing the ball inside and working the offensive glass.
St. Mark's getting a boost from the return of Sophia Cart. She had to sit for the final 2:22 of the first half with foul trouble. She's playing now with 3. She is an offensive weapon for the St. Mark's team, and she can rebound the basketball as well. Gets one there.
And St. Mark's will go to a zone defense there, playing a 2-3 to protect Karch.
Sophia Karch, the only returning starter from 2024 for St. Mark's. Her mom, who's also the head coach of St. Mark's, had called her in the past the queen of intangibles. She did a little bit of everything for St. Mark's in her first 3 seasons. Now being asked to take on the scoring load, but help that time from Mariella Kiefer, who knocks down her first basket of the game. The first 4 in the second half belong to St. Mark's.
A really nice splitting kick by Sophia Karch, getting into the middle of the lane, which you don't want to allow to happen, and that was significant because she was able to kick the ball through to the weak side without any help.
Misfire by Padua, back to St. Mark's it goes.
2 strong possessions on both ends of the floor by St. Mark's. Padua got a little sped up there on the offensive side as St. Mark's gets a drive and drawing the foul, so they should go to the line for 2. If I'm Padua and you see that zone, you want to have someone in the middle to open up everything else. So that it could be Lily DeMarco, it could be someone else. You could play somebody in the middle, play through them, they turn and see what their options are.
Daly O'Donoghue at the free throw line, one of the captains of this team, coming back from an injury, missed 6 weeks of the season. She got off to such a good start, 8 points, 11 rebounds in the season opener against AI DuPont, but then she suffered that injury, had to sit, and came back a few games ago. On January 23rd, she returned. So she's just getting back into the flow of things. You can see the tape on that right wrist as she still continues to recover. Padua looking to get on the board here in the second half. Ball goes out of bounds after a foul, and if that's on O'Donohue, I believe that's her third as well. So the two captains in foul trouble for Val Karch's squad.
Well, what's interesting that Padua's been able to build their lead without Abby Grillo, as we mentioned, but also Abby Hayes has not scored yet in the game.
Buffon, three ball, hand in the face. It didn't phase Sophia Buffon, who's now made 2 3-pointers in this one.
Range on her shot, fearless, and always shot ready.
She made 4 3-pointers in a game against Tatnall to start January, and she's got 8 for Padua tonight. Now a steal. Durantry was held up, and that's on Karch. So that's 4 on Sophia Karch, who averages 14 points per game. Double figures in 10 games, 20 points in 3 games. They're going to be without her services for as long as Coach Karch can go without her.
I almost think at this point of the game, you've got to leave her in and just see if she can play without fouling. Stay in the zone, because they're just not going to have enough offense without her.
But she's got to know not to commit that 4th foul after the steal there, reaching in and stopping a fast break. But picking up her 4th, and she lands on the bench, and that's just a huge loss for St. Mark's with 5:31 left to go and a lot of basketball left in this contest.
And St. Mark's making a little bit of a run here early in the second half, playing good team basketball. Karch kind of keys everything with her passing and or her scoring and her ball handling ability. So without her, this is going to be a really tough task for St. Mark's to handle the Padua pressure and also have enough scoring on the floor.
Markey dribbles out of bounds. Markey a couple big shots in the first half from 3 to keep it close. Now the Pandas look to add to their lead, 28-21. Buffon on the dribble drive, off the back iron. Ball loose, diving for it is DeMarco. Back to Buffon, tries to get a pass inside, it's stolen away. Here comes Husnader and a whistle on the fast break. You mentioned, I believe, in the first game, but we haven't established in the girls' game, game number 2 of the night. It takes some getting used to, especially on these fast breaks. This is a longer court than they're used to playing at the high school level.
It's probably at least 6 feet longer. Now in high school, there is no actual length of a court that it has to be. You have some throughout the states that are a little bit different. Most are 88 to 90 feet, but once in a while you have a shorter court. This one's going to be 94, so it's going to be different. I think the hardest thing, Scott, is the backdrop. With the stanchions out over the court, most gyms have something right there by the basket that makes it a little bit easier to get your sight lines.
Hayes' sight lines just fine on that shot, Bill, as she knocks in her first bucket of the evening.
And that's really important for her to get going. She's a double-figure scorer. She provides a lot of ball handling and defense and length to the Padua Pandas.
Foul on the Pandas, 4:26 left to go in quarter number 3. Game number 2 at the Chase Fieldhouse of a big basketball classic weekend. Friday night, all day on Saturday. Know what's neat about tomorrow? Things tip off at 10:24 a.m. Number 24 is, remember, the jersey number worn by Sean Locke, but a pretty neat touch put on by the folks that run this operation.
Absolutely. We're going to get to the point where we're starting at 2:24 a.m.
We won't have enough time. There's going to be so many more games that we'll be here until 3 a.m. We started at 2:24. Wraparound pass by Buffon. Nice look by Buffon, and Durantry did the rest. That's beautiful basketball. And Coach Denise Shigo-Sackett is fired up, as she should be. A timeout taken on the floor by St. Mark's will allow us to remember our friend Sean Locke a little bit more. He graduated from St. Mark's High School in 2012, and he was the first freshman in St. Mark's history to start on the varsity basketball team. He was one of the school's all-time leading scorers. He was a member of the 2012 state champion baseball team, a multi-sport athlete. He was vice president of the student council. He was homecoming king. He was voted best all around. All of that adds up to a resume where you think, this guy's got it all. But he was battling some inner demons. He was fighting with depression. He didn't have a place like Sean's house to go to and talk to a peer, and that's why we remember him and we raise funds for the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation in his honor. They're doing great things in the community.
What's really poignant to me is I had lunch with Sean about a month and a half before he unfortunately took his life. And at the time, we had a wonderful afternoon. We spent about an hour and a half talking. I'd like to think that I can read people somewhat well. I had absolutely no idea. And that's what makes this disease so dangerous, in that you can find ways to hide it, find ways to obliterate it, even from people that know you extremely well. And my heart goes out to everybody that has, obviously, any sort of mental illness afflictions. There's help out there, and you've got to seek it, but it's just amazing how many people hold it within until, unfortunately, it becomes too late.
And as you mentioned, at that lunch that you had with him, he was fighting alone. He was fighting in the dark, and that's why we unlock the light, and we try to be a beacon of light for those fighting in the dark, to have a place to talk with a peer, to talk with a specialist, to know that you're not the only one going through this, and that there is a place to help. All of the proceeds from this event goes to the Unlock the Light Foundation, and you can text Classic 7 to 53555 if you'd like to help out.
Absolutely. And it's just, I spoke to Sean a few days before his passing, and same with, I wasn't physically present with him, but same on the phone, he just seemed so normal, so just like himself. It still shocks me to this day. Just 3 days later, I would get a call from his father that I could not have imagined in a million years. And it's inspired me to, contribute the way I can to this foundation, to this classic, as well as in my own personal life, reach out to my friends and, ask them, like, how actually are you doing? And, like, how is life going on? And just trying to be there a little bit more so they know that they don't have to navigate this alone.
And I think, Barnett, you make a really great point. In this day of multimedia, multi-connections, lots of friends from Instagrams and so on and so forth, to have somebody that wants to pick up the phone and talk to you, or actually be there in person to check on somebody, whether they're in good shape or in not good shape. I think that's so important. The human connection is something I always worry about a little bit in this environment that we're in today. But the fact that you can be together with somebody, you can, touch their hand, say hello, give them a hug, whatever it is. And I think that's so important that we do not lose the human connection, no matter what is going on in the outside world or with these smartphones that all you guys have, because I think I love to talk to people directly. I like to look them in the eye. I like to see what their intonation's like. I don't want to guess all the time. And if there's any way we can all try to find a way to be just a little bit more human, a little bit more, I hate to use the word be redundant, connected, but I think that's really important.
Very well said, Bill, as we get to a timeout on the floor. Padua leads 32-21. If you're inspired or we connected on any of the messaging just a moment ago, make sure you head to givebutter.com/SL24Classic7 to help donate, so those that need help can get it any time of day, any day of week at Sean's house and with the Unlock the Light Foundation. And as we continue to talk about mental health and battling depression, if you're watching right now and you have a friend that maybe popped up in your mind, hey, I haven't heard from he or she in a long time, maybe just text that person, right? Hey, like you said, you spoke with Sean Locke 3 days prior to the day he lost his battle with depression. Bill, you had lunch with him a month prior. You just never know. So maybe that one phone call, that one check-in could make a difference. And, of course, that's what Sean's house is there 24/7 to do. Check in, to be there, to be that phone call, to be that interaction in person, as Bill was talking about on the campus of University of Delaware. What's so neat about Sean's house, so many things are neat about Sean's house, but it's Sean's house. It's not called Sean's house as a way to make it feel at home.
He lived there.
He lived there.
Absolutely.
He lived there, and they've turned that again into just a way to make sure that his legacy lives on. So many amazing things done by Unlock the Light.
Absolutely. How someone could live there when he lived there, that's a different question.
I was going to say they did some pretty good rehab on that house, because I do remember it in its old days.
It's not they didn't keep it the same way as
slight
it was.
rehab, Scotty, slight.
Burnett, this is a family program, so we won't get into anything that perhaps might have been found there. And I'm sure you guys had some fun times. He was always having fun. He was a great kid, and we miss him dearly. And we're so happy to be here and share the stories.
Now, if you'd seen Sean's house in the 2000s, how about a fraternity house in the 1970s when I was there?
Is that Bill's? What would Bill's house look like?
It was not Bill's house, but it was ATO. And let me tell you something, no parents were ever allowed in. I have no idea how we survived.
Well, we're glad that you did, and you're here today to call the action, and you were a great friend and mentor of Sean Locke's, coaching at St. Mark's with one of your fraternity brothers as the head man at St. Mark's when Sean played. And now this is, we joke, not officially, unofficially called St. Mark's night in the past. This Friday had always been 2 St. Mark's games, girls and boys, the alma mater of Sean Locke. And tonight we've got an extra game. St. Elizabeth was able to defeat Archmere as O'Donohue able to bank one through and in to get it back into single digits. But it'll be St. Mark's girls playing now, and then the boys team playing so well under coach Lonnie Wright, the nightcap here at the Chase Field House at 8 o'clock versus DMA.
That's going to be a really fun game. St. Mark's playing at a very high level. The Archmere basketball team had to compete against them about a week and a half ago and lost by 6 in a very competitive game. Lonnie Wright's done an excellent job over there. They've got some terrific players we're going to be having fun talk about. But I'll tell you what, this DMA team has had a really good season. They've had some solid wins. They played very good defense. They have a couple of excellent shooters. And I think we're in for a real treat here in a little bit of time.
Still 9 minutes up to go in this one. Padua has been in control. A little back and forth to start, but the Pandas, who are 11-4 on the season, have looked like the better ball club this evening. And now Buffon taking control. Looks like she checked the clock. Perhaps Padua going to try to work the clock. I say that as the three-pointer is fired from the corner. When you can shoot like that, why waste any more time before you get one off? Just the second three-pointer made on the season in games with stats for Gianna Graham, but she buried that one and gets the lead back up to double figures.
And no fear for that freshman. She wasn't worried about the clock winding down. She wanted to get off that shot. Nice form on that. And let's not forget, St. Mark's is still trying to hang in here without Sophia Karch, who's still on the bench, saddled with 4 fouls.
That's a great point that you make, is St. Mark's has been without Sophia Karch since the start of this third quarter. She missed the final 2 minutes and some change in the third quarter, so they've been going a long time without a player that is their go-to scorer. Everything goes through Sophia Karch. She's played in all 4 SL24 Classics. She's been playing since her freshman year, and she has been out with foul trouble for the Spartans.
And it's really cost them. St. Mark's has had 5 preventable turnovers after they went off to a 6-0 run to start the quarter. That really just hampered the momentum that they had built up to start this quarter and start their comeback.
Ball goes out of bounds. It'll be St. Mark's basketball, and could see a moment ago Coach Karch talking with Sophia. She's up on the bench. She's yelling like a coach as well, trying to get her team ready for the final 17.
She's trying to get her mother's attention to put me back in the game.
She's dying to get
put
back
me
out
in,
there.
Coach.
12 seconds on the clock. Husnader sends it back out. 7 seconds. It's Kiefer. Nice pass, open look, and beating the buzzer is Maddie Fosnow. That's the second quarter that has ended on a St. Mark's make, and that shot makes it a 10-point deficit. Padua on top, 35-25 as we head to the fourth.
Let's see if that doesn't give St. Mark's a little bit of momentum rolling in here to the fourth quarter. Sophia Karch will re-enter the game. They've just got to make sure that their defense stays sharp. They've got to force some turnovers and get a couple of easy baskets.
You're watching the SL24 Basketball Classic. It's St. Mark's, it's Padua, and the Pandas up 35-25 as we get ready for fourth quarter action.
So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is brought to you by Marticelli Restaurant Group, Matt Haley Trust, Nemours, TKO Hospitality, and by Warren & Taylor.
It's not just the basketball players having a good time on the court here at the Chase Fieldhouse. Dance squads on the floor providing some entertainment between quarters. I'm Scott Klatskin. We've been talking with Barnett Harris and Bill Harmon throughout the night, and what a honor to be sitting next to Ange Pugliese, as you are the director of Sean's House. We've been talking about Sean's House and how incredible it's been and what a difference it's been making in the community. We won't get into, we had some conversation what it looked like when Sean lives there. You can clean it up a bit for everyone that comes through the doors. But over 33,000 people have come through those doors in a short amount of time. It opened in 2020.
Correct. And, you know, every single person is truly important to us. Every single person that walks through that door, we welcome them with a smile. Sometimes it's, you know, a cup of coffee, or we have our Pause for People dogs there, or, you know, every person that walks in, we want them to feel supported and to feel loved. So that's 33,000 people that have had a special moment in their day when they walk through the door.
It's fantastic, the difference that you are making. And Barnett Harris made a great point in the third quarter when we were talking about Sean's House, as we've been doing throughout. You're able to see the cleaned up version of Sean's House on the screen here. They had they after he was done with it, it looks beautiful. It is such a great place to be. But you mentioned people coming through the doors and having pizza, having dinner, able to enjoy themselves. But he had mentioned talking to the right people, right? It's not just you're walking through the doors and hoping someone is there to connect with. You have over 270 specialists that have been trained to support. So some of the money raised tonight goes towards teaching as well as just keeping the doors open.
Yeah, absolutely. And every single one of those peers, our peer specialists, is somebody who has had lived experience in mental health. So they're all somebody who has had some kind of mental health struggle or challenge themselves. They've been in the shoes of the people walking through those doors. And some of them have come from being guests at Sean's House to then do the training, become a peer specialist. Actually, a lot of the high school students that are here today, some of them playing on the court, some of them on cheer teams, some of them in the stands, are peer sport specialists too, who volunteer their time, you know, after school or on weekends to be there for somebody else, to provide that direct peer-to-peer, person-to-person, their age, lived experience support. And that's really what makes Sean's House, I think, unique.
It is so unique, and we're so happy that it is there to honor Sean. We were talking about how we love that it's called Sean's House, because it literally was where he lived on campus, and how his name is honored and lives on through the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. But we talk about everyone coming through the doors, and 33,000 is such a significant number.
Sure,
And I like to mention it throughout the broadcast, because it means that you're not alone.
Correct.
If you're feeling this way, so have over 30,000 other people, and you're changing the stigma, if there was one involved with going through those types of feelings and anxiety and depression. And now, because of Sean's House, there's some normalcy to it of, you know what, everyone's going through this.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's unique about that and that helps with that is that we are open 24/7. So, you know, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. is our kind of like walk-in, visiting, you know, come hang out if you want to hours. But from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., we're still there. Because we know that even in those hours in the middle of the night, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., when you feel like you're alone, we're there at Sean's house to say, you're not alone. We're here for you. Ring the doorbell, and we're here to provide you with support. So I think that's something else that is really special and helps people, reminds people of that feeling that you're not alone, that our lights are on and available for you all the time.
We're talking with Ange Pugliese, the director of Sean's House. And talking about Sean's House, we've done so throughout the broadcast, but who to talk about it better than the director of Sean's House? And Ange, we mentioned Sean's House. It opened on September 24th, of course, 24 going with the theme in 2020, when not a lot of people were going through any doors in 2020. Remember what was going on with COVID, and people were staying away, a tough time to open during all of that, but always the right time, because wow, people were having depressive thoughts. They didn't have someone to talk to at that time, especially. They were left all alone in their home and not able to have that physical contact that we were talking about in the third quarter, as Bill Harmon made a great point about having someone there for you. So on time to open up when people really needed you there, and you're there 24/7. We talked about how, you can't just say, oh, I can't have depression because it's after 8 o'clock.
Right.
Right. And sometimes those thoughts come in late at night. And the fact that you're there is fantastic, and it's all thanks to the funds raised on these next 2 days.
It is. And, you bring up a good point with that as well, which is, that COVID, I think that time period, in 2020 and beyond, we learned so much about even being able to be online for people, right? And that is something we continue at Sean's House, which is that you can call and set up a virtual peer support session at any time as well. You can call the house to set that up, or email us to set that up. So even if, you're ill or you're unable to get out of your house, some people, it's hard for them to even walk through the doors. Our biggest goal is to break down every single barrier that would stop you from getting help. So those peer support sessions, those online virtual sessions that we learned so much about in 2020 and beyond, we're still honoring that at Sean's House to make sure that there is no barrier, and that, wherever you are, we're going to meet you there.
Fantastic. No reason not to be able to get help, even online and in person. We've talked about it throughout this broadcast, but no reason not to mention it once again. For those that are watching, how can they support Sean's House?
There are so many ways, and they don't have to be monetary either. We get a lot of volunteers that come through the house. They help with special projects. We have a lot of interns that get service hours. So just helping, even something as simple as reshelving books in our library, or helping to clean up, or, if you have a green thumb, helping plant some flowers outside. Even those are all ways that you can help Sean's House. We do have Amazon wish lists if you're looking to make a physical donation. That's always helpful, and we have things, ranging from a book to a cup of coffee to a whole outdoor dining set. And those are things that people can do for free, and beyond just the financial donations, donating your time, donating your support. I mean, sharing our message, sharing our Instagram, watching this live stream, coming to the event. We have an online auction that's going right now that has a lot of items that are really awesome. So any of those things are a support. Spreading the message and just telling people, hey, there's a place you can go, or I'll bring you to this place, or let me tell you about this place. All of those are ways to support Sean's House.
If I heard correctly, you have a therapy dog participation. Tell me about that. I'm very interested in what type of dogs that you all want to have for this. Is that something people can donate time for? That sounds like a wonderful thing. I know they're used in a lot of other ways.
Yeah, so Paws for People is an amazing organization that we've partnered with since the beginning. And they bring trained therapy dogs with them, and they are dogs of all sizes. We have German Shepherds that are big and fluffy, and we have, little tiny miniature poodles and things like that. And they're really just a way for people to, again, not feel like they're alone. Something that I think people sometimes forget about when you go off to college, people think about, oh, you leave, family, whatever. You leave your pets too. And sometimes they're missing, just being able to sit there with their dog. And animals are a great example of, they're not judging you. They're not thinking about who you are, what's your background, what are you saying, they're just there to love on you and to receive love too. And
to get some occasional treats.
Absolutely, some treats.
At least my 2 Labradors like that.
Some toys. We have a lot of golden retrievers that come through. We have some labs. And honestly, the owners of these pets become part of the Sean's House family too.
I would think that would be the case, absolutely.
Yeah, we have shout out to Safira and Becky who come every Monday. And I love when Becky, is able to check in with a student and say, hey, how was that exam that you had last week? And it's just nice to feel a part of something and to feel like this is a familiar face, whether it's an animal or a person, when they come in.
So if someone had a dog or dogs that they might want to have participate in this, how would they go about getting involved?
Yeah, so Paws for People is the organization that
so they would do it through
does
Paws
that.
for
Yep,
People.
through Paws for People. And what's been amazing is we've been able to expand that. One of the teams playing right now is St. Mark's High School, and we have been able to have our Paws dogs come to Sean's room in St. Mark's High School as well. So even in the middle of the school day, the kids can stop by for a cuddle or a treat, like you said, and see the dogs. And it really has been proven to make a difference in people's mental health, spending time with animals.
Well, I know that Paws for People. A friend of mine was on the board for a long time, just
Great.
happened to rotate off after 9 years, though.
Wow.
And we would talk so often about what he did on the board and the cause, and I just think it's a wonderful organization. I'm so happy to hear that they have integration with Sean's House.
They're great supporters of ours,
Fabulous.
and we love having extra, love around the house in any form.
Well, we love having
well done by you.
Thank you.
an extra voice on the broadcast. Talk with Ange Pugliese, the director of Sean's House, and what an amazing couple of days we have here. It starts an extra game today, as typically on Friday. It's 2 St. Mark's games, the girls and the boys. We got such a great contest, St. Elizabeth versus Archmere, to get us started. What does an event like this do to help support those students that come to Sean's House?
Yeah, so if you don't know, I actually taught at Padua for 8 years. So some of my girls that I know out here on the court, and I've been a Padua student, right? So I see, these students come through the door. I know what it's like for them in the school building. I know what it's like for them in their social life outside of that, activities, sports that they do. So an event like this helps us to really expand and go towards creating more spaces like the Sean's Room at St. Mark's, like the Sean's Room at Salesiana, like the Sean's Room at the Teen Warehouse, the upcoming one that will be opening soon at St. George's. We're able to expand to get into these school buildings to really provide a mini Sean's House environment. So events like this really help us help these students directly that are playing by putting a space in their school building that they can go, because they can't all drive to Sean's House, right? Not all of them are driving yet. And having that place to go in the school building that's confidential, that is supportive, that's calming, that just gives them a little respite from the stress of the rest of their day. An event like this really helps to drive that, being able to expand upon those rooms.
Well, we appreciate you telling us all about it. Educate, assist, support. You are there in so many facets for the community. It's good to see Kiefer get up onto her feet for St. Mark's. And you know what? You came on the broadcast. You talked about Sean's House. I think we hit all the marks. And your Padua Pandas look like they're on their way to victory for you as well.
All right. That's what I like to see.
Thank you so much, Ange Pugliese. Thank you so much. And you'll be back tomorrow?
We'll catch back up tomorrow.
You'll be back on the broadcast tomorrow. That's Ange Pugliese, as she is the director of Sean's House. And we continue to talk about all the great things that Sean's House is doing in the community. We mentioned over 33,000 visitors through the door at Sean's House. It was so great to connect with Ange Pugliese, who we talked to last year. I remember having her on the broadcast, and I know she'll be on tomorrow as well to talk more about Sean's House.
She's just got the perfect personality for what she does. She's outgoing, conversational, but also totally understands the mission. And she has really done a remarkable job at Sean's House, and everyone that she's touched certainly appreciate everything that she does.
Shout out our dogs, too. I got to get Howard over to
Well, I was going to make that
right?
remark. I can't imagine how he would be anything but fabulous at this.
He would love everybody that comes through the door, your dogs as well. But as we get back into a little bit of basketball, Padua, they led by 10 coming in. Not a whole lot of scoring during our interview segments so far on the evening. Nice shot there by Hayes, who now has another three-pointer. and her box score line on the night, 42-26. And, you know, as we've been talking about Sean's house and the importance of this game and what it does, I thought it was a great point that she made as we talked to the director of Sean's house about what it does for these players being a part of it. You know, they're going to come out of this with experience, maybe learning about SL24 for the first time, with a great warm-up shirt that says Lock 24 that they're going to wear next time they play pickup game, or they'll wear as they walk around, and someone will say, what's Lock 24? And then they have an opportunity to spread the word, and just a great experience for these players. You can see how you can donate. We were talking about that QR code on the screen now, but these fans are here, they're learning about it, but there's 18 teams of players that are going to spread the word after today and tomorrow as well.
Well, you make a really salient point there, Scott, in that Chris Locke and others go in and actually have conversations with the teams before the game to explain a lot about the entire movement. Out in the community, I can't tell you how many times I'll see an SL24 shirt on the back of somebody. Sometimes our players wear it over top of the shirt they're going to practice in. It's something that's just grown on people, and obviously the players who are here and get to participate have a deeper understanding of the cause and what goes on. And I'm just so happy that the teams I've been associated with over the years, when I was at St. Mark's and now at Archmere, have been able to participate in this. Win or lose, you're a winner because of what you're learning.
And these shirts that they get to wear, it's a badge of honor, because now the Classic is so established. It says, oh, your team was good enough to play at the Chase Fieldhouse in the Classic. I mean, the best of the best in high school basketball playing over the course of the next 2 days. And I've seen so many SL24 shirts. That logo, fantastic. Unlock the light, Lock 24 on the back. And a timeout is taken by Coach Sackett. Coach Sackett was named the 2024 Catholic and Non-Conference Coach of the Year. Her team going to improve, it looks like, to 11-4, playing without Abby Grillo, who is not feeling well and unable to come to the game tonight. Before we close this one out, we talk about how important it is for the players and how much it means to everyone playing. There's a coach on the side. Every coach here gets it, I will say, but certainly for one that represents Sean's alma mater, Coach Val Karch, who talked about just how much it means to be playing in this game. She said, I consider it a privilege to be able to play in the SL24 and honor Sean. Chris Locke has done an incredible job of reducing the stigma of mental illness. Student athletes today face such intense pressure, often feeling the weight of unrealistic expectation from parents, friends, and especially social media. As a coach, I make sure mental wellness is a top priority, and we regularly talk about its importance in our team meetings. I wanted to make sure I read that word for word as she sent it, because it means so much. The message is clear to her, and she establishes mental health with her team. She said that the season has not gone the way they would want. They come in with a 5-8 record. They're on their way to 5-9, and certainly for her daughter, who is a senior and having a losing season. But she makes sure that she checks in, and throughout those losses, this team has stayed together, and that's what impresses her most about her squad.
Well, Val really gets it. A student at St. Mark's, and then a longtime coach and teacher at St. Mark's. She's been around. She gets it. She's been in some terrific programs over there. I'm just so happy that she's getting an opportunity to show off her head coaching skills. Yes, it may not show in the record this year, but that message that you read there tells me everything I need to know about Val Cart. She obviously gets it, and gets it very deeply and very passionately.
Her daughter Sophia in double figures for the 11th time this season. She's the only returning scorer from last season's SL24 game for St. Mark's. As we mentioned, she's playing all 4 SL24 Classic contests for St. Mark's. Her team's going to fall against Padua. Padua, similar theme that we talked about in game number 1. The Vikings, St. Elizabeth had to come in playing without their leading scorer. Padua had to do the same, and players stepped up and were able to secure the victory for both of those squads.
Well, they certainly have. It's been a real team effort. Padua has some really good players. They're very balanced. They know their roles. They're well coached, and they play hard. And they've really been dynamic, I think, in the open court.
Sophia Buffon gets in double figures. Looks like she's going to pick up a win. We're going to hope another Buffon.
Her brother tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to hope another Buffon gets a win tomorrow, as the Delaware men's basketball team will head up to New Jersey and take on Monmouth. Great family. We talked about Brandon, her brother, her father as well, and mother Renee, who is quite the athlete as well. Padua going to win this one 48-29 as they'll hold things out for the final horn Back-to-back wins at the SL24 Classic over St. Mark's on a Friday night. Great victory for head coach Nisago Sackett, and Padua improves to 11-4 on the year.
An impressive performance. It sets them up for bigger games down the road in the Catholic Conference and then on into the state tournament.
2 games in the books. We've got one more. The headliner tonight at the Chase Fieldhouse will be coming up next. It's St. Mark's. The boys basketball team will take the court. It's Sean Locke's alma mater. He played for St. Mark's, and now the Spartans will get a turn on this court on the boys' side. They will take on DMA, and we'll have that for you at 8 o'clock. It's coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere. And while you're waiting, head to unlockthelight.com/donate so you can help this great cause. It's the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic, and St. Mark's is taking on DMA. It's coming up next.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
We've all met people who are outstanding individuals, people that just vibrate with goodness. And they walk into a room and you feel better just because they're there. And yet even those incredible people have days when they're not shining, when life isn't vibrating, when they're hurting. We're all hurt by life. We're all broken in ways. And the reality is that there are times when we feel pain in such a way. In this culture, we're not encouraged to then reach out and ask somebody for help. We're afraid of that word, that phrase, mental illness, because it has such a stigma attached to it. There are times when each of us needs to know, I need help. I need to ask someone to talk to me, to let me talk to them, to be heard. One of the great beauties of this place, this Sean's house, is the fact that anybody can come and knock on the door and they'll be welcomed by someone who is so present, so attentive to that individual, that person. They're so with them that they feel accepted. They feel, I'm being heard, and maybe I'm being cared for in a way that there is hope, that there is light that will continue to shine in my life.
In many ways, Sean's Room is about creating a space in which students are able to discover both community, but also
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is brought to you by Marticelli Restaurant Group, Matt Haley Trust, Nemours, TKO Hospitality, and by Warren & Taylor.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
here with Zach Ryan, the Executive Director of the SL24 Foundation. Great to see you, man.
Good to see you.
How you doing, all right?
Been doing all right, yeah. It's been a busy year, and we're looking forward to 2025.
A lot of amazing things happening here. I got a few questions for you. I want to start off, first off, with the Peer 24 program, okay? So we need to get people to understand what this is all about. How do they help, and then how do you get involved? So let's get an overview first and foremost. Peer 24.
Yeah, so it's really the heart of what we do. It's young people helping young people. So we have a 9-week training program that's complete with healthcare theater, mock sessions, all these things that allow a young person that has a lived experience to kind of take that knowledge with some training, help another young person that's struggling. So we have 2 trainings a year, and we're training the next crop of young professionals in the mental health space. And it's just really exciting.
How old do you have to be? Who is part of this program? I know there's, what, over 270 that you've actually trained now.
Yeah, so it's 16 is the youngest.
Okay.
And then we'll go through college-age students. And it's just kind of like, how can we, at Sean's rooms, Sean's houses, have people always ready to staff, always ready to talk to people?
Now, are they here? Do they have certain times that they're here at Sean's house? And what about at the Sean's rooms?
So it kind of is unique to the community. As we continue to expand, we always want to make sure our foundation is 24/7, 365. And so it makes sense here in a college town to always be ready, because sometimes, that Ring doorbell rings at 3 o'clock in the morning, and we always have somebody ready. At the high schools or the community centers, it's a little bit different. So it might be a lunchtime where a lot of students are coming in. They just, maybe they bombed a test, or maybe they've got something going on after school, and they need to talk to somebody. At the community center, at the teen warehouse, it's Friday nights. That's when the most people are coming through, and that's when they're talking about what's going on with them.
A lot of new things going on here as well. Wanted to ask you about the Teen Summit. What was that all about?
Yeah, it was a first for us. We gathered over 100 young people and actually teachers, guidance counselors at the Teen Warehouse, one of our Sean's Room locations, and we said, let's have a conversation about mental health. And all of those folks gathered, and it was around that theme from last year, 2024, more than. I'm more than my struggles. I'm more than my diagnosis. I'm more than the worst thing I've ever done. I'm also more than my successes. I'm not defined by any of these things. It's all of these things. I'm a human. I'm a unique person. And so we had Benjamin Wagner, who's like kind of a thought leader in the space. He was our keynote, but I would say like kind of the real keynotes, and he would agree with me, were the kids. We had young people get up from different schools, different locations, and talk about their own struggle and how they're more than that.
Speaking of the outreach, like you just said, I mean, you have the basketball tournament, which is up in Wilmington, and then wintertime you have the volleyball tournament in the summer at Dewey Beach, which is amazing. And then all these rooms starting to develop throughout the whole state as well. So tell us a little bit more about outreach and how this entire state's getting involved, right?
What I love about this state, coming from Florida, it's a little state that's like a loving neighborhood. And I think we kind of find when we do a volleyball tournament, all these people gather and they hear about what's happening up in Newcastle County and say, why not here? Right. And now we're saying in a more deliberate way, yeah, why not? So I'd say be on the lookout for how we might be expanding in Sussex and Kent County. I can't say anything yet, but like we're looking to make some inroads and some really deliberate outreach in Sussex.
There's been so many people that have come through here that also work here, including yourself and the people that we've been involved in for many years. It's always important when someone has probably had to go through this personally themselves to be able to help others. I know you're one of those individuals. Like, tell me a little bit more about your journey, what it means to you, and why it's so important for you here and in this role and what you're now doing for others.
Yeah, so over the course of the past year and a half, I've seen young people come through these doors, and I've seen them struggle. In a 15-year teaching career, I lost students. I saw students come in with struggles. But I think one of the things that like kind of has impacted me was seeing a parent bring their child in here. And it was a little abstract until March, when I had my wife had our daughter, Kira, and now I've got a little baby, and I'm worried that she's gonna have my anxiety. I'm worried that like she is going to walk into a room and despite everything that we say, she's gonna think she's not enough, like I think I'm not enough. And she's gonna think that she is failing, even though things are going well and people are smiling and she's smiling. And so when I saw those parents have the courage to bring those kids in, it hit different in March now that I have Kira. And so I've made deliberate efforts to like work on my own anxiety, work on my own feelings of feeling trapped, feeling anxious, having imposter syndrome, because I want to be the best dad to her that I can be.
You're in the right place, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think we all are. It's been great to see you again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zach.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So, he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
People hurt. We're human. We're all wounded. The only ones who aren't wounded are babies. They're innocent. Innocent comes from the Latin innocens, which means without wound. But the rest of us, we've been hurt. We've had experiences along the way where you're with somebody and you have concern because the way they're talking seems to indicate that they're not well, that they're not happy with who they are, what's happening in their life, and they may possibly be indicating that they don't want to be around, that maybe it'd be better if they weren't here. If you find yourself in that situation, you don't let them go. You take their hand and say, listen to me, I hear you, I'm present, I'm listening. Don't take their suffering, their pain lightly. Let them know that you want to be there for them and see them to the next step, which means, yes, you need to connect them with somebody who knows how to take their hand from your hand and guide them beyond this moment. They are indicating to you something because they trust you. And you need to let them know that what you need to do for them is out of concern, is out of your goodness. If we make a mistake, if we are overreacting, so be it. They'll still be here. I'll make it clear, if somebody speaks to you and uses the S word, that is such a huge flag. That's the big one. Do not let them go. You must see them through to someone else that can make a difference for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening once again, and welcome to the 7th annual SL24 basketball. Academy Seahawks and the St. Mark's High School Spartans. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please direct your attention to the floor as we welcome the co-founder of the SL24 Unlock the Light, Please put your hands together for Mr. Chris Locke.
Kevin, that was quite an announcement. I'm not used to having my name like that. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me up there? Excellent. All right. Sounds good. In a few minutes, we're going to hear Olivia Rubini, Padua grad who was on The Voice, sing a song that I really think demonstrates why we're here tonight. The song is called I'll Stand By You. And when you hear the lyrics, you'll know why we chose that song. But at this time, I really want to highlight two people who personify I'll Stand By You. The first is Brian Radishevitz. We lost Brian to a heart attack in October at the age of 49. The Spartan family mourns his loss. He was a true Spartan. But Brian was also the voice of SL24 Basketball Classic for the past 5 years. He sat at that table the whole day on Friday, the whole day on Saturday, announcing hundreds of kids' names, announcing all the messages. He never left that chair during the Classic. Brian and his voice was amazing. And he is dearly missed by the Spartan Nation and by the SL24 family. Brian personally knew Sean, and he said to me many times, I loved your son. He was a great kid. I saw Dan Swayze a little while ago, and he said, Brian's the sort of guy that would just take his shirt off his back and give it to you. I would always try to pay Brian for his services, and he would always say, nope, keep it in the foundation. Well, Brian, we love you, and you are a great man. Each year we have a thank you event, and we give awards out in various categories, and one of those is community. We've decided at SL24, in his honor and his dedication for the mission of SL24, that we have decided to rename the award the Brian Radishevitz SL24 Community Award. And we want his family to receive the first award, so if you can come out here real fast, we'd appreciate it. Many of you have heard me say that Sean's house is like Grandma's house. Well, one of those persons I think of when I think of the warmth, love, and guidance of a grandmother is Ann Carney. We lost recently at the wonderful age of 93. Mrs. Carney had 9 children and 19 grandchildren. And this family has been part of SL24 since the beginning. I got the pleasure to know Mrs. Carney when her granddaughter Hannah was on the same swim team as Sean. And we would sit around the pool and she would regale me of her stories when she was a college basketball player. And she was a remarkable woman. And after we lost Sean, whenever I saw Mrs. Carney, she would give me words of encouragement, words of gratitude. She also was a tremendous educator and devoted decades teaching children. In her honor and her family's dedication to the mission of SL24, we have decided to rename our Education Award the Ann Carney SL24 Education Award. We would like this first award to go to her family. If they can come out, please. So as I said, both Brian and Ann personified the song we're about to hear, I'll Stand By You. I think also earlier this year when Maddie Way spoke up very honestly and spoke about her mental health journey. And her family, Tripp, Gina, and her brother Trevor, and Rob, and Connie Whittick, have really taken it on themselves to make a change and be a tremendous supporter in dedicating their time and resources to opening up the Sean's rooms you've been hearing about. The song I'll Stand By You personifies what they are doing, what Ann has done, what Brian has done, what all of you have done. The lyric says the following: "Oh, why do you look so sad? Tears are in your eyes. Come on and come to me now. Don't be ashamed to cry. Because I've seen the dark side too. When the night falls on you, you don't know what to do. Nothing you confess can make me love you less. When you're standing at a crossroad and don't know which path to choose, let me come along. I'll stand by you. I won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. Take me into your darkest hour, and I'll never desert you. I'll stand by you." This is what SL24 is all about. This is our mission. We will always stand by you. We will always help you in your darkest hour. We will never desert you. All of you tonight have made this possible. Your support of SL24 will continue to help those out of darkness and to unlock their light. So I now would like to ask Olivia and her dad to come on out here. We're going to dim the lights, and if you are willing to stand up for somebody, I ask you to stand up, turn on your lights, and let's make this dark room be as bright as possible. I thank each and every one of you, and God bless.
I'm alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, Olivia Rubini. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good evening and welcome to the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. Tonight's game features the visiting team, Delaware Military Academy Seahawks, and the home team, St. Mark's High School Spartans. We're honored to have you for a great night of basketball community and supporting our important mental health mission affecting so many of our friends and family. This time, we do ask that you please rise, and gentlemen, we ask that you please remove your caps as we honor America and all that serve and protect our freedom, both home and abroad. Fans, please direct your attention to the floor, presenting our colors this evening. Please welcome the color guard representing Delaware Military Academy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for her rendition of the Star Spangled Banner, please welcome St. Mark's student Abby Eban.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is presented by BTL Foundation, CBM Insurance, Delaware Heating and Air, DSM Commercial, and HFM Advisors.
It's the SL24 Basketball Classic, the 7th annual event from the Chase Field House, and it is Sean Locke's alma mater, the St. Mark's Spartans, taking on the DMA Seahawks in the nightcap of night number 1. I'm Scott Klatzen alongside Barnett Harris and Bill Harmon. What a day it has been, and we're all looking forward to this one. Great energy in the building for game number 3.
This game is always a rivalry game. These two teams have competed against each other for a number of years. St. Mark's coming in as really one of the better teams in the state. DMA has competed well all season long. They've got some really good senior leadership. Coach Papillo does a really good job with this team. I'm expecting an excellent contest here this evening.
I'm excited to see these two high-power, electric offenses play a fantastic game to round out night 1.
We've had some great energy in the building so far. We expect the same and more tonight as the jerseys that Sean used to wear going to be performing on the court. It's St. Mark's, Sean's alma mater. They are 8-2 on the season, coached by Lonnie Wright in his 4th year as the head man for the Spartans. And for DMA, they come in 10-3 on the year, coached by Francis Papillo in his 2nd season. Let's get you starters now for both of these teams as they're announced on the floor. You see Lonnie Wright, so let's talk about his squad. Khalil Kemp, Dylan Bromwell, the sharpshooter, has made 19 threes on the season. Tariq Warner, their leading scorer. Max Batten and Nathan Meyer with 29 rebounds on the year. Their leader in that category, the starting 5 for St. Mark's. St. Mark's coming off their bench onto the floor. But on the flip side, Delaware Military Academy, they'll go with Jackson Lennon, their leading scorer. Ryan Shaw, the best three-point shooter on the team. Shannon Cohen, Gabriel Francica, and Sean O'Connor round out the starting 5. You can see Sean's jersey on the chair. The reason we are here for number 24, it's the SL24 Basketball Classic, and his alma mater about to take the court against DMA.
Earlier, we talked about Sean Locke being a terrific freshman to start. This Dylan Bromwell can really play. He is a superb three-point shooter, moves extremely well without the ball. Sean would be very fond of the way this guy plays. He's never found a shot he didn't like. He's a good defender, a tough guy. He's going to be an outstanding player for Coach Wright as they move forward in his career.
As we get set for tip-off, a reminder, you can donate by scanning that QR code on your screen. You can also head to unlockthelight.com/donate. You see on the screen multiple ways to donate to an amazing cause. Last year, over $600,000 were raised for SL24 Unlock the Light and Sean's House. This is year number 7, and so far over $2 million have been raised and going to an amazing cause. You can also head to givebutter.com/SL24Classic7. St. Mark's in the home white uniforms. They'll be going left to right. DMA in the road navy and gold. It is a top matchup in the state of Delaware high school basketball, and we are so pleased to be here for it.
Interesting start. Tariq Warner does not typically start. He comes off the bench. Usually Michael Friend starts, but Warner is just an instant offense player. Second most threes on the team, a really good defender.
Sean O'Connor will operate for DMA. 10 wins for the Seahawks, 8-2 go the Spartans. It is a heavyweight matchup, and you can feel the energy in the building as everyone's starting to file in after what was a very passionate and powerful message from Chris Locke prior to this game, and an amazing rendition by Olivia Rubini, who sang Stand By You. It was an amazing interlude between games, and now ready to go. A line drive triple gets us started. That's Cohen, his first make from distance of the year.
Yeah, he's not known for his shooting. He's a defender and a driver. Pretty flat shot, but win and gets DMA off to a great start.
He heard I was on the call, and he wanted to impress me, Scott.
Did he do that?
He did indeed. I am very impressed.
You find yourself impressed by the line drive triple that goes through. 3-0 DMA to start. And another one, raining threes to start as Jackson Lennon makes it a quick 6 for DMA.
Well, he's a great long-range shooter. Both he and Shaw are terrific players. Can get that 3 off in a hurry.
Now St. Mark's trying to get 3 back. A contested triple from the corner and a rebound for DMA. Jackson Lennon going off the bounce into traffic and nearly a turnover. It's recovered by Francica.
Francisco's a big man, takes up a lot of space. They don't run a lot of plays for him, but he's a good screener and a good finisher around the basket.
I like the pace DMA is playing with. They're getting into their sets pretty quickly, and they're trying to get shots up with very fast.
There's been a foul call there on the reach. Instead, it goes to DMA, and an air ball is shot by Jackson Lennon. Ball goes out of bounds, which will allow us to bring in a very special guest. We talk about the top teams playing tonight and throughout the day tomorrow. Well, they'll all be playing for a championship, a DIAA championship, battling soon at the end of the season. And so we bring in the executive director of the DIAA, Dave Baylor. Thank you so much for being here, Dave.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys. It's good to see you.
David, how are you? Welcome.
I mean, it looks like Delaware home week here.
That's right. We are excited to be here. It is always great to talk to you, and to talk to you at an event like this is just fantastic. How has this event impacted high school basketball in the state of Delaware?
Well, I think it's not only impacted high school basketball, but high school athletics all around. I mean, what Sean's family has done to bring mental health awareness to the forefront has helped student athletes at all levels, and we're proud to be a part of it. We're proud to see our student athletes be engaged, and it's been a positive thing for the state of Delaware.
We were talking earlier about how these warm-up shirts that all these teams get coming in here with the SL24 logo and Lock 24 on the back have a badge of honor. You walk around town with that shirt on, it means you played for a team that was good enough to play in this basketball classic. Teams, players, they want to be here.
Well, I tell you, I met with Chris Locke earlier today, and he said the waiting list to get here is growing each year. And, that's a testament to this tournament. That's a testament to what all you have done to bring this awareness of not only the tournament, but what it represents to the state of Delaware. And like I said, we're proud to be a part of this.
Free throw good from Dylan Bromwell gets St. Mark's on the board. We're talking to the executive director of the DIAA, Dave Baylor. Thank you so much for being here. And the schedule that a guy that knows a little bit about DIAA championships, Trevor Cooney, put together as he's part of the planning committee here for SL24. The schedule of teams that has been put together over this two-day span, I mean, it is some of the best of the best that'll be playing at this Chase Fieldhouse.
I think what you're seeing is a prelude to the state tournament. And you're getting to see it right now before it happens. But these student athletes from both DMA and St. Mark's are some of the best, and it's nice to watch. And tomorrow night you're going to have equally a good lineup with Sally's and Sanford. You got Odessa versus Middletown. You got Ursuline playing, Howard, Smyrna, Archmere, St. George's, Polytech. What a lineup.
The list goes on and on when you talk about high-quality basketball from start to finish throughout the day. It'll tip off at 10:24 a.m. and ode to the 24 worn by Sean Locke as a bucket and a foul for St. Mark's will give Max Batten a chance to head to the line and finish a three-point play. But we are seeing, as you said, maybe a preview of games that will be played down the line in the state tournament. We talk SL24 basketball. We're here broadcasting a game where his alma mater is on the floor. You remember seeing Sean Locke around campus at the University of Delaware.
I remember seeing him around the campus of Delaware. I remember seeing him at St. Mark's. He was a great young man. Student athlete aside, he was just a nice young man at Delaware, and that whole team that he was a part of, it was nice to be around. So I got the best of both worlds. I was on the football team, but I got to hang out with the basketball guys, and it was great.
As there's a turnover and a run out. Basket made by Dylan Bromwell. He's up to 3 points. Now St. Mark's has taken the lead. How have you enjoyed your time as executive director of the DIAA?
I enjoy it because it gives me and my staff the opportunity to help student athletes up and down the state. We're trying to make it better. We're trying to do some things to expand sports. We're looking at flag football. Girls wrestling is now part of the IAA sports. So we're looking at the ways to bring more students involved in interscholastic athletics.
And you're doing a fantastic job of giving an outlet. Sometimes sports helps with mental health, or all the time sports helps with mental health as well, because it gives an outlet, it gives friendship, it gives a community, and that's what Sean's house is for. That's what the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation is for. It all works together hand in hand.
You know, one of the things that drove Sean was being a part of the team. And every young student athlete, one of the things they tell you is it wasn't about wins and losses. It was about the camaraderie, the journey with their teammates. And that's what we want to continue.
And we're doing that with the SL24 Basketball Classic. On the run out, Khalil Kemp double clutches, misses, put back, strong and stripped. On the run is DMA, a foul by Max Batten. Dave Baylor, Executive Director of the DIAA. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much for coming on, and thank you so much for being a part of this amazing event.
Guys, thanks for having me. And if anybody's out there listening, come on down and be a part of this atmosphere. I'm going to spend the night here so I can be here for the first game tomorrow.
You get to be front row. That's how it works. If you camp out, we'll put you courts. I got a feeling you get to sit wherever you want to, being the executive director of the DIAA. Such
David,
great basketball.
Thank you.
Can't
Scott,
tell you how much we appreciate you stopping by.
appreciate you, brother.
All right, that's Dave Baylor, and always great to talk with him. Some amazing basketball going on over these next 2 days. He talked about it going down the line in terms of top teams in the state of Delaware, playing tonight, playing tomorrow. And Dave Baylor, great guy, we've known for years, and they're under great leadership, the DIAA, with him as the executive director.
They are in excellent shape. Dave Baylor has worn a lot of different hats in his day, guys, and he's done very well in whatever venture he has undertaken, and a really terrific guy to represent the state, especially at the level of the DIAA.
Shannon Cohen made a three, misses on the free throw, going over the back was Francica. And so the first six belong to DMA, as we were talking with Dave Baylor. St. Mark's reeling off 8 in a row as we get past the middle of the first quarter.
St. Mark's is an incredibly dangerous team in the open court. They do as good a job as anybody at pushing the ball by the dribble or the pass. They run the lanes extremely well. Everybody on the court's an athlete and can play in the open court transition game.
10-6 is the count. St. Mark's 10 in a row. DMA trying to find some offense after a quick start.
St. Mark's is so aggressive, and what they do is they speed up the other team to play literally outside of their own skin, and that's what you have to do when you play against St. Mark's. You need to slow down, be under control, play at your speed, because if not, St. Mark's is just too good at their game.
St. Mark's comes in very motivated. Lost to St. Elizabeth on Monday, a 53-45 loss. Snap was a 4-game winning streak. They've been on 2 4-game winning streaks, has St. Mark's, to get to their 8 wins on the year. Help defense by Lennon. Gets the ball back to the Seahawks. He's going to try to take it coast to coast, but he pitter-pattered on those feet and travels to give it back to the Spartans.
Though that mistake occurred, Lennon is their most solid player. He's good at both ends, on offense and in defense. He's a good long-range shooter, not their best, but he can stretch the defense as well, and not a bad ball handler. They'll use him to break the pressure.
Nathan Meyer, he shuffled his feet a bit and traveled to give it right back to DMA. Great crowd on hand, and we're seeing some turnovers early on. You got to settle in a bit, playing in a new arena in front of a larger crowd, perhaps, than a regular home game, and both teams will.
I think these games are always a little bit more emotional than people want to let on. You've just got to settle down, play within yourself, play to your strengths, and try not to get caught up in the emotion of the moment.
Absolutely. A lot of energy in the room. People are excited. People playing maybe a little bit ahead of themselves. I think both teams will start to settle in, settle down to the crowd, the atmosphere, the environment, and get back to what they know best.
10-6, St. Mark's on top. Quick 6 for DMA. They haven't scored since the opening minutes of this contest. Warner usually comes off the bench. A starter tonight, kicks in the corner, and a misfire by Dylan Bromwell. We'll give it back to DMA as Brower off the bench will bring the ball up the floor.
We were talking about Coach Fran Papello earlier, and I've been really impressed with him, having to play DMA for 2 years in a row. He has good structure. His kids play hard for him, are very consistent, and usually they play at their pace, and this is a tough team. they'll be first to the floor. They'll block out. They'll draw a charge. It may be the military attitude, but I think Francis Papillo, who's been in DMA for a long time, has an awful lot to do with the way they play.
Yeah, I mentioned that Coach Papillo's in his second year as the head man, but to your point, Bill, 13th season coaching basketball at DMA. He was assistant for Phil Hill.
And isn't that remarkable? Unfortunately, Phil Hill has left us. He was a really fine coach, but to be at a program for that long really speaks well, not only of DMA, but Coach Papillo.
Beautiful looking shot from Khalil Kemp, a senior who's made double figures 5 times on the season, and he's halfway to that mark in the first quarter. He's got 5, and DMA just cannot find their offense. This is a 13-0 run by the Spartans. A foul will perhaps give DMA a chance to snap that streak at the line.
Absolutely, and Scott, DMA scored 6 points in the first 30 seconds. So they've gone basically this entire quarter without scoring. And they need to find something. They need to see the ball go into the hoop to help their confidence. We talked about Sean being a confident shooter back in his day. They need to find something to get their confidence back because they made some mistakes. They missed a lot of shots. They need to see just something go through so they feel good about themselves.
St. Mark's defense is really amped up, and they're making DMA right now play at a different speed than they want. They need to slow it down, maybe even a timeout to calm things down. They've got some wonderful sets that they play against man-to-man. They need to utilize some of those and get a little bit better execution out of their offense. 4 missed free throws for Shannon Cowan at the stripe tonight. Still stuck at 6. Goes DMA, a couple substitutions for St. Mark's. They don't lose a whole lot when they go to their bench. 9 different players have reached double figures this year for Lonnie Wright's ball club. And a bucket on the left side by a man that typically comes off the bench. Instant offense, a 6-man Tariq Warner got the start tonight. Warner's a lefty. He's got a wonderful first step, very quick. He's fearless in his threes, the second most threes on the team behind Brumel.
And now a strip. St. Mark's ahead. It's Kemp. Kemp power dribble to the rim. Cannot finish, but he gets the foul. Will head to the free throw line.
Kemp is a transfer from Caesar Rodney. He was an excellent player down there. He brings a lot of quickness, a lot of defense, and toughness to the St. Mark's team. He's electric in the open court, creates a lot of his own offense out of his defense.
And, Coach, he has a quick first step. When he gets the ball and he's pushing, he has a quick first step.
And he's just quick overall, Barnett. I really like the way this guy plays. He's very disruptive.
Bends his knees at the free throw line, knocks in the first. He's been playing so well as of late is Khalil Kemp. Double figures in each of his last 4 games played. Did not play against Red Line. He had double figures once in his first 5 games, so really turning it on for St. Mark's as of late. Averaging double figures on the season, 92 points coming into this one. Makes the free throw to get him 6, and now 7 points in the first quarter. This St. Mark's team can get off to a hot start. They scored 71 points through the first 3 quarters versus Red Lion last Thursday. They called off the Dogs in the 4th quarter, but this team can pour it on, and after a turnover, a chance to add 2 more. Strong off the backboard. The ricochet goes out to Meyer, back inside to Filling Game, and he gets stripped. A lot of contact underneath. Where is that whistle, Barnett? I'm looking for it.
I was wondering if they dropped it.
But just to call out of bounds.
That play was initiated by, I think, the toughest guy on their team is Nathan Meyer. He's a real hustler. He was first to the floor, broke the ball loose. Kemp got the ball and then passed it ahead to Filling Game, who comes in and gives him some really good minutes off the bench.
12 seconds left as DMA has not scored for about 7.5 minutes. 5 seconds to get on the board before heading back to the bench, and they do. At the end of the first quarter, DMA bookending the first quarter with buckets, but in between it was all St. Mark's. A 17-0 run helping the Spartans get up to a 17-8 score after 8 minutes. We'll be back. It's the SL24 Basketball Classic, 7th annual from the Chase Field House.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is brought to you by Marticelli Restaurant Group, Matt Haley Trust, Nemours, TKO Hospitality, and by Warren & Taylor.
A 17-0 run, something Sean Locke would certainly be proud of his alma mater for in the first quarter. St. Mark's DMA from the Chase Fieldhouse. It's the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. And after 6 straight to start for DMA, it was all Spartans in that first frame.
And it's really keyed by their defense. They create a lot. They get deflections. They're very quick to the ball. On the rebound outlet, they're going to push it. They push it ahead with the dribble and the pass. All 5 players run lanes. That's something Lonnie Wright's done a really good job of in his 4 years at St. Mark's, is get them out into fast break action. They also love to sub a lot, and he'll bring in 3 or 4, sometimes even 5 new players at the start of the quarter. I don't believe that Michael Friend, who is a terrific ball handler and great on-the-ball defender, is available tonight, and that's why Warner's starting.
Aiden Kukolo comes into the game. He had a great contest last Thursday against Red Lion. 8 assists, 7 steals off the bench for Kukolo. And now Kemp trying to add to his total. Misfire from the right side. And it is an honor right now to be joined by the man of the hour, the man of every hour, Chris Locke, the SL24 Sean's House co-founder. Those titles don't really matter. Sean's dad, that's who you are. And thank you so much for joining the broadcast. A powerful intermission before the St. Mark's DMA game.
It was amazing. Olivia singing that song and the crowd, it was really a moment, without a doubt. I said to my daughter, I said, I literally have chills up my spine.
Well, you do
really
such a great job, Chris, of setting the stage always. It's you're so genuine, and your words are so heartfelt that you can't imagine how many people you reach in those moments.
Well, Bill, you knew Sean, and that was him.
Yes, I did, and
that was him.
Well.
He gives me the energy to do this. It's tough, and but he was a kid, as you know, would help anybody. So I'm just carrying on his spirit. That's all I'm doing.
Well, you're doing it at a great level, and you're helping so many people. It's just marvelous, Chris, what you've done. 7 years, it doesn't seem like it to me. It is absolutely amazing what you and the foundation have built in such a short time. You just got to be amazingly proud of everybody in the effort, but so much of the emphasis is you. I mean, you drive it, and you have a lot of great people working for you, but you're really the guy that's done it.
You're very kind, Bill, but it really is the community. I mean, none of this is possible if these people don't come to the game and buy the merchandise and do the auction and all that. I mean, that's what makes this all possible. And, we feed off that energy. We feed off the love that they give us, so we know, okay, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again, do it again. And it's just amazing.
There's an amazing energy in the building tonight, and St. Mark coming out with a lot of energy. Your son's jersey on their bench, number 24, and they're playing away. They would make Sean very proud. Maybe they need a few more three-pointers. I think Sean would like to see him shoot a little bit more from a distance, but a 17-0 run in that first quarter. We know that Sean started his high school basketball career, literally started as a freshman. It was a 4-year player on varsity at St. Mark's. What do you remember most of his time playing for this great school?
Well, we were really blessed, and I said this when I was speaking to the Archmere team, because Nick Sanders, the head coach there now, and that was Sean's coach, and I talked about Nick and Bill Harmon, and how blessed Sean was to have 2 great coaches like Bill and Nick. And he's not the player without those 2 coaching him, giving them tutelage to really make him into the basketball player he became. He was a skinny little 8th grader when he came on.
He was a little skinny dude.
Yes, he was. And
But
Bill would
fearless,
Bill would
Chris.
feed him milkshakes and this thing and all that. And
I tried to get him on the ice cream diet that I was on.
You did. And those are special moments. And Bill and Nick were such dear coaches to Sean. And he doesn't become a college player without the two of them. And so I remember that. And of course, when you have a kid that was so athletically talented like he was, you sit there as a dad and you're like, wow, before the grace of God goes I. I mean, he was just an amazing kid.
Well, you share stories and smiles and laughs, and I'll tell you what, every year, and it's the same every year, I prep for this game and I write my notes and I get ready for, and I am a mess all day long. Tears are rolling down my face and just sad thinking about how much we miss Sean. And then I get in the building and it's a celebration of his life. The energy here is to remember and share stories, and I'm so honored to be a part of these broadcasts where I get to sit next to Bill and sit next to you and sit next to Barnett and just share stories for hours about Sean, because every year it's the same. Is I don't know how I'm going to get through the broadcast, and you come in this building and it's just filled with love every single year.
It's true. I have the same exact feeling. Right before it starts, I literally have a moment, and you think of them. And then all of a sudden somebody will come up and say, thank you. I had someone come up to me and he said, I came to Sean's house 4 years ago. I'm standing here today because of Sean's house. That's love. That's sharing. That's honesty. And that's what Sean would want us to do.
Chris, one of the things that so many things I remember so distinctly about Sean that I really respected, but I thought his handling of his injuries throughout his career in high school and in college never seemed to deter him. He just kind of fought with it. I mean, got through his rehab, dealt with it like a man. I was always just so impressed with that. A lot of people might have said, I've had bad luck, but that never affected him. And even in the end there at Delaware, when he became a captain and became a scholarship player, that guy was playing on one leg, but you wouldn't have known it.
You wouldn't have known it.
And then Scotty made the great story about Sean scoring in the NCAAs when we were all out in Spokane. I mean, I still remember it vividly. And Scotty made a great call of it, and I was there. I didn't have much to add. I said, this is too good to be true.
It was.
But it was too good to be true because of everything he overcame in terms of his injuries, and that he just never let that affect him.
And I think his journey with his physical injuries, I think he thought he could deal with his mental health injuries the same way.
And that's a great point.
Kind of put it in the corner. I got it like I got my ACL, like I got my bad back. But the problem is, mental illness isn't like an ACL or bad back. It's a serious disease, no different than cancer. And just if you have cancer, you got to get the help. You got to see a doctor. You got to take medicine. It's the same thing with mental illness, because when you're dealing with mental illness, you don't know when that dark day is going to come where you find yourself in the situation he found himself in. And I think he didn't see it coming until it happened. And unfortunately, he suffered in silence. And that's why we do what we do. That's why we talk at half court. We get the message out. Every player I talk to, do not suffer in silence. Don't think it's okay to suck it up, push through the pain. You cannot push through the pain of mental illness. You've got to get help. You've got to talk to a therapist. You've got to take medicine, maybe. Whatever the case may be, but you've got to get the help and ask for the help.
We're talking with the co-founder of SL24 and Sean's House, Sean's dad, Chris Locke, and we were talking throughout the broadcast of Sean and to everything you had mentioned. In his career at the University of Delaware, he was homecoming king. He was voted best all around. He was voted best smile. He played 4 years of varsity basketball. You would think a guy like that would have no reason to face depression or anxiety. And really, until Sean's House came along for the community, there's 30-some thousand people that maybe didn't have a place either. So we miss Sean so very much, and he was an amazing teammate, friend, person. But what you're doing to make sure that he is never forgotten, his legacy is helping so many. It's just such a great legacy that he is leaving for everyone in the community. And for Sean's House, just talk a little bit about the impact that has made since opening just 5 years ago, or not even 5 years.
Yeah, 4 years and a couple months. I want to get back to something that you just rattled off, a bunch of things about Sean, how great he was, and you rattled off about being captain and playing March Madness. And that, I think, shows you that this disease is insidious. This disease is indiscriminate. It doesn't care how successful you are. It doesn't care anything about your life. Right? It's a disease, and you didn't do anything to get it. Your parents didn't do anything to give it to you. It's a disease. And I think we have to remember, I think that's what resonates. Sean's story resonates with people because he had this bigger-than-life life. And they're all like, what? You know, Nick Sanatore, I couldn't believe it. And that's it. And that's hopefully the message that, you know, hey, it's indiscriminate. Get help. And, you know, Sean's house shows that. I mean, you know, 34,000. We just saved our 139th person, you know, and in 4 years, 139 people who wanted to end their life are still here today. And that's his legacy, I guess.
And it's all thanks to what you have done, but the help of others as well. A lot of fundraising being done. Over $600,000 were raised last year, over $2 million in 6 years, and now into year 7 of the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. And all of the money goes to help out the SL24 Foundation and Sean's house. I know that you are so appreciative of every dollar that comes in.
We are, and because we, and Bill has heard me say, we take it very seriously when a dollar is donated to make sure that it goes to the programming, that it goes to the help that we're trying to do with these people. 93% of every dollar we raise goes to programming, goes to resources available to people. You know, if you need a scholarship to see a mental health professional, we'll pay for it. And we'll pay for it for as long as you need it. You know, we keep the lights on at Sean's house 24/7. Every dollar we take, and whether it's a $20 check that someone sends from us from Arizona or a $20,000 check that we get somebody, every dollar is precious, and we have a fiduciary duty to make sure we spend it wisely.
Chris, I'll tell you what's so amazing about you, and I'd like you to kind of explain it to the listeners. This is a big deal. You do a lot of work, and it's a lot of emotional work. Every day you've got to get up and have a remembrance, but also know you've got to push on to continue this cause. What's been so remarkable about it is it's been grassroots, and I love that, and I think those are the most long-lasting ones, and I think that speaks to why this is done. But your energy to be able to get up and do this every day, I don't think people know how much you put into this, the talks you give at different schools and to people. It takes a big toll on you, but you certainly don't look, none for the worse of it, and you look younger than the last couple of years.
Oh, you're very kind. It does.
But it is remarkable what you do with your time and your energy.
Well, Mike Corey asked me a question earlier for an interview yesterday, and he pretty much the same thing. Where do you get that energy? And so in my bureau, I have a picture of all my children, and there's a picture of Sean. And as I get ready for work every day, I look down and say, okay, another day. And that's what it's about. It's another day trying to do what we need to do. Another day to hopefully someone who's suffering silence will finally say, okay, I need help. And that's what it's about. And, you know, I know it sounds corny, but he does speak to me, you know, and it's in my heart. You know, when you lose someone, their voice is still with you for the rest of your life. And his voice is with me forever.
You talk about another day, and you are helping others make sure that they get another day. And you talk about 139 people didn't want to have another day, but Sean's house was there to make sure that they would. And it's just incredible how you've been able to support the community in every way. It all started his love of basketball, I'm sure, prior to St. Mark's, but he was a star at St. Mark's High School. What does it mean to have this night where you can showcase his alma mater on a kind of a separate night before the game's on Saturday?
I love it. I mean, you know, I'm a basketball guy like Bill is. I mean, it means a lot. And, you know, Lonnie, how gracious of him to put Sean's jersey on that chair. He started that a few years ago, and it's a beautiful thing to know that they remember him. You know, we have a framed jersey of his, and it goes into the St. Mark's locker room. It's there, and we tell him, you know, you're his team. And St. Mark's has done very well here in this tournament. They've had more wins than losses, so that's what it's all about. And so it means the world. It really does.
As it should. And Sean is here watching his alma mater with a 26-14 lead, playing well over at DMA. We talked about it earlier on in the broadcast, but always want to share with you as well just how important Sean was to me when I got started. I was the new guy on the block. Mike Corey, who we'll hear from tomorrow, who was a big part of the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation as a broadcaster. He moved on, and I took over his role as voice of the Blue Hens, and I didn't know a whole lot of people, didn't know Sean. But once I got started as a broadcaster, Sean would make sure before every game he came over, shook my hand, looked me in the eyes, and said hello, and had a few words of encouragement or a smile or something that just made me feel connected. And that's who he was. He was just a remarkable guy, and I always appreciate that. So I want to make sure I told you that as well as his lasting legacy.
He was probably trying to get airtime with you, and that's why he was shaking hands.
He was a little bit of a politician.
Yes,
if
he was. I used to
if
say,
I remember correctly.
Yeah, but I used to say, I said, Sean, you're going to be governor someday. and you know, he just had that personality.
I remember running into you on the way into Madison Square Garden. We were playing Bryant, I believe, up there. And before the game up at MSG, and he was a member of the championship team in 2014. Do you have a memory of his playing days at the University of Delaware that stands out?
Well, the Madison Square Garden, you know, as Bill said, he had a lot of injuries and stuff. But he did get a chance to play there. And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was sitting in front of me. And Sean's there, and Sean shoots a three, makes it. And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar says to the guy next to him, that kid's got a good three-point. And I said to my wife, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar just talked about Sean.
I've never heard that story.
And my wife goes, who? I said, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Who's that?
She knew him as Lou Alcindor. She wasn't.
Lou Alcindor, exactly.
That's familiar.
Power Memorial.
It puts it all in perspective.
I don't know how you were able to see the game if Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was
I wasn't going to say a thing. He wasn't.
Did he ask for Sean's autograph? That's what I want.
That would be great. That would be great.
Hey, Chris, what's really been fun recently? See you at a few more Delaware basketball games. It's really been fun to run into you there as we make the way around, Scott and I.
Yeah, so this year I decided to go back and become a season ticket holder. It was tough, you know, to get back there. There's a lot of memories there. But I'm glad I did it. I've enjoyed it.
It's so fun to see you there.
I've enjoyed it tremendously. A couple weekends ago, my wife and I were there, and John Camden made a three, got fouled, and he jumped up and he slapped my hand.
That's right.
I'm part of the team. So
well, you do have a pretty good seat where you are.
I do have a nice seat. So
well, speaking of which, at the University of Delaware this year, there was the SL24 Basketball Classic as Phil Martelli Jr. came back in, and he said you called him, and before you get the sentence out, he said, I'm in, a former assistant coach of Sean's when he played at Delaware on Monte Ross's staff. And so this is an amazing 2 days, but you've expanded into the college game now, which is fantastic.
And we want to. You know, the NCAA, we need to really focus on those college student athletes and what they go through their junior and senior years. You know, most of them are not going to make the pros, and their identity is so much in their sport. So how do they transition out of being an athlete into the real world? So we really want to work with the NCAA and, you know, through University of Delaware to really start teaching these athletes, okay, here's how you transition out of being a high-caliber athlete, but now you're going into the real world. So we were really blessed to have UD be part of that thank you event, and we're looking to grow that in the future.
We're talking with Chris Locke, Sean's dad, and the co-founder of SL24 and Sean's House. We mentioned Trevor Cooney, who was a friend of Sean's and now part of the Chase Field House and putting on this event, and he was part of booking some of these teams. What a slate of basketball games we've got over the course of 2 days.
Yeah, Trevor, so I always want to give credit. This whole tournament was Trevor Cooney's idea. This was not Chris Locke's idea. This was Trevor Cooney. He wanted to do something to honor his friend, and he had the idea. And we're talking about 2018 when not too many athletes were talking about mental health. And he said, let's bring basketball and mental health together. This was his brainchild, and it's just amazing. And you know, he worked here, and now he's with another commercial real estate company, DSM. But you know, this was his baby, and he puts his teams together. And as I said to you, I mean, 9 out of 10 are in the top 20 in the boys, 5 out of the 6 in the top 15 for the girls. I mean, the kid is amazing. He's like a basketball guru. He just seems to know how they're all going to be. So it's a
well, if you remember, he was a pretty darn good player at Stanford and at Syracuse.
He was phenomenal.
So I think he's got a pretty good feel for the game.
Yeah, probably the best basketball player the state of Delaware has ever seen.
I would have loved to see a game of horse between Sean Locke and Trevor Cooney. I'm sure you got to witness it a couple driveway battles.
We did, both when they played at the CYM League, but also when St. Mark's and Sanford played against each other, and Sean and Trevor would match up against each other.
As we get to the end of the first half of basketball, St. Mark's doing a great job, up by 10, 29-19. For those that have been watching this exciting day and will do so tomorrow. What is the message you want them to take away from this broadcast?
Don't suffer in silence. Don't be like Sean. Don't suffer in silence. Get help. Verbalize what you're going through. Show vulnerability, and that'll give you great power. That's the message.
It's an amazing one. It's a powerful one. You'll speak again tomorrow as well?
I will.
And I'm sure it doesn't get any easier throughout the years, but those that come and get to hear you speak, it's emotional, it's powerful, but it's a great cause. It's a great reason, and for you to carry on your son's legacy every day. Just, you get another day. Sean doesn't, unfortunately. And what you do to make sure that he is never forgotten is powerful, and the community cannot thank you enough. And what you've done for over 33,000 people at Sean's house is incredible work.
Well, I thank you, Scott. You know, you mean the world to me. Bill, you know you mean the world to me.
As well.
And you,
Chris,
every
do me a
year.
favor, get some sleep tonight.
I will. And every year you guys dedicate your time for this, and it's really greatly appreciated.
Well, I'll tell you one last thing is Sean is one of my favorite people that I've ever met, and you did such a great job with him. I have a son as well, and if he grows up to be like Sean, I'll be so proud. I love you, Chris.
I love you, Scott. Thank you. Thank you. Love you, man.
Well done, Christopher. Thanks so much for all you're doing for the community and everybody that you touch every day.
Thank you, Bill.
That's Chris Locke, Executive Director, excuse me, not executive, I don't know what I'm saying anymore here, founder of the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation.
Scotty,
I saved that for last. I wanted to get it out.
This is why
I knew
I
it'd be
love
hard to
working.
make.
This is why I love working with you. You have just such a great sense of the moment. You are such a great parent and father. Your comments are so heartfelt and so honest and so genuine. That's why I have a pleasure and an honor sitting next to you so often. It means the world to me. But those comments, those emotional moments, tells me everything I need to know about you that I haven't already known, but I know everything. You are a terrific, terrific person.
Thank you, Bill. I thought I'd be able to get a horn and head into the locker room off that comment, but
You
a
didn't
foul
get one.
at
You pulled it
2.8
out.
means I have to keep going. I thought I timed that pretty well. They'd wipe the tears and head off the air, but no thanks to a foul called at the end, we had to pause.
Scotty, it is an emotional moment, and
Absolutely.
it's great that people like you are able to express that openly and with no absolute fear. I mean, it's just, that's, again, one of the reasons I love you so much.
Well, we love being here. It's halftime. We'll talk more hoops in the second half. We wanted to give Chris Locke a full quarter to talk about the SL24 Basketball Classic, and what a great man we just spoke with. Thank you for being with us. We're going to take a break at halftime. When we come back, second half action. St. Mark's with a 29-22 lead over DMA at the break.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team. Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
We're here with Zach Ryan, the executive director of the SL24 Foundation. Great to see you, man.
Good to see you.
How you been, all right?
Been doing all right, yeah. It's been a busy year, and we're looking forward to 2025.
A lot of amazing things happening here. I got a few questions for you. I want to start off, first off, with the Peer 24 program, okay? So we need to get people to understand what this is all about. How do they help, and then how do you get involved? So let's get an overview first and foremost, Peer 24.
Yeah, so it's really the heart of what we do. It's young people helping young people. So we have a 9-week training program that's complete with healthcare theater, mock sessions, all these things that allow a young person that has a lived experience to kind of take that knowledge with some training, help another young person that's struggling. So we have 2 trainings a year, and we're training the next crop of young professionals in the mental health space. And it's just really exciting.
How old do you have to be? Who is part of this program? I know there's, what, over 270 that you've actually trained now.
Yeah, so it's 16 is the youngest.
Okay.
And then we'll go through college-age students. And it's just kind of like, how can we, at Sean's rooms, Sean's houses, have people always ready to staff, always ready to talk to people?
Now, are they here? Do they have certain times that they're here at Sean's house? And what about at the Sean's rooms?
So it kind of is unique to the community. As we continue to expand, we always want to make sure our foundation is 24/7, 365. And so it makes sense here in a college town to always be ready, because sometimes, you know, that Ring doorbell rings at 3 o'clock in the morning, and we always have somebody ready. At the high schools or the community centers, it's a little bit different. So it might be a lunchtime where a lot of students are coming in. They just, maybe they bombed a test, or maybe they've got something going on after school, and they need to talk to somebody. At the community center, at the teen warehouse, it's Friday nights. That's when the most people are coming through, and that's when they're talking about what's going on with them.
A lot of new things going on here as well. Wanted to ask you about the Teen Summit. What was that all about?
Yeah, it was a first for us. We gathered over 100 young people and actually teachers, guidance counselors at the Teen Warehouse, one of our Sean's Room locations, and we said, let's have a conversation about mental health. And all of those folks gathered, and it was around that theme from last year, 2024, more than. I'm more than my struggles. I'm more than my diagnosis. I'm more than the worst thing I've ever done. I'm also more than my successes. I'm not defined by any of these things. It's all of these things. I'm a human. I'm a unique person. And so we had Benjamin Wagner, who's like kind of a thought leader in the space. He was our keynote, but I would say like kind of the real keynotes, and he would agree with me, were the kids. We had young people get up from different schools, different locations, and talk about their own struggle and how they're more than that.
Speaking of the outreach, like you just said, I mean, you have the basketball tournament, which is up in Wilmington. In the wintertime, you have the volleyball tournament in the summer at Dewey Beach, which is amazing. And then all these rooms starting to develop throughout the whole state as well. So tell us a little bit more about outreach and how this entire state's getting involved, right?
You know, what I love about this state, coming from Florida, it's a little state that's like a loving neighborhood. And I think we kind of find when we do a volleyball tournament, all these people gather and they hear about what's happening up in Newcastle County and say, why not here? Right. And now we're saying in a more deliberate way, yeah, why not? So I'd say be on the lookout for how we might be expanding in Sussex and Kent County. I can't say anything yet, but like we're looking to make some inroads and some really deliberate outreach in Sussex.
There's been so many people that have come through here that also work here, including yourself and the people that we've been involved in for many years. It's always important when someone has probably had to go through this personally themselves to be able to help others. I know you're one of those individuals. Like, tell me a little bit more about your journey, what it means to you, and why it's so important for you here and in this role and what you're now doing for others.
Yeah, so over the course of the past year and a half, I've seen young people come through these doors, and I've seen them struggle. In a 15-year teaching career, I lost students. I saw students come in with struggles. But I think one of the things that like kind of has impacted me was seeing a parent bring their child in here. And it was a little abstract until March, when I had my wife had our daughter, Kira, and now I've got a little baby, and I'm worried that she's gonna have my anxiety. I'm worried that like she is going to walk into a room and despite everything that we say, she's gonna think she's not enough. Like I think I'm not enough. And she's gonna think that she is failing, even though things are going well and people are smiling and she's smiling. And so when I saw those parents have the courage to bring those kids in, it hit different in March now that I have Kira. And so I've made deliberate efforts to like work on my own anxiety, work on my own feelings of feeling trapped, feeling anxious, having imposter syndrome, because I want to be the best dad to her that I can be.
You're in the right place, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think we all are. It's been great to see you again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zach.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So, he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
People hurt. We're human. We're all wounded. The only ones who aren't wounded are babies. They're innocent. Innocent comes from the Latin innocens, which means without wound. But the rest of us, we've been hurt. We've had experiences along the way where you're with somebody and you have concern because the way they're talking seems to indicate that they're not well, that they're not happy with who they are or what's happening in their life, and they may possibly be indicating that they don't want to be around, that maybe it'd be better if they weren't here. If you find yourself in that situation, you don't let them go. You take their hand and say, listen to me, I hear you, I'm present, I'm listening. Don't take their suffering, their pain lightly. Let them know that you want to be there for them and see them to the next step, which means, yes, you need to connect them with somebody who knows how to take their hand from your hand and guide them beyond this moment. They are indicating to you something because they trust you. And you need to let them know that what you need to do for them is out of concern, is out of your goodness. If we make a mistake, if we are overreacting, so be it. They'll still be here. I'll make it clear, if somebody speaks to you and uses the S word, that is such a huge flag. That's the big one. Do not let them go. You must see them through to someone else that can make a difference for them.
and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So, he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is brought to you by BPG Sports, High Five Hospitality and Buffalo Wild Wings, iHeartRadio, Kevin and Marion Healy, and Mark and Pat Siegel.
It's halftime at the SL24 Basketball Classic, the 7th annual event, and Sean's alma mater, St. Mark's, on top 29-22. This is the final game of the night on Friday, but we start off February with a bang, beginning at 10:24 in the morning. 24, the jersey number worn by Sean Locke, and what a slate of games tomorrow.
Boy, these are terrific. I'm looking at the 2 o'clock game, St. George's and Polytech. St. George's off to a terrific start. Anytime at 4 o'clock, you can watch Ursuline play. Johnny Noonan is a pleasure. This Odessa team at 6 o'clock is terrific. And then the 8 o'clock game, which I'm hoping to get back from Monmouth, Sally's and Sanford, should be special.
You'll be on your way back from watching a Delaware win, hopefully, against the Hawks in New Jersey.
Our guys tell me we're ready to go. I talked to them
great
today.
Basketball games. Louisiana versus Sanford. That's one of those ones where you throw the record out when those two teams get together. We're excited to finish this one, though. Tariq Warner with a miss to start things off. Warner had 2 in the first half of basketball. Kemp led the scores for St. Mark's. He had 9, 7 points for O'Connor and Lennon for DMA. As it's a 7-point lead for the Spartans, coached by Lonnie Wright in his 4th season. A great job with this program. Named head coach in July of 2021. He's reached the quarterfinals twice in 3 seasons with the Spartans. DMA's done a nice job of battling back. They scored the first 6 points, a 17-0 run by St. Mark's in the first quarter. Had them down big, but they've made a ball game of it. And what a block, rising to reject it, Shannon Cohen.
Well, you're absolutely right. What they did was they solidified their offense, started running some better actions, and then were able to take good care of the ball. And that's a player that drove it there, Max Batten, that I think has a lot of upside. They don't run a lot of plays for him, but he's a big guy, a hustler, good rebounder, very physical. Look for him to get some more action as the game goes on.
And as we welcome back in Luke Podolak to the ball game for St. Mark's, Warner goes to the bench. We also welcome back in Zach Ryan, the executive director of SL24, to the broadcast. I say welcome back because we talked to you hours ago now during the first broadcast. St. Elizabeth took on Archmere. Welcome back, though. Great to have you on. The day has been a whirlwind, but in all the very best ways. What a start to this event.
I was going to say, it feels like days ago when I was last here with how much has happened. Olivia's performance, the awards that we were able to give out, the message that Chris has given to everybody in attendance. I mean, it's remarkable.
Olivia Rubini was an addition this year to sing just an amazing rendition of the national anthem and then Stand By You, which brought this crowd, I'm sure, many to tears. It was an amazing rendition. I felt like I was watching a private concert, and with the lights in the background, what a powerful scene. How did that get added to the event this year?
Well, I'll tell you what, it started with watching The Voice with my wife, and it was that point, like, oh my gosh, Delaware. And then it just so happened with those Padua connections that somebody reached out and said, we have this opportunity to have her here. And then when Chris heard the song that she sang and we looked at those lyrics, I mean, we just knew it was right for this event.
It was an amazing performance, and those that were able to see her and just feel the passion in her voice. You could tell it meant a lot for her to be here as well. You mentioned watching The Voice with your wife. You're a family man. You have a daughter. And how did having a child maybe change your vantage point on mental health?
So I remember standing on this hardwood last year. You know, my wife was pregnant. You know, it was kind of any day now. And so, you know, that wasn't stressful with this event going on. But I remember saying to the crowd that I don't want my daughter to have anxiety like me. I don't want her to be worried when they go into a room and everybody's smiling, but you're on the inside not smiling. And you're on the inside and you're really struggling and you're carrying all this weight. Since Kira was born, my whole life's changed. It's like a whole new lens, and there's nobody that I care about more. And it makes this mission even more important. Sean's house needs to be around for Kira when she's, you know, in middle school, high school, and in college. And that's why we're here. That's why we're asking people to donate. That's why we're asking people to listen. That's why we're playing this basketball game, so we can get that message out to more people, because I want it there for Kira.
And thanks to Sean's house, if she ever does have a problem where she's facing depression, or any of her friends are, she'll be able to tell them where to go. And that's what this event is for Sean's house, for the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. If someone is watching now, wants to be able to help, how can they do so?
So they can text Classic 7 to 53555, or go to unlockthelight.com. That's where you're going to find out about those resources. That's where we're going to tell more of the story, because every day somebody is coming in with a unique story, and it might align with what you're struggling with. The thing that I find when I go to schools, there's kids that just can't describe what they're going through. You know, if I say anxiety or depression, that might mean one thing to them. But if I just say, hey, it's like, you know, wearing a coat you can't take off, you know, on days when it's raining or days when it's hot, and you just never can get it off. Do you ever feel like that? They might identify with that, right? And so those stories are on the website. Those kind of the different guests that come through Sean's house, those vignettes are going to be, like, the picture's going to be painted, but you're also going to be able to see all the resources that we provide. The education, the peer support program, the one-on-one peer sessions, the connections to the clinical network that we have. And so all of those folks are there. All those network has been built up to help those people at their darkest moments. You know, it's really to provide light. Just the other week, we had a parent bring in their child. And as a dad, you know, that was something that really hit home with me, you know? To be brave enough to bring that child in, and for that child to be, you know, brave enough to come in with their parent and get the help they need.
And you know what? 4 years ago, 5 years ago, that same parent probably wouldn't have known where to go or what to do. And that's the difference that Sean's house is making for parents, for young adults in the community.
The stigma's real, and it's pervasive, and it can be unique to communities and the individual. But one thing that we hear the most at Sean's house, or when we're at a school or an event, is, you know, I said it before, but it's important to repeat. They feel like they're a burden. And if we can just tell kids that you are not a burden, young people, you are not a burden. Everybody wants you here. Everybody wants you alive. Everybody wants you and your light in this world. And they just don't think they can share it.
Well, 139 or 140 people actively thought that they were a burden or didn't have an outlet and were ready to take their lives, unfortunately, and 140 lives have been saved. Active crises served at Sean's house. That's such a significant number, and that doesn't take into effect the 30,000 others that didn't get to that point because they walked through those doors.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, this event is more than basketball. And these are more than athletes. We walk into the locker room, we have a talk. Chris talks about how important this event is, but we also share with them that they're a light, and that they can be a light to others. And so to get that message out there, so other young people, that's our model. Like, it's peers talking to peers. So out in these stands, this is where somebody's hearing about this message, and they're ready to take their friend when they really need it. And we've seen it. Hey, I was at the event. we hadn't spoken at their school yet, but they were at this basketball event, and that's when they got help.
It's such fantastic work that you and the staff and the team at the Unlock the Life Foundation is doing. And thank you so much for coming on and helping spread the message. I know you'll do the same tomorrow. Big day of basketball tomorrow. We're not done. We're raising money. We're raising funds for Sean's house. Zach, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Always good to see you.
All right, that's Zachary Ryan, the executive director at SL24, just doing fantastic work, and his message so powerful. Everyone that we speak to, their message so strong, and for all the right reasons, to help young people have a place to go. For those that are watching this game and are here in attendance, they're going to see Lock 24 and these T-shirts, and they're going to, maybe those thought they were going to a basketball game. Oh, very cool. There's a game at the Chase Fieldhouse to see some friends play basketball. And then they come here and they learn more about the cause and really why we're playing basketball today. We're talking to guests throughout the broadcast, and maybe we've ignored the play on the court at periods of time throughout the broadcast because it's more than a basketball game. So we are talking about more than just a basketball game. We're talking about the cause, and what a great cause it is. We're so privileged to be here, Bill.
Absolutely, Scott. And what always impresses me about this night and tomorrow is just the genuine honesty that people have about sharing their story, whatever their story is. And I think years ago, 10, 15 years ago, would have been much more difficult for people to do that. And if nothing else comes out of this movement is that it's okay to tell people that maybe you have some issues. And I think that's remarkable. And I, talking to Zach, listening to Chris, everybody, you, even your comments are so poignant to me that it's just, it's beyond refreshing and energizing to me about this cause when you get that type of passion and emotion.
We welcome back into the broadcast Barnett Harris, and thank you so much for being here, a teammate of Sean's at the University of Delaware. And as we watch this one, a close ball game here as DMA is working their way back into it. But great to have you back on the call, Barnett.
Great to be back with the best in the business.
Well, that'll be tomorrow, Barnett, if you're able to broadcast any games on Saturday.
I want to know how that officiating venture went out there.
That's right. And between games, Barnett was the absolute hero for a grade school basketball teams that were competing at halftime. They forgot to give them basketballs, and Barnett takes the initiative and found a game ball for him. Well done, Barnett.
I just try to do my part, my small part.
Whatever you can do, and you're helping everyone. And a helper there dropped off by Khalil Kemp. He found his teammate Nathan Meyer, who's got 4 points. Kemp, leading scorer in the ball game for St. Mark's, and gets an assist there.
And that's St. Mark's basketball at its best. Creating offense out of their defense, the tip ball, the run out, Kemp being very unselfish, dropping the ball off to Meyer, who is an underrated athlete, plays extremely hard, runs lanes well, blocks out, does a lot of little things for Coach Lonnie Taylor's program.
I got to see Kemp get above the rim, because you got a name like Kemp, you're wearing green and yellow. Reminds me of Sean back in the 90s, the Rain Man. See if we can get Kemp a dunk here. That's an old reference.
I didn't know you were old enough to know Sean.
Barnett old enough to get that one?
Oh, I know Sean Kemp.
Well,
not really.
Khalil would make Sean proud the way he's been playing, leading his St. Mark's team. They're up 34-28. We see Avignon with the basketball coming in. Doesn't play a whole lot for St. Mark's. They're down a player. His friend is not available. And picking up the slack is Dylan Bromwell. He is the sharpshooter on this basketball team. Only a freshman. We have seen so many solid ninth graders play in games today, and Dylan Bromwell is one of them, shooting just under 50% on the year from distance. He does not look like a freshman. You know what, Bill? When the game started, and I had in my notes that there was a freshman sharpshooter on the team, I was trying to find him when he warmed up, and because he doesn't look like a ninth grader out there. He's as big as many of the 12th graders on the floor, and he's got a great future in Lonnie Wright's program.
Well, the first time I scouted St. Mark's this year, I just watched the floor. They didn't have numbers yet, so I couldn't tell who was who, and I watched this guy drain about 10 in a row from the right corner. I said, that must be Bromwell, and I'll tell you what, he has had a great season. They played a difficult schedule. He is their guy they run sets for. He's good from the corners. He's difficult in transition. But what I like about him is he also plays defense. He hustles. He's a passer. So he's got a complete game besides being an excellent long-range shooter.
Well, a timeout taken on the floor. You can see Max Batten knocking one down from a long range. So a timeout taken by Papillo, the head man of Delaware Military Academy. And this St. Mark's team, they've had 2 4-game winning streaks this season. They're 8-2 on the year, a top team in the state with help from Bromwell, who shoots the ball so well. He's made a 3 now in 9 of 11 games so far on this season. And Barnett, I think you might be the good luck charm, because while you've been sitting with us, I feel like St. Mark's is plus 20, 21 on the broadcast. You weren't with us as they started to go down 6-0. We were talking to Dave Baylor. We talked with Chris Locke, and DMA made a game of it. Now you're back here, and they're drilling triples, so you must be the good luck charm for St. Mark's. DMA wants us. I just got something in my ear. The timeout was from DMA. They want to see if you can get off of the call.
Oh, man, maybe I got a little Spartan blood.
We'll let you stay on. We love having you, and we love being here at this event. What an amazing event it will be. It has been today. It will be tomorrow. 6 more tomorrow, starting at 10:24.
Just warming up, right?
Just getting started. But right now, DMA after the timeout, what do they need to do to get themselves back to within 4 where they were just a moment ago?
I think they need to do what was working for them. Get the ball back to Lennon, allow him to create some offense, and if he's not there, drive and kick, and attack the glass for some second chance points.
Lennon had the first 6 points of the third quarter, and they haven't been able to get back to him. He's a great basketball player for the Seahawks, 9 times in double figures. He's 2 away from getting there.
Lennon's their leader. They need to run things through him, but they also need to get a little bit more action inside. They very rarely go to the big man. He is a capable scorer. He's a right shoulder turner, left-hand shooter, but they don't really run any actions for him. Makes it very difficult to get any easy baskets.
St. Mark's going to run some offense here. Avignon over to Batten, who made a 3-pointer last time he had the ball in his hands. Ball low. Oh, Lennon had an opportunity on a run out if he could have scooped it, but he just never possessed the basketball. He was looking ahead, something you talk about on the football field when you're trying to scoop and score a fumble. Make sure you have it first, and Lennon would have had maybe a breakaway dunk, but it is DMA basketball as it rolled out of bounds.
Well, I can sense a little frustration from Tariq Warner, who is their second leading scorer and a great 3-point shooter. He usually comes off the bench. Friend is sick or whatever tonight, not able to play. But Warner generally gives him a huge lift when he re-enters the game.
Under a minute, third quarter action. Ryan Shaw with the basketball inside to Lennon. A nice entry and a whistle away from the action. They call 3 seconds.
Very rarely do you see that call anymore at any level of basketball.
I had to turn to you to understand what the whistle was for. I've caught a lot of broadcasts. I cannot remember the last time. I saw a 5-second earlier today and a 3-second. They have got their timers out tonight at the Chase Field.
Now all we need is a 10-second call.
That's right. I don't wish that upon either of the teams, but that would be the triple crown of calls this evening. A 12-point lead for St. Mark's, 40-28. DMA's gotten within 4 here in the second half after trailing 29-22 at the break. Ball goes out of bounds. These 2 teams played last year in the SL24 Basketball Classic. Win went to St. Mark's last season, 67-54. And a foul as Warner gets the rib. Tariq Warner, it is interesting that he does come off the bench, because you don't find that in high school basketball. We talked about how deep this St. Mark's team is, and that's one of the reasons he's able to not start. But typically in high school basketball, best 5, those are the starters, run them out there. But a nice strategy by Lonnie Wright, and because of the depth, allowing him to watch the game for a moment and impact the game after play begins.
And Coach Wright loves to mass substitute. At times he'll bring 3, 4, even sometimes 5 players in at once. That's certainly confusing from a matchup standpoint if you're playing man against them. But what it does is it gives his starters a chance to get a breather. He wants to play an up-tempo game, pressure, run-outs, and if you can play 9 or 10 people, you're going to be fresh throughout the game.
And kudos to Warner for understanding that and looking as if he's okay with that, because it can be a shot. A guy could come in and say, Coach, I'm the second leading scorer on the team. I'm the leading scorer on the team. I should be starting. Doesn't seem like that is something that Warner is too worried about. He's worried about the wins and losses, and right now, St. Mark's is 8-2 on the year.
Well, they've played a difficult schedule. They'll play almost anybody. Coach Wright does not mind taking them out of state and playing. So this is a team that by tournament time is going to be well-tested and well-schooled and have a lot of experience in big moments.
Final seconds of the third quarter, and Shaw gets a shot off of the mark. And that'll bring us to the final quarter of night number 1 at the Chase Fieldhouse. It's the SL24 Basketball Classic, and we have 8 minutes to go here on a Friday night. Stay with us as St. Mark's takes a 42-28 lead into the final period.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is brought to you by Marticelli Restaurant Group, Matt Haley Trust, Nemours, TKO Hospitality, and by Warren & Taylor.
Sean Locke's alma mater on top as we head into the final frame of night number 1. St. Mark's up 42-28 over DMA. Final 8 minutes of this one. It's been a fun night so far, and we can't wait for tomorrow's 6 games as well. Welcome back into the broadcast. I'm Scott Klatskin alongside Barnett Harris and Bill Harmon. And we've been watching some talented teams on this floor so far today.
We certainly have. There's been great energy all night, a lot of really fine play, and most importantly, everybody understanding why they're out there and what this is all about here tonight, and then, of course, throughout tomorrow's day into the evening.
Absolutely. It's been an incredible night 1, as every night 1 that we've been doing this has been. The energy has been there. It's been emotional at times. It's just been an amazing event, and the basketball has been really good as well.
I like the addition of the third game, except that my team lost.
He's referencing Coach Harmon is we call him Coach Harmon for a reason. He is a coach of that Archmere squad. You could point to the fact that you were sitting with us and you weren't drawing up the X's and O's. Perhaps that was they missed you over there.
They don't need me on the sideline. My job is to get them ready to play. But Nick Santa and the rest of the staff, Bubba McDonald, Squatty McDonald, Mickey Williams, Calvin Scott, guys that we coached at St. Mark's and played for us over there, do a fabulous job. And I'm just a visitor, Scott.
But it was a great addition to a night that usually is or has been St. Mark's girls, St. Mark's boys versus an opponent, the same opponents as last season. But they added one more. The number 2 team of the state came in and they got a victory without their leading scorer on the year. Congratulations to St. Elizabeth at that 4:30 game. Tomorrow, just a full slate of basketball games. It all leads up to Sally's versus Sanford at 8 o'clock with Odessa versus Middletown. That'll be a great one as Shannon Cohen is going to be shooting some free throws in practice on Monday. I think, unfortunately, he has missed 5 in this contest today as you see Coach Pillow just cross his arms and wonder what's going on with Shannon, who made the first bucket of the basketball game, made a 3, a line drive triple that went in. Does make his 6th try of the night from the free throw line. He gets the Seahawks on the board in the 4th.
Well, St. Mark's can be very dangerous when they can space the court and you're forced to extend on them.
That misfires long there. Cowan with a rebound. DMA at 29 points. They've been held under 40 points 3 times this season, so sometimes they do struggle to score the basketball, and they got 6:50 to get to that mark at 29 right now. St. Mark's up 43-29.
Well, this is a team DMA that really relies on their defense and their athleticism. St. Mark's has been able to match that. Also gotten a lot of easy baskets out of their defense as St. Mark's. So DMA will go back to the drawing board, but they play very tough. They've got a difficult schedule, so they'll be experienced as they get closer to the state tournament time.
Still 6:30 left to go in this one, down by 12, but plenty of time for a comeback, especially if they share the basketball like their last possession. They ended with a Cowan layup. Now Shaw into the corner, hard to grip, but he gets it. He's stuck, spins past the freshman. A Euro step off the window. Oh, if he made that one, we were sending it to Sports Center, but it did not fall.
Scott, I think that was a little bit unfortunate because DMA had the numbers. They had a 5-on-4, and they really did not take advantage of that at a pretty crucial time where they at the very least needed to get 2 points there.
Instead, a foul on the other end of the floor is Xavier Tapper, who made a couple free throws in a bucket in the first half, was fouled. He'll inbound with 6:11 left to play. Cowan jumps and gets the steal. Coach Papillo saying Cowan is the guy that defends the opponent's best player every time out on the floor. And we've seen how great of a defender he is. And how about on the offensive end? The putback and the foul from Jackson Lennon. And here come the Seahawks.
Well, Lennon is going to be the key cog to this comeback. He's a good defender. He's a good rebounder. That time in great position to take care of the miss by Ryan Shaw as he went in a little out of control. We were talking about Xavier Tapper earlier, and he's one of those super subs that Coach Lonnie Wright brings in that group that substitutes at the end of the first quarter and sometimes at the beginning of the third quarter. So he brings a lot of effort, and he's a good scorer and an excellent rebounder.
Lennon's got 9 in the second half alone, 16 in the ball game. And 9 is the deficit now for DMA as they try to battle back. Tapper gets the ball knocked out of his hands. Cowan knocks it away. It'll stay with St. Mark's. St. Mark's coached by Lonnie Wright. You mentioned the head man in his 4th season, but he's got a great bench as well. Jim Friel, Jordan Wright, and Derek Nurse over there as well. Jim Friel, longtime assistant and the head man on the girls' side.
You want to talk about a great shooter. Coach Jim Friel was one of the best high school shooters back in the 80s that I've ever seen. And he can still go out on the court and put on a clinic. He has a beautiful stroke, tall, very graceful with his shot. He's a great person to watch and teach the game.
And he's benefited these St. Mark Spartans by being there on the bench, helping out some players like Dylan Bromwell, who light it up from downtown. Tapper's been perfect at the free throw line. Continues that way as he knocks that one in, the junior, wearing number 25. Lonnie Wright's done a nice job with this team. And I almost got away without a broadcaster's jinx all night, but as soon as I give Tapper kudos for his job at the free throw line, he misses one. On the other end, it's Warner. He'll be on the run. DMA does get back defensively, but they cannot stop Tariq Warner from getting to the rim, laying it up and through. And Coach Papillo of DMA wants to call a timeout. He'll talk things over. Some frustration right now on the side of DMA.
Well, Tariq Warner can make a lot of things happen. He's an excellent ball handler. He's very crafty with his body movements out on the court. And that time he just snaked his way through the DMA defense to score at a very difficult angle, left-handed on the right side.
We're watching a basketball game. We watched a great move by Warner to get to the cup. But this is more than a basketball game. It is to raise funds for the SL24 Foundation and Unlock the Light, helping so many. Sean's House, the objectives to educate, assist, and support SL24, ending the stigma by informing young people that they can better understand mental health challenges. They can seek out wellness strategies and provide themselves with life-changing resources. If you want to help, head to givebutter.com/SL24Classic7 or just scan that QR code. Bill can't do that. He's got a flip phone. Pull it out there, Bill. Wish we could get that on camera.
Oh, my goodness.
He's got the flip phone, so you can't do that. Nor can you go donate online via your phone. Barnett and I can. But for those that are watching on a computer or on your phone and have a normal phone from this century, he's got a backup phone. He's got the backup iPhone, does Bill. You can head to givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. You can also text Classic 7 to 5355. Bill, I think you have text messages on your phone, so you can do that. You can
I
text,
usually get in there about once a week and erase the ones that I don't need.
Don't want to take up too much memory. Oh, I almost got my Kemp dunk there, Barnett.
Me too. I was looking for it. I thought that was going to be the one.
Not quite like the Rain Man from the Seattle Supersonics, but it counts for 2 all the same as St. Mark's now up by 14, 48-34. Shaw trying to cut in.
That was the first 3 in his last 5 attempts that he's taken from the high school range. His last 4 were all from the G League range.
And now a turnover. And Lennon's got 2 more. He's got double figures in the second half alone. Nice job by Cowan with the assist there. And perhaps a turnover. No, Warner's got it.
I tell you what, both of these coaches in their next practice, they're going to just talk to the guys about mistakes in controlling the game, how we can control it. There have been some terrible turnovers, some terrible one-handed passes that have either cost turnovers or almost led to turnovers, and that's frustrating on both sides.
And there's a turnover and a foul for Kukalo. You saw him crashing in, and a couple guys' legs got tangled there. I don't know necessarily who that was fouled. A bang-bang play, they gave it to the offensive player. It gives an opportunity for the Seahawks. You know, that Shaw 3 was a big one. He's the team's best three-point shooter. As you mentioned, been off the mark a bit in today's game, but it does keep the hopes alive for DMA. That came at a big moment for Ryan Shaw.
Well, this game is far from over, especially if St. Mark's has these lapses in their defense and their ball handling, allowing DMA, who I will tell you this, always compete.
I'm not sure how that wasn't a foul, Barnett. The guy ran into a DMA player. It will remain DMA basketball. Letting him play. Is that what you'd call it, letting him play?
Yes.
4 minutes left to go in quarter number 4. As the ball comes our way and another turnover. This is back and forth in a way that I'm sure both coaches are not pleased with.
And that's what good defense does to people. It makes them speed up. When you're pressured, you should do the opposite of what your body tells you to do. You should play slower, play at your pace, because the defense wants you to speed up to create opportunities for turnovers and mistakes.
Warner gliding through. He came in the lane with speed and then slowed down with a soft touch to get over the rim.
He's a terrific athlete, has wonderful body control, really good balance.
Tariq Warner almost in double figures. Starter tonight typically off the bench, and now another turnover. That area they've been mopping up throughout the night. We've seen a lot of slippage in that specific spot on the floor.
And a lot of bodies going down over there. Scott, as we've gone through the 3 games here this evening, there's some numbers that have really stuck out to me. 7th year of the SL24. 270 specialists that work down in Sean's house from different times. 33,000 plus people going through Sean's house. And I guess the most poignant number to me is 139 lives.
Absolutely
Amazing.
remarkable.
Amazing.
The efforts of Sean's house, and a great reminder from Bill there that there are people in active crisis that have been served and saved by Sean's house. And I don't know how many of that 139 count would be here another day without the efforts of the SL24 Foundation. It's why we are here. This is a great slate of basketball, but there's a reason that this event has come together. It's to raise funds and awareness that Sean's house is available. Yes, we're asking you to donate, and if you're watching now, we hope that you feel compelled to do so. But if you can't, then not everybody can. At least spread the word. At least talk about it. At least let people know that Sean's house is available, because the more people that know about it, the more lives that will be saved in the memory of Sean Locke.
And that's just the beauty of being a part of an organization that's trying to give back to their community in the face of tragedy. And that's why it's so near and dear in my heart to be a part of this organization. Just as small, I don't even do much, but just as small contributions I can make me feel so much better, because I know it's doing good in this community. Young people's lives are being saved. Young people's lives are being changed. They're getting the help and resources they need And that's just such a wonderful feeling inside, knowing that you're playing a part in helping shape the next generation, helping make sure that they have all that they need when they are struggling or when they are going through a tough time in life. And it's just so amazing to see and hear all the stories about people who said Sean's house helped them. It's amazing to see.
It is an incredible couple of days, and it's a great reminder every year. I look forward to this because it's a great reset of what's important in your life, and just a reminder to not take anything for granted on a day-to-day basis. And just so happy to be here this evening as we saw Sean O'Connor foul out of the ball game. A turnover for St. Mark's and get back into some action. Kemp getting away with a little reach-in foul there. Barnett, you mentioned that you were a small part of things. How tall of a gentleman are you?
I'm about 6'9".
6'9", 6'10".
You used to be 6'9",
Nothing you do is small, Barnett. You are you're a living legend. You're a giant for all that you've done at the University of Delaware and for this cause. And so I don't want you to think that you are a small part of anything. You are a major part of everything that this foundation does.
Oh, I thank you.
You know, we were talking about things that people can do, and I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast about volunteering. Maybe you can't give money or whatever the situation, but if you can give your time, that in many cases is even more valuable. And it's amazing how many volunteers. I wouldn't even be able to hazard a guess as how many were involved tonight. But I'll tell you what, there's a huge presence here, and this thing doesn't happen if it isn't for the volunteers.
A lot of people working hard to make sure that this event goes off without a hitch, and they're doing a great job here in Wilmington. Who else is doing a great job shooting some threes? That Ryan Shaw from the corner. That's his second one he's made in the second half. And every time we think that perhaps St. Mark's is going to have enough to run away and get what would be their 9th victory of the season, Shaw has hit a shot that keeps this game close. And right now, DMA down by 8. St. Mark's up 52-44. They just won't go away. It's happened several times in this basketball game where St. Mark's builds up a bigger lead and DMA keeps on fighting.
I think that speaks highly of the program and Fran Papillo and his staff. This is a team that never quits no matter what. They're going to play hard. They're going to give you their best effort. It may not be the prettiest of all, as it is with many teams, but you know they're going to compete to the end, and that's always something I tell our team when we're playing DMA. You're going to get their best shot, and you better be ready for it because they'll play hard for, in this case, 32 minutes.
And as Coach Papillo's team comes out onto the floor after the timeout, what a job he's done in a short amount of time. Now, he took over a program that was 3-17 the year prior, and he made the playoffs last season. 12-8 record. You go from 3-17 to 12-8, and now you're 10-3 on the season. Certainly heading for the DIAA tournament later on in the season. Really impressive stuff what he's been able to do at DMA in a short period of time.
Absolutely, and he learned his lessons well from his head coach Hill, who he had worked for a number of years until the passing. And he was an institution at DMA, and Fran Papillo has certainly picked up in his absence and done a really good job.
DMA in the bonus, so now you're in a situation, Barnett, where you can score with the clock stopped, but Cowan's got to make these free throws. He is 1 of 6 today from the stripe.
And Lonnie Wright going with some of his subs here. He's got some of his better players on the bench, his starters on the bench. This game is far from over. 131, only an 8-point margin.
Not helping the cause, though. Another missed free throw. Frustrating day for Shannon Cohen at the stripe. 91 ticks left. His second one would help out big, and it does. He gets 1 of 2. Makes it a 7-point lead for St. Mark's. They should be in a hurry here. DMA with a reach in, they foul. And now St. Mark's should go to the line as that's the 5th on the Seahawks.
Well, St. Mark's is typically a very good free throw shooting team. Now they definitely have some different players out there right now who aren't used to this kind of moment. And we'll find out how much all that practice is going to do here for
Xavier Tapper,
Xavier
1 of
Tapper.
2 at the stripe.
And he's pretty solid, isn't he, Scott? You could not jinx him.
That's right. Coming in the ball game, and Cowan goes out.
Sir, 1, gentlemen, 1.
This is his fourth. I didn't think that he fouled out of the ball game. So an interesting substitution, unless he did foul out. I thought that was his fourth. Perhaps taken out because of the free throw shooting. Shaw to make it interesting, and it is. Shaw has come alive here late for DMA, and they just won't go away. It's a 2-possession lead now for St. Mark's after the long ball. That's where the Blue Coats shoot it from.
And that's a logo shot. It's SL24 logo shot.
It should be
Shaw with
worth 4
unbelievable
points.
range.
And that makes it very interesting. As I said, St. Mark's now up only 54-48. Every time we thought they had enough to get the victory, a big shot from number 1. He is 1/3 of the entire team's three-point makes on the season. And he's got some range on that shot. So now we see, just as I suspected, Cowan is back in the ballgame. He's their best defender. He has not fouled out, so he was just moved out perhaps for some offense, or maybe he needed a blow to be available in the final 69 seconds of this one. He does return. He's a pivotal part of what this team does defensively.
If I'm DMA, I'm getting one trap and then a foul, unless it's Cowan, because I think he needs to be out there, and I don't want him to waste his 5th foul. But try to get one good trap, then if not, try to get a foul, force him to make him from the line.
Full court pressure and a 5-second violation. The timers are working on all of the watches for the officials today at the Chase Fieldhouse. We've seen a 5-second dribbling call, a 5-second inbounding call. We've seen 3 in the key, and DMA is alive and well. Need a basket here. 1:05 to go. Ball goes into the corner. Rice to Shaw. He's had the hot hand. Step back 3. Forced that one. And a little bit of a heat check there. Didn't need to shoot it right in that moment. Obviously, a rhythm shooter. He's felt good about a few makes here in the 4th quarter, but that one was a tough make if it would have gone through.
Well, he was closely guarded and tried to do a jab and then a step back and just could not create enough space to get that shot up. Shaw, not a tall player, it's under 6 feet, so he's got to be able to create time and space to get that long-range shot off.
Kemp at the line to try to make it a 3-possession lead. 54-48 as it stands. Kemp taking his time. And a beautiful looking free throw. Wouldn't be something we heard a 10-second free throw violation. I think that's the only time
there is a count on that. The official
we haven't heard of.
Mr. Shipman over here on the side doing a nice job getting ready to almost whistle that. You can see his right hand moving if you're watching the officials.
Kemp. Big free throws there from Khalil Kemp.
Huge free throws right
St.
there.
Mark's just needs to play solid defense, allow no threes, try not to foul the drivers, keep the clock running.
Ball goes out of bounds. 56-48. We've had some great basketball games here, and we're just getting started. 6 more games tomorrow, starting at 10:24 a.m. Lennon with the drive. Shaw, now Rice. They got to get going here. They got to find a good look. And a foul going to be called. That'll send Lennon to the free throw line. He's had quite the second half of basketball. A little quiet in the first half, but 11 points in the second frame for Lennon.
Well, Lennon is their leader. He's got to produce in the clutch, trying to take the ball along the baseline. The foul there by Avignon. He's just got to get himself a little square, and then he should stand still as Lennon was trying to probe with his left shoulder and left hip.
Lennon makes a free throw. St. Mark's looking for their 9th win of the season. DMA already at 10. Talked to Dave Baylor earlier in the broadcast, the executive director of the DIAA, and he was right. He mentioned all these teams playing in this classic. It is like a preview of teams that are headed to the state playoffs later on as we get to the end of February.
Well, Dave Baylor knows better than anybody. Running the DIA, he's been around. He's, as I mentioned earlier, he's had a lot of different jobs in this state. Originally a state policeman, worked at the University of Delaware as a liaison between the players and the coaching staff and the administration. Dave is a very reliable guy. He knows his way around the state in many different ways, and he's a really good person to have in charge of the DIA.
I knew him as Major Baylor.
Of course you did.
When he wore that hat at the University of Delaware.
He's of major importance, that's for sure, in the state of Delaware. And it's been such a great evening. Again, it'll continue on Saturday. And what a 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic start. If you've been watching throughout the broadcast and you want to help out, you can text Classic7 to 53555 to donate. You can also head to unlockthelight.com/donate, or just head to unlockthelight.com for information on all the amazing things that the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation and Sean's House is doing. You can see the QR code on the screen as well. You can scan the code to be able to donate. And it looks like with 20.6 left to go, as much as DMA battled back, and credit goes to Coach Papillo's squad, it does look like Sean Locke's alma mater is going to pull through. And if you...
Well, they played very hard, but as we all know, when you expend a lot of energy in several different runs to try to get back and never quite getting over the hump to have the lead, it just takes a little bit out of you. But they've had a good performance. This team is very solid. They're well coached. They play hard. They've got several good players. And when you see somebody who can shoot the ball like Shaw from range, and you have an outstanding player like Lennon who can create in a lot of different ways, this team is going to be heard from as the season continues on.
2 missed opportunities at the free throw line, but it put back up and in for Xavier Tapper. Makes it 60-49, and a tough take. A basket and a foul for Owen Brower, who gets a chance to add to his total at the line. DMA going to fall to 10-4 on the season. They had won 4 in a row. They've won 6 out of 7 coming in, just up against a really solid St. Mark's Ball Club. And playing tonight with Sean Locke's jersey on the end of the bench hanging there. A great touch by Lonnie Wright and his staff as well.
Absolutely. It's so much fun to look over there, as sad as it is, but also invigorating to see that jersey sitting there in the lead chair.
So 6.8 left to go in this one. St. Mark's up 60-51. We'll hope you'll come out tomorrow. If you can't make it out and you see the jersey next to Jordan Wright, the JV coach and son of Lonnie, honoring Sean. We hope you come out. It's a great day of basketball here at an amazing venue as well. Fantastic to be a part of this. If you can't make it out, you can watch the games streaming all day on Saturday. Barnett, you'll be a part of the broadcast as well. Bill, I know you'll be coming in late for that 8 o'clock game.
I tell you what, one thing I like about Coach Wright, he's old school. They're in suits. He's not in sweats.
Well, he's got a victory is what he has tonight, Barnett, as St. Mark's, the alma mater of Sean Locke, win this one 61-51, a final from Wilmington, Delaware. What a great day, a great start to a great weekend of games.
Great time. I've enjoyed this so much being with you both. I love this night. Every night I get to hang out with you two. 3 really good games, but the best part was being with you two.
I appreciate it, Barnett.
Well,
we
too
love
kind, Barnett.
with you
Scotty,
as well.
I love the emotion of the evening. That was most poignant to me, and it's been a wonderful night. Looking forward, I won't be here until the late game, but I hope they have a great morning and afternoon, and I love the 10-24 start tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. A great job by everyone to get this event started, and then tomorrow 6 more games starting as early as 10:24 a.m. What an incredible 2-day basketball event here at the Chase Fieldhouse for the 7th annual SL24 Classic, and we got it started with a triple header tonight. The basketball is incredible, but the cause is even better. So as we end the night, just a reminder of why we are here, and I wish we weren't here. I wish I got to see Sean sitting courtside last night at his college alma mater's basketball game instead of his dad, as much as I love seeing Chris. I wish Chris Locke had no reason to have suicide prevention cross his mind, but that is not the reality. Nor is the reality that everyone is as happy as they appear on Instagram and TikTok. The actual reality is that the homecoming king that has it all sometimes feels like he doesn't. The basketball star that Sean was, that scored the winning shot, sometimes feels like he's lost. And the kid voted best smile, as Sean was in high school, sometimes feels like he has nothing to smile about. The reality is, if you feel that way sometimes, you are not alone. 33,000 people have walked through the door at Sean's house since it opened in late 2020, not too long ago. 139 people actively considering suicide have been saved by Sean's house and the SL24 Unlock the Light Foundation. We miss Sean every day, but in his honor and in his legacy, we continue to help those that were in his position battling depression. We've had 3 fantastic basketball games tonight, and we hope you'll come out for 6 more tomorrow. Come early to the Chase Fieldhouse starting at 10:24 a.m. We'll unlock the doors for a full day of hoops, and all you have to do is unlock your light. We love you, Sean. Good night.
Recovering alcoholic. I've been sober for a number of years. I've struggled with mental health issues as well. I'm a strong believer that my anxiety was something that led to my alcoholism. My goal is that if I can help one student with their mental health issues now, to save them from the pain and suffering that I went through later in life, then I've done my job.
Maybe if my son had had a place like this, maybe addiction would not have taken over and he would have been able to have a safe space where people understood, the struggles of mental health.
I believe that when something so horrible like that tragedy of Sean's dying happened, it's because at that moment he was in such pain and nobody was around. Nobody was there to grab him and hold him and say, I got you. And we all need that. We need to know that we can talk to anyone, that people care about each other.
Being invited to join the board of SL24, I found impact in Delaware, helping friends of my sons who would have never had the opportunity to hang out at Sean's house and get the help they need and remove the stigma.
I share my light because I had some really good adults share their light with me when I was a teenager and into my early 20s. Particularly my father and a few teachers that I encountered really helped me develop resilience.
This is a way for me to just give back to save a life. I love the people who work here. Our peer support specialists are rock stars. They are the beacon of hope for this community.
Why do I share my light is, why don't you? From all of the sponsors, everybody involved, volunteers, peer support, people here at the house, I think they would answer it the same. Why wouldn't you?